Day, and welcome everyone to the Guam Economic Development Authority's Taking the Leap Beyond Guam Exporting for Businesses Virtual Export Conference. My name is Norman Analista, and I will be your MC for today. We are streaming live on the Guam Legislature's TV, GTA TV Channel 21, Docomo Channel 117 and 112.4, and YouTube channels. Thank you to the Guam Legislature for making us live. We will also be recording today's conference. Before we begin, just a couple of housekeeping notes to pass along to you. To maintain the quality of the virtual event for all attendees, we ask that you please keep your mics muted and videos off during the conference presentations. If you have any questions for our presenters or thoughts you'd like to share throughout the conference, we encourage you to share them in the Zoom chat. There will also be some time after each presentation that is dedicated for questions and answers. Today's conference is being supported by the University of Guam's Global Learning and Engagement Team, also known as UOG GLE. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties throughout the conference, please contact UOG Global Learning and Engagement directly in the Zoom chat or at 735-2800, that's 735-2800, or via email at uog.gle@triton.uog.edu. Now, this information is also shared in the chat. We also want to recognize the presence of Speaker Therese Terlahi, as well as Senator Sabina Perez. Now with that, let me first hand it off to GEDA CEO and Administrator, Ms. Melanie Mendiola.
Thank you, Norm. Day, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I'd also like to acknowledge Governor Lulian Guerrero, who has also joined us. Thank you for joining us, Governor, and we'll be hearing from you in just a moment. Today's conference is a follow-up of last year's Taking the Leap conference that many of you joined and that some of you asked that we do again. So here we are. The conference is also a culmination of GEDA's State Trade and Expansion Program. Funded in part by the U.S. Small Business Administration, Guam STEP is intended to assist eligible small businesses enter and succeed in the international marketplace. I want to recognize our sponsors and partners, the Guam Chamber of Commerce, Guam Unique Merchandise and Art, GUMA, University of Guam Global Learning and Engagement, who helped us with the planning, logistics, and back end of the conference, and the Guam Small Business Development Center, who is our main partner in Guam STEP. I also want to thank the Hawaii STEP and CNMI STEP programs for collaborating with us and identifying several of their participants to share their stories as part of our agenda today, and for encouraging their businesses to join our conference, as the information shared today would benefit them all. With all of these partnerships, today's conference is clearly taking the leap beyond Guam, as we have attendees and speakers not only from Guam, but also from the CNMI, Hawaii, California, Washington State, as well as Korea. The purpose of the event is to provide local small businesses and entrepreneurs with the necessary tools and strategies to export to international markets in the current economic climate. I hope that you stay for the entire day and encourage you to be active participants throughout all the sessions. Feel free to ask questions and share information on the chat box. I look forward to great conversations, new contacts made, useful information shared, opportunities created to learn from many of our speakers and to be inspired by them. Thank you again for joining. So let's go ahead and get going. To open up our conference, it's my pleasure to bring up our Magahaga, our governor, the Honorable Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero, to give her opening remarks. Welcome, Governor.
Thank you very much, Melanie. And I just want to say Hafaday and welcome to the Taking the Leap Beyond Guam Exporting for Businesses Virtual Export Conference. I know that we have attendees and speakers not only from Guam, but from the CNMI, Hawaii, California, Washington State, and even Korea. So I want to welcome you all virtually to the beautiful island of Guam. I want to thank the Guam Economic Development Authority for hosting this event as a follow-up to last year's Taking the Leap, Starting and Growing Your Business in 2021. As this is a conference focused on exporting, I specifically want to recognize the businesses that participated in GEDA's Guam State Trade Expansion Program, called STEP, who will be talking about their export strategies and experiences later this morning. Corseed Aquaculture Guam Corporation, Dr. Dong Hu Yang, Denanchi Guam, Lenny and Pika Feheran, Everything Guam, LLC, Marie Guerrero, Imari, Ron Guerrero, Katura Innovations, Campolino, and Warehouse Pacific, Calvin Holloway. I look forward to your growth overseas and expansion. I met with these Guam step participants a few months ago as they described their business products and shared with me their export plans and goals. I'm happy that through GEDA's Guam Step, these companies receive some funding to help them implement their export plans. In fact, I know that Lenny and Pika Feheran of Denanchi's brand and Marie Guerrero of Everything Guam LLC just came back from the ASD Market Week Trade Show in Las Vegas, where they showcased their Made in Guam products to more than 45,000 buyers and distributors from all over the world. This is the first time that Guam products have been featured at this trade show, and hopefully not the last. They have said that it was very successful, and they were very glad that they were able to meet all the 45,000 buyers. Small businesses are the backbone of our local economy and are instrumental in the economic recovery of our island from the pandemic. My administration is fully committed to the continued growth and success of our businesses, both locally and in international markets. So I support events like today and programs like Guam Step to ensure our entrepreneurs and small businesses have the resources they need to take advantage of opportunities in front of them. And yes, these include opportunities beyond Guam and beyond our shores. Through exports, our businesses and locally made products bring a taste of Guam and the Hafaday spirit to the rest of the world. This is, of course, a challenging time for Guam's economy and our small businesses. It is for that reason that I recently announced the investment of $20 million in American Rescue Plan funding for the 2021 Small Business Pandemic Grant Program and an additional $1.8 million in rental assistance for small businesses. Despite the current challenges, our future does hold great promise, particularly with respect to the ongoing military buildup, which continues to add to our economic growth. However, the path forward for our economy's recovery must involve more than reviving traditional mainstays such as tourism and expanding long-standing sectors such as agriculture. Our future prosperity, to a great extent, will be reliant upon the diversification of Guam's economy. Consequently, my administration will be investing $5 million in GEDA's diversification initiatives in fields ranging from information technology to pharmaceutical manufacturing. We have also secured more than $500,000 in additional federal funding for economic feasibility studies for a transshipment industry and additive manufacturing, otherwise known as 3D manufacturing innovation, and the development of new opportunities must and will continue to be the cornerstone of our economic recovery. The challenge of charting a new course for the recovery of Guam's economy will involve all of us in our community working together. In this regard, I am particularly counting on our small businesses and the contribution of their entrepreneurship, resourcefulness, and creativity to this effort. I therefore am looking forward to the conversations we will have today in this virtual conference in sharing experiences, informations, and new opportunities. I hope that these conversations inspire you to grow your business beyond Guam and help inform public policy in support of small businesses. Again, thank you all for joining, and I wish you the best and a successful conference. Sizus Masi.
Thank you, Governor, for your remarks. We look forward to your administration's continued support and commitment to our small business community by ensuring they have the resources they need to take advantage of new opportunities that come their way. Now, for entrepreneurs and businesses that are looking to export, being able to say that your product is made in Guam makes your product unique and is a huge selling point, especially in the tourism market. The Guam product seal distinguishes products that are authentically made in Guam. To learn more about GEDA's Guam product seal program, we have a pre-recorded video so you can hear directly from some of these businesses with products that are made in Guam.
I'm Gary Tanaka, part of the Coconut Tree Company. Joe Conley and I are the managing partners for the Coconut Tree Company. We've been in business since March of 2018, and we've held the Guam product seal for about the same amount of time. The idea stemmed from a childhood memory. Like many of us, we're lucky enough to have coconut candy at either a school function or at home. We decided that we wanted to offer another local product into the consumer market for both our tourists and locals alike. Combined, Joe and I have zero entrepreneurial experience. We basically took this company and built it as we flew it. The Coconut Tree Company offers gourmet coconut candy in flavors such as chocolate, ube, taro. We're now offering seasonal flavors such as mango. We also offer many packaging options which are often used in local events such as weddings or as corporate giveaways. We can also offer various colors of foil to match your event. Our coconut candy is carefully prepared. It takes up to 3 hours to make a batch. All of our candy is hand-shaped and hand-wrapped. It's really a grassroots product with an upscale twist. We are continuing to explore new coconut candy flavor profiles, and those are coming soon. We are preparing to offer other coconut-based items like coconut oil, coconut ice cream, and aguardiente, which is a coconut flour vodka. We are exploring other island markets such as Saipan and Hawaii. The benefits of being a Guam product seal holder is that when the consumer sees the Guam product seal, they know that we are 100% locally produced. We provide important jobs to our community, and we perpetuate our culture and heritage by providing a truly local product.
My name is Irvin Jose, the general manager for the Guam Brewery Company. We're the only largely manufactured local beer here on island, specifically in craft beer. Members of the Guam Brewery Board saw the opportunity to be the only largely manufactured craft brewery here on island. And a couple years ago they came together, met with a bunch of consultants and people who have experience in the industry, and decided to go ahead and build a brewery for the island of Guam. Our capacity we can do is up to about 120 barrels. Every month we've been growing. We used to produce about 30. We've gone to 60. I think we've gone at least up to about 100 barrels. We brew weekly. We package weekly. So everything's always made fresh. And that's the novelty behind our company. On a monthly basis, we regularly have 4 beers. We have our 2 flagship beers, which is the Guam Gold Blonde Ale, and then we have the Island IPA. Those are the foundation of our company. And then we have a rotating seasonal, which is usually available for around 3 months. Right now, our current seasonal is the Pineapple Paradise, which is a Berliner Weiss brewed with pineapple. And then every month we have a limited edition style beer. We're about to release our Coconut Candy Hazy IPA, which was a collaboration with a brewery from San Diego called Savage Wood Brewing, and also collabed with the Valley of Delati, as they're the ones that donated the coconut candy for us. The first thing we focus on is who can we work with locally, whether it's an artist to design the can, It's a farmer to give us a fruit or fruits or any key ingredient. And also we work with farmers, pig farmers, so we give them our, some of our grain that we, instead of disposing it, we put it into 55-gallon drums and donate it for their pigs. So as much as possible, we would like to keep our business involved in the community in any way we can. It's a little tough being that we work at alcohol, but we find our way to kind of get involved as best as we can. We've been a GPS permit holder since June 2019, so about 2 years now. Being a GPS holder solidifies like the novelty and uniqueness of being a product of Guam. We can go to stores and see Guam branded products saying made in USA, but being a GPS holder allows us to say made in Guam, and definitely puts a lot of pride behind what we do and our art behind our brand.
John Keone Villatoro owned Fire, like half Fire a day. Been with this company for about 2016. My experience came in with woodworking. We're always building stuff. I was always intrigued with building for the pig pen, cutting our own wood for the fence line, just doing just recycling with the land, with the aina. We had our own Polynesian show, and that kind of led me to making instruments for different hotels. Then it continued on with the work that we're doing today. As you evolve and as you kind of be more creative, which I've always been creative in building stuff. I was inspired by, of course, the movies Moana, and everybody loves Moana. People really was kind of intrigued by it. They're like, wow, I want to buy one of those. And so it just evolved from there. I just started making more of just the basics. As a matter of fact, just the plain, then the carving. Then I started being more creative with adding the epoxy in. These products are actually evolving. And there's a lot more room for more, I guess, creative. We have social media, but when you go out and you guys do expos and you can showcase your actual products, that's how basically people find who you are and what kind of products you do. I actually got hooked up with NEX. I had to present Guam Seal in order for me to get in there. We have a slogan for Fire. In Hawaii, we always say, do that with your fire, bro, do that with your fire, do that with whatever you got. So our slogan for the company is, fuel your passion. So passion, whatever you're doing, do it with all your passion, do it with desire, fuel your desire, second one. And the last is fuel your fire.
Half a day. My name is Sarah Boucher, and I'm the owner of Studio 13 North here in Chamorro Village in the heart of Agana. I have been in business now for 5 years, and I have been a permit holder for as long as I have been a business. I came to Guam as an ABA therapist. At that time, there was no services for children here. So I was kind of stuck in a rut. I needed something to keep my mind and my body occupied. I decided to go and just go to the beaches and enjoy what Guam had to offer. When I'm walking along the beach, I was just picking up shells and sea glass. After a few months of doing that, I had bins and bins of sea glass and I had nothing to do with it. My husband's like, hey, do something with it or toss it back on the beach. I started making jewelry was the first thing that I started. Wire wrapping jewelry for pendants, putting it out to my friends, seeing how interested they were. They were very interested and started purchasing from me, and I would send it back stateside. And then I decided to take it one step further, and I got myself a peddler's license for Guam, and I started doing pop-ups here on Wednesday nights in Chamorro Village. Business was fantastic. After a year, I was lucky enough to open up a brick and mortar here in Chamorro Village. As we're expanding, we're always adding to the line, so necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and then we decided to incorporate some wood aspects using local wood for our products. So we're making lottie stones, sling stones, Guam-shaped items. I do make e-fit jewelry. That is also coming from a master carver, so whatever he has left over from his scraps for carving, I then use for my jewelry. So there's no waste. Being a Guam Product Seal holder really means a lot to me. It proves that I'm making things from Guam. I hand make items. Everything is handmade or picked up from the beaches. We want to produce unique items for Guam that's made here. Currently, I'm selling in-store, and I do have an Etsy shop, so I do export my products to all over the world.
Hafaday, welcome to Memories of Guam. I'm Joanna Lynn Cepeda. Memories of Guam has been in business for 9 years. We've been a permit holder for 5 years now. We do have 3 locations, one at the Micronesia Mall, Gandhi Shopping Center, and then here at the GPO. So Roy, he is the founder. He came to Guam in June of 2012. He immediately fell in love with how beautiful Guam is, and 6 months into his staying here, he did open up our first location at the mall on December 31st, 2012. Through constant improvements in our products, we're able to release many to our customers. Most of the products and packaging we produce are designed and produced by the founders themselves. Understanding of Guam culture, we continue to incorporate Guam characteristics into our products. Our team continues to give suggestions monthly on what we can improve and meet customers' needs. Our future plan is to expand the Micronesia Mall location as well as establish a flagship store to showcase more of our products and also better our services. We will continue to produce and introduce more products, new designs, and ensure product quality. Our clients are mostly locals, visitors, and tourists. One of the benefits of being a GPS permit holder is that it brings us pride and confidence in our products, and it's to see our customers amazed. Rory's advice to other businesses is to don't give up and believe in yourself.
Now I'd like to bring up the panelists for our next session. Taking the next step, Guam State Trade Expansion Program, or STEP. These Guam STEP participants have spent most of the year working with GEDA and Guam SBDC to take their companies to the next level and ready to export. Let me now hand it off to Mel and the rest of the panel.
All right, let's get this first panel going. Thank you to all the panelists for joining. So we have, joining us today, we have Ron Guerrero from Imari, Dr. Dong Ho Zhang from Core Seed Aquaculture Guam Corporation, Lenny and Pika Feheran from Denancy Brand, Marie Guerrero from Everything Guam LLC, Ken Paulino from Coutura Innovations, and Calvin Holloway from Warehouse Specific. All right, so I think everyone's gonna get up on screen and we'll get going here. So in the meantime, just to provide some background, the Guam State Trade and Export Program, or STEP, is a GEDA program funded in part by the US SBA, intended to assist eligible small businesses enter and succeed in the international marketplace. So with our partner Guam SBDC, we held export trainings and worked with companies to develop their export plan. And then we used these trainings, they presented their plan, and we provided direct funds to these companies to implement their export plan, which they're in the process of doing right now. We even brought 2 companies, Denancy Brand and Everything Guam, to the ASD Market Week trade show in Las Vegas, where they had access to over 45,000 buyers and distributors from around the world. The purpose of this panel is to highlight what these Guam STEP companies are doing as part of their export strategies in hopes of providing some examples and lessons learned for others who are considering exporting. So with us today, again, are Ron Guerrero from Imari, Dr. Dong Ho Zhang from Core Seed Aquaculture Guam Corporation, Lenny and Pika Feheran from Denancy Guam, Marie Guerrero from Everything Guam LLC, Ken Paulino from Coutura Innovations, and Calvin Holloway from Warehouse Pacific. All right, so let's begin. Let me first ask our panelists to please provide maybe a short company background. You can describe your product and talk about your export plan or your export goals. And so let's go ahead. I heard that Ron Guerrero from Imari is actually in the midst of production. So we're gonna let you go first, Ron, because we know that you're busy right now. Ron, your volume, let me see, we can't hear you. Uh-oh. Ron, we still can't, or can you hear him? Yeah, we can't hear you. Maybe Ron, let's sort out your technical issues. But as we sort out your technical issues, why don't we kick it over to Ken from Coutura Innovations? Ken, do you want to go while we sort out Ron's sound issues?
Sure. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hafide. My name's Ken Polino, and like Mel said, my company is Coutura Innovations. So what we do is we take a lot of the local stories and legends, culture, and we make them into digital products, whether they're interactive wearables through augmented reality, casual mobile games, interactive books. So with the GEDA STEP program, what our focus was to get all our products to the actual locations for them. Like meaning we have an online store now, but it's in the .com. So we want to push everything to the .jp. We want to have stuff in their stores so that it looks more native as opposed to a English product, English Chamorro product.
All right. Shall we try, Ron, can we try you again? You want to try to unmute your mic and give it a try? Oh no, we still can't hear you.
The device is logged on.
Oh, maybe check the device, your other device that, because we have you for two. Maybe use the sound on one.
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, there we go. Well, we're getting some, the device that you're not using your sound on.
Sorry.
Mute that one.
Here, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear that?
great.
Sorry.
Oh no, we lost you. What is Zoom without some technical issues on sound? Okay, Ron, we can't hear you now. No, nothing. Use the other device. Don't unmute yourself on this one and unmute on the other one.
So she can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we're good. Okay. Hold on, real quick. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone, and Hafide. My name is Ronald Guerrero, and together with my wife, Keiko Guerrero, we are the owners of Imari. We are a restaurant, food business, sound business, wholesale and hand manufacturing service industry, and we specialize in wholesale manufacturing. Our Doni de Nancy, it is our all pepper paste sauce. It's right here if you guys can see it. Give you guys an example. And yes, we are a GPS holder. You can see it right there. All right. Just a brief of how we got the name is actually my daughter's middle name in Japanese. That's how we got the Imari name, and also a little bit of our history of business. Imari started as a takoyaki business in August of 2015. We started at the Wednesday night market located in Chamorro Village, and we did this once a week. Then we decided to open the restaurants because we wanted to venture into something different with new business ideas and to export our product globally. The business has been open since August of 2018. I currently serves customers at the Chamorro Village, and we do have menus that we offer our customers. We do have varieties of different flavor takoyaki. We do poke bowls, we do bento boxes, and of course our Doni de Nancy. Little history of our product. So the Doni de Nancy was inspired by my mom's recipe and passed down to us. And what we did was we made our own version of Doni de Nancy that combines the traditional local flavor with my mom's secret recipe and with a Japanese flavor twist that we took from my wife's taste palette, who is Japanese. We made it directly in our restaurant and started offering it as part of our condiments to our dishes, giving this success of our Doni de Nancy with a lot of our customers liking it. And we wanted to expand our business and began exporting our Imari Doni de Nancy globally. Right now, our plans and goals, our mission is to focus on quality and consistency, and our product will promote Guam's culture and diversity. We also aim to provide high quality Guam's all-purpose paste sauce to international markets. And the business, actually the export goal is that we want to try to get our product into some of the places like the Marianas Islands, Palau, Japan, Korea, Hawaii, and the US mainland. That's where we do want to get our product into. And also we are looking into a second facility for production work. That's still in the works, so we have that still thinking about that to happen. The other question is implemented Guam's plans and accomplishments and goals. Again, through the Guam STEP program, we learned a lot more about what it takes to export and develop an export plan with assistance from the Guam SPDC. With the funding from Guam STEP, we are in the process of developing 2 of our websites that will also be translated in Japanese for the Japanese tourist market and one for the local and US market. So our website is actually being, it should be almost done. We do have 2, one, and again, it's www.imariguam.com, and the other one will be imariguam.jp. That's our 2 website that's going up. The other question is here.
Ron, we'll go ahead and get to those questions later. We're just doing intro.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I do apologize. We're just going down the questions of what.
It's all good. Don't.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and turn it over to Marie Guerrero from Everything Guam LLC. Half a day, Marie. Thank you for joining us. We know you're busy this morning also. Unmute, Marie.
Here we go.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. Hey, Hafa de Buenas, everyone. Thank you for having us on board. On behalf of Everything Guam and BNG, we really appreciate to be a part of such a great forum this morning. I know that just kind of the general question, who we are and what we are Everything Guam. We do Laddie Stone shape iconic cookies, shortbread, individually wrapped cookies. We've been part of the Guam product sale program since its inception, and very proud holders of that through the last couple of years. With the export plan, we've learned a huge amount coming through with the hands of SBDC and with Melvin and his team getting us through this process. So we have high hopes, and just to generalize us being here now, we've learned a lot through the program. We have a couple of other things in our pocket that we plan to launch with the help of this program, and we look forward to being a part of this panel as we go through. Thank you.
Excellent. Why don't we go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Calvin Holloway from Warehouse Pacific. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your company and your export plan?
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, great. My name is Calvin Holloway. I'm originally from Fort Worth, Texas, but I've lived permanently on Guam for the last 37 years. And so I can say that I actually seen this market and how it's changed and how it has grown. I want to say that we're actually students of this industry. Warehouse Pacific, when we first started, we actually were selling T-shirts and keychains. And then a friend of mine said something that was interesting, and it holds true. People don't buy T-shirts and keychains every day, but people have to eat. So we actually made a switch and pivot towards food, where food now makes up around about 75 to 80% of our income. So it's been a good move for us. And what we're looking at and currently focus on are snack products. Currently, we distribute beef snack products. And also, for those of you that are from Hawaii, we actually bring in the Hurricane Hawaiian popcorn and distribute that on island and in Saipan. When we're looking at opportunities, we actually looked at Hong Kong. And I was very fortunate back in 2013, Warehouse was part of a delegation that went to the World Food Expo. And so we had a chance to see that market firsthand. And I remember being there at the World Food Fair and thinking about Guam, because at that time, I believe Guam was getting maybe around about 120 to 130,000 visitors a month. And then at the Food Expo, the days that we're there, they were getting around 100,000 people per day. And I remember running the numbers in my head. I was thinking if I could get 1% of the people to either buy or convert to my product, that would be significant. And then I had a bigger thought. I thought about the population of Hong Kong, which is 7.2 million. So we're very focused on concentrating getting our food products into Hong Kong. Thanks to my mentor, Ms. Mendiola, SBA, GEDA, and the SBDC, we have developed an aggressive marketing plan to attack Hong Kong, actually. We have the financial resources now through the grant to actually go out and hire a team. We are in the process of hiring a couple more people, but we are going to use social media. We're going to develop 2 websites, one for English and one in Taiwanese and also Chinese. But I have to say this also with the 2 websites, one will focus on business to consumer and the other will be business to business, because we don't want to leave anything on the table. So let's see what else I can tell you about our company. We actually run websites. We have 3 websites that we currently sell products, but not related to food, that are doing very, very well, selling in countries like Australia, New Zealand, Mexico, Brazil, United States, trying to think, South Africa, and Canada. So, you know, in this pandemic era right now, it's hard to get customers to come inside your store. And I thought about, I didn't mention this, but I'm actually, how do you want to say, I'm a product of DFS. I used to work for DFS for 20 years, and they had a certain strategy that they used to drive traffic inside the store. They had a bus program, they had a taxi program, they worked with the tour agents to drive people inside their store. Well, we're going to take that same strategy, but we're going to flip it by putting our products in front of our customers, whether they're, and again, Hong Kong, whether they're, let's say, at work, on their smartphone, sitting behind their computer, on their way commuting to and from work, if they're at college, let's see, even if they're in the restroom, you know, on their smartphone, we're going to put our products in front of their face. So again, we're just a product of what we have seen in the 37 years living here on Guam. Also, let me mention this, I'm also a Guam product seal holder and a local manufacturer. But for the export program right now, we're looking to scale and do it quickly. So we're going to focus on exporting our snack products into Hong Kong. And that's pretty much who and what we do.
Great. Thank you for making that distinction, Calvin. All right. Again, thank you for making that distinction, Calvin, between your Guam products, seal products, as well as your snack products that you're looking to distribute. And I want to get back to that a little bit later. Also, I wanted to recognize we've been joined as well by Director Kiyoshi Cody, Director for the CNMI STEP, for joining. We'll also have some STEP participants. I believe we'll have 1 or 2 this afternoon from CNMI in another panel. All right, and so we have, let's see, now let's kick it over to Pika and Lenny Ferrer, and I believe they source some of their donnie from the NMI. Is that correct?
We're definitely working on that. My name's Lenny, and this is my wife, Pika, and most people know us as restaurant owners. We've owned 4 different concepts over the past 11 years here on Guam, and you know, we've fed a lot of people. And we've come to know what kind of people are, kind of food people like. And one of the common thing that people ask for with their meal is something pica or something spicy to go with their food. And as a restaurant, you know, kind of like Ron, right? It's like either you make your own Donnie de Nancy and you offer the in-house, or the other alternative usually is some imported hot sauce. And we always felt, you know, as a chef, as a cook, that a lot of the imported hot sauce, the complex flavors didn't really go with a lot of our food. And I always wanted to make a hot sauce that was more in line with the local palate, kind of like Donny Denancy, how it kind of just goes good with everything. And it always takes me back to simpler times when I used to see my family kind of just roast the hot pepper over an open flame and just dip it in salt and lemon. And really that was their way of enjoying spicy food. They just take a bite out of the roasted pepper and eat it with their meal. So that's what I wanted to capture in a bottle.
So, you know, Lenny had this dream in 2018, we opened Kadu House Restaurant, which was a local comfort food restaurant. And that became his test kitchen to creating this hot sauce, this local hot sauce made exclusively from our local doni, our hot peppers. So we really enjoyed using Kadu House as the testing ground. Lenny got the recipe down, the bottling process, everything going. And we ended up not only selling it to our customers at Kadu House, we were also distributing it to mom and pop stores around the island. And then COVID hit. 2020, you know, the restaurant industry and so many industries really took a hit. And unfortunately, we had to close Kadu House along with 2 of our other restaurants. But after we closed Kadu, we realized, you know, the hot pepper drizzle, our hot sauce, was something we really wanted to continue. So at the end of 2020, we created a new production facility and we got our new licenses and restarted production of the hot pepper drizzle. Fast forward to today, it's been almost a year and we are now in over 40 retail and restaurant locations around the island. We've partnered with PDC Wholesale, a pretty large distributor here on Guam. They've taken our hot pepper drizzle on as their first locally made product that they distribute. Today, we also have added on a new product. It's our spicy honey that we make in collaboration with Hafade Honey, another local producer, made from honey here on Guam, that's made by bees here on Guam, and Lenny infuses it with our hot peppers. We also have an e-commerce website where we're able to ship to customers around the world. You know, our mission for our Denancy brand is to become Guam's #1 value-added export, and to do that means, you know, we're distributing globally. We really believe that our products are universally appealing. I think, as Mel mentioned, we did get to go to Las Vegas with Marie and Everything Guam to exhibit our hot pepper drizzle, and there were so many different walks of life, people from all over the world, and you know, we were really, really excited that the overwhelming feedback was very positive for our product. So, you know, we're really thankful to GEDA for giving us this opportunity and helping us to grow our business.
Yeah, in order to go global, we got to start local. So we want, you know, hot peppers do so well in the Marianas. They grow so well. So we're developing our relationships with the farmers. And that's the key to our success, is making sure we have that supply. We're working with the University of Guam to make sure the strains that we have are sustainable for the islands. We're currently using a strain called Guafi, and we're looking at other strains that do well here. And the whole point is to grow with the farmers. And we just want to give a big thank you for them, or any future farmers. We're looking forward to growing with them as well.
Yep, thank you.
Great, thank you, Pika and Lenny. I was going to say, doesn't Guafi means fire?
That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sounds Pika. Anyway, okay. And last but not least, we have Dr. Zhang from Core Seed Aquaculture. Dr. Zhang, can you tell us about your company and where you are in your export plan right now? Unmute, sir. Unmute, Dr. Zhang.
All right, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Dong Jiang. I'm a resident in Guam for 14 years. I've been working on aquaculture industry for the past 30 years. I started up the company called Core Seed Aquaculture Guam Corporation 3 years ago. At the beginning of last year, we established a public-private partnership with University of Guam to we renovate the Fadian hatchery, which is the largest and the largest shrimp and fish hatchery on Western Pacific regions. Primarily, we have two category product. One is for export purpose, that is to export a specific pathogen-free shrimp broodstock to Southeast Asian countries. We have the other category of product, which is primarily produce fresh seafood for a local market. We only do the wholesale, our wholesale primary to the hotels such as Hyatt, to Sitani, or and some of the wholesale stores such as Fisherman Co-ops. Now for export plan, I see Guam have a great advantage and natural resources to work on export. Particularly is the environment here is so clean and free of major aquaculture diseases, which has been one of the key problems for Southeast Asian countries. So we are continually working with University of Guam not only on the research to do the selective breeding to improve shrimp genetics, so that we can develop and continue to stay superiority to our competitions in other countries. At the moment, we export broodstock to Vietnam, China. Unfortunately, last year of COVID has made export very difficult. We are continuing to work on our partner in Southeast Asian countries. Our goal is to become one of the key suppliers of specific pathogen-free shrimp broodstock in the world. And I'm confident that with our continued research and our continued investment for research and development on shrimp genetics, we remain optimistic about exporting our product. At the same time, we continue to increase our local production to provide a premium quality of fish seafood, which is including shrimp, saltwater red tilapia, and freshwater black tilapia. I hope some of you have tried that. You can feel the distinction from the import frozen product. Now I'm much appreciate GEDA to organize this opportunity so that we can make our product known to the island and to the surrounding regions. Thank you.
So now, Dr. Zhang, if I wanted to make a shrimp dish for dinner tonight, where can I go and buy your product?
Fisherman Co-ops, they get us on weekly basis.
Excellent.
And
are there,
no
you have some restaurants? If I don't feel like cooking, can I go to a restaurant and enjoy your product?
Yeah, Hyatt typically do that. Hey. Yeah, and also Dusit uses the red saltwater tilapia in their Tasi restaurant. They have weekly order from us. The saltwater red tilapia, they have a Thai name called Top Tin, which is a royal name given by the past Thai king. So Dusit as a hotel brand from Thailand, they like to maintain that dish here on Guam.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I think that that in and of itself should indicate the quality of your product, that these are the outlets that you sell. All right, so one thing I do want to point out to the attendees today is that all of you are participants in the STEP program, even though all of you are different types of businesses. So you have Ken, Ken's product, which is a technology type of based product. You have Calvin, whose product is a snack food that is not made in Guam, but he does distribute via Guam. And then you have Marie, Ron, and Pika, who are producing food products on Guam, and different to different degrees of sourcing. You know, some of you source off island, some of you do a little bit of both, and some of you source primarily here on island. So I do want to make that distinction that the STEP program is not just for Guam Product Seal. It is primarily for businesses who want to get their products off of Guam to other destinations. So with that, I wanted to move over to Ken. And Ken, we had heard from you first. So your product features characteristics inspired by Chamorro culture, but a lot of other markets don't understand Chamorro culture. So why you can share with us, how do you show people why, or how do you demonstrate Guam's importance? And is it important? And kind of talk to us a little bit about getting your product out there and getting people knowledgeable about your product.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks, Mel. So yeah, our products, they're technology and character driven, story driven. So a lot of times when before the pandemic, when we had tourists, we noticed when we were at certain fairs, GMIF, selling, we noticed that even though there was a language barrier, because of our products, there's a lot of caricatures, they're animated animations. So it was able to really translate and really the Japanese tourist market and also to the Korean tourist market, they were able to be attracted to it and kind of see that it was a story that was based in the Marianas, and they were able to relate to it. So what we actually did with the GEDA STEP program, we kind of took a step back, and we've been wanting to kind of expand the look and feel of it. So we're working with a local artist to kind of expand the look and feel of it. So we want to right now it's our take, but we noticed that with the Japanese market and also South Korean market, they're really into anime, manga, a lot of just animated characters, and also to kawaii. So we're actually working to kind of with our latest IP. It's based around duendes. So we call it Duendes Friends. So we have the game Duendes Jump, and we want to kind of expand on it and make it more kawaii centric. So we're working on that right now to expand and to reach the audience to their liking.
Excellent. So again, the app is a game, or the game is housed within an app. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. So we base like our so with my wife, Angel Polino, Camacho Polino, she's really the storyteller behind everything. So a lot of our characters are driven through stories. So we take a lot of the lessons learned from different things, whether they're good or bad. They're part of our culture. So we want to expand on that. So with the duendes, they can create and they can kind of control the elements. So like water, fire, all those type of things. So yeah, we're going in and expanding those and just making them more, with the storytelling and things like that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like, and the way that it works is just, so it's an app. The current one is a Duendes Friends. So it's a casual mobile game. If you guys are familiar with Doodle Jump, it's that type of product, where you're going and you're jumping and you're getting coins. So the object is to collect the couture coins, and you have to get local fruits, whether they're dragon fruit or mangoes and things like that. And those are the power-ups. So instead of, just a regular thing that you maybe get a potion, you grab a dragon fruit and you can you can speed and soar through, and the object is to avoid thorns. But I think in the new version, I want to introduce rhino beetles into it as the enemy. So, yeah.
That sounds awesome. Okay, so Ken, if I wanted to start a game called Go Like Crush, like Candy Crush, but with vegetables, local vegetables, like lemai. Okay, I'm sharing it here so nobody else can do this. This is Matt Mendiola's idea. So Ken, do you have an app developer who can help me develop this game for the world?
Yeah, I do. Hold on, let me get him real quick. Hold on. Hi. No, yeah. So we So we do it, we develop everything on island. And, we try and work with local artists, and, we try and take our industry. So there's a lot of, just with the panel here, we work with people around the island or in the Marianas. So with our stuff, with technology and also too with storytelling, we always try and source those out. So that's for the game development part. I develop it, but I also work with local artists and local animators and things like that.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. And I know that's something that everyone shared, working together and learning from each other was a great part of the STEP program. So now I wanted to turn it over to Marie and Pika. So tell us about Vegas. I mean, tell us what you can tell us about Vegas. Don't tell us what you don't have to want to tell us.
Oh, yeah, we had a great time. The ASD Market Week trade show, I think it was mentioned, there was over 40,000 attendees, registered attendees. And it was quite an experience. I think we got very lucky with our placement. We were right near like the food court area, so people would always walk by. And we were really the only food-based exhibitor, I would say, like giving out food samples. So that was really in our favor. We made a lot of great contacts. But I also want to say, like, the contacts we made, yes, we made global contacts that we're following up with to see if they want to carry our products, whether it's on Amazon or in their brick and mortar stores or their distribution companies. But the contacts that I really felt were also very meaningful was getting to know Marie and Tiffany, who were with us in our booth. Getting to know them and, learning about their business and what they've learned and what they're doing. And we hope that, and we're actually planning to do some work together in the near future. And then we also met our brothers and sisters that were exhibiting from the CNMI. I know I saw Yoshi is here from the CNMI. And really those connections that we were able to build were really, really awesome because, as Lenny mentioned, we really want to create a network of farmers that we work with throughout the Marianas. And so getting those connections was really valuable for us.
Excellent, excellent. And now, Marie, maybe I'll change up your question just a touch. Is there anything you're going to do different as a result of something you learned at the trade from attending the show?
I'm going to just say there are some things we're going to adjust because every experience you have, I always take it as a lesson learned or a form of information or some sort of way to enhance what we already have. So in meeting some of the buyers and sitting next to Peak and Lenny, and I'm sure that they'll know, having people come up and taste our product, look at our product, and knowing that we come from such a small space, but we have such global reach, and watching them taste the food and taste, the sauce, they had like this kind of, aha, wow, this is really good stuff. But for me, some things that we may change is so maybe some of the packaging that we have, people genuinely like the product. They genuinely like the product. And so to have them tell me that, hey, this is awesome. Can we maybe do some different labeling? Can we carry your product by B&G, by Everything Guam? And then have their label on it. So it opened a whole different light for us. And, in some ways we do that already organically, like through DFS. They were the first one that opened the door for Everything Guam with our Denancy and our Finideni. And with the boxes. So they gave us that opportunity. So we did some exclusive packaging for them. And we've learned that by having exclusivity or having somebody put their own business on there, that really helped grow our business altogether. And so by going out there and seeing some of the people, the buyers, and these buyers were like from Sam's and some of the biggest companies, grocery stores, Change. I had a convenience store that genuinely liked the cookie and was like, oh my gosh, can we put it in our stores? Can we put our logo on it? Can we do this? Can we do that? And so, I left that expo with 100 things on top of my 100 things that I already have, just kind of getting excited about the potential of the product. And I feel like I didn't give my introduction quite as much as what everybody did, but we have the ability to do so much. I have such a great talent in my staff with the chefs, and we are a food-based product. And so I got to give kudos to those guys, because it's a lot of collaboration with ideas. It's a lot of them in the background saying this is what's going to taste good, and just to validate that, stepping outside of our own comfort zone of Guam and having people come up and try it was just such a great experience. So I don't know if I really answered that. I mean, I think I've opened different ideas. One thing about Everything Guam is because we have food and beverage background, we've kind of been able to test the product. We've had chance to kind of grow and make the product become better. So we didn't settle with, okay, this is okay. We wanted to settle with, wow, this is really, really good. So I think by going to that expo, I feel like I can sit next to Chips Ahoy and Nabisco with my product and feel very proud about it. So, but yeah, that's something that I did come away with from the ASD. But it was good. It's good to see people come up and say, oh my God, I was born in Guam. And I'm like, oh, wow, how nice, you know, welcome back. So it was definitely a good experience for us, and we're extremely grateful. And to get to know Pika and Lenny was very good. We've sit on the same island, but I don't think we've ever had a good conversation and actually got to know each other. So Tiff and I were very happy to kind of sync up some ideas, and hopefully we can rise up Guam, right? That's the idea, make Guam better in whole. And I think everybody on this panel will all say that, you know, although we have our individual businesses and we have our individual goals and aspirations and levels of success, I think ultimately with this type of program, we just bring Guam to a different level. So I think that we're all in a great place to make that happen.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Marie. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ron for a moment here. So hopefully, Ron, we can get your sound working. So Ron, now you're a two-man operation, you and your wife. And so can you talk to us about when you were developing your export plan, how you plan to scale your business to be able to get to the level of distributing to a supermarket chain in Japan or those lines?
Well, basically, because I mean, you know, we are very new to this exporting thing, so it is very, very new for us, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people on the panel has been probably doing this for quite some time, and for us, it's pretty much overwhelming of what we have, you know, as just me and my wife trying to do everything on our own. So,
Ron, you have some feedback. Maybe shut off the sound for on your laptop. You have a little bit of feedback. Yes, perfect. Better, much better.
Sorry. So again, basically, like what I was saying earlier is, you know, we're very new to this exporting thing. It's I think we're probably I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys in the panels have been doing this this type of business for a while, and I know with just, you know, it's just a two-man team that we're doing right now. What we're trying to do with our product and just trying to get it globally. It's a big challenge for us. You know, it's a huge challenge because you know, it's seeing everyone in the panel is just kind of, you know, again, overwhelming me of all the experiences of what you guys have and compared to what we have right now. You know, us as opening as a small restaurant at the Chamorro Village, and, you know, putting out our product, and we just thought that it was just going to be sold at the store at our shop, and after everything with GEDA letting us know that there's an opportunity for you guys to expand your product and to get it globally, you know, again, thank you to you guys to helping us out and getting us through the situation of what we were in right now. But we are planning to, you know, expand a little bit more with our product and try to get, we're still looking into all these other ideas that we're trying to do too. So again, it's our first year again, and we're just starting off of everything what we know of the knowledge of what we're trying to do with all our research and all that stuff. Yeah, so right now, you know, we do have advisors. We have people that, you know, that's trying to help us a little bit on the way of what we need and what should we do, especially getting into Japan is one of the hardest for us right now to get in, but we're almost there. We're almost there. And what we want to do too is, I mean, once we have everything expanding, we do want to open a second location for us for our facility for production work to expand a little bit more. But again, other places we want to get out, and those are the things that we want to do. And I guess starting next week, we start with Payless. Payless is going to have our products into the markets, and we're working on the Navy base. Navy base we should be done soon, and we're working with that, and our products should be in there soon as well. And yes, and the staff too. We're trying to expand our staff as much as we can. We are looking into, again, like what I mentioned, of our facility, try to make it a little bit bigger and expand our team. And also too, I know that DFS is going to be, it's supposed to be opening soon, so I want to work with them too as well to get our product in there. And I know DFS for Guam is a pretty big a local thing for our product to get in there. So those are the things we're trying to look at. Yeah.
Great. And what a number of success. I mean, you put out some really great hurdles that you've met just in the last, like, I mean, you said 3 things. You said we got into Payless, we got into NEX, we're working on this next. I mean, getting further along quickly. That's really wonderful. All right. So now, Calvin, you mentioned that you're trying to get into Hong Kong. Talk to us about that. What are you experiencing?
Yes, actually, we have sold in Hong Kong from the trade show. We actually had 2 companies who were buying from us, but since then, the companies have closed. Our main thing will be really focusing on the use of online stores. We're going to develop our websites where we can run actually social media ads, which is funny because I just got banned from Facebook. Anyone that runs Facebook, you know how they are, right? I just got banned for no reason. But anyway, we're going to run Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and look at the market and the results that we get from the click-throughs. We're going to do some target audiences in the food niche. Basically, we will also maybe do a little bit of video ads. We're looking at doing some video ads, and hopefully from that on the consumer side, we'll get some good sales. And I have to say, Mel, you're like our CEO because you gave me this money, so I have to return back some numbers. So I'm really looking at being focused on the online store, selling directly to the customers, where I can show you my report. You made that investment in warehouse specific, so I need the return, the numbers, right?
Now talk to the audience real quick about this. So now if somebody goes onto the website and they order some beef jerky from you,
yes,
you put it in a box and you send it to Hong Kong at USPS. I mean, what do you do? Yes. What do you do?
Yeah, actually, you just explained everything. Yeah, we will be shipping from Guam. We're going to.
We don't need any kind of paperwork as far as agriculture papers or any of that. Not for Hong Kong, but the differentiation. Yeah, but it's different for other Asian countries.
Right. And actually, I didn't say this. I mean, we only have limited time here. That's another reason why we chose Hong Kong. Hong Kong doesn't have restrictions for snack products, any kind of food products. I mean, they follow pretty much the same USDA guidelines that we have. So let's say like for our beef jerky product, right? If I wanted to ship that to Korea or Japan, it's really almost impossible to do because of the restrictions. But with Hong Kong, we don't really have a lot of restrictions. So for you guys that are selling food products, Hong Kong is really a great opportunity. Matter of fact, I know there's a local company here on Guam that was actually exporting. I won't say what the product is, but it actually went to Japan and had to come back because of one ingredient was wrong. So, Mel, you're right. There's something that you need to look at, but for us, for what we're trying to do, our products are approved and we won't have any, what do you want to call it, trade barriers. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And Dr. Zhang, I can only imagine you're actually, Dr. Zhang, you're shipping live brood stock. So these shrimp are alive. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
and
yes.
So they must be air flown. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how does Guam, when I think of production of shrimp or tilapia. How does Guam compete with the Philippines, with Thailand, with Vietnam? Their labor costs are lower. Land is potentially cheaper. EPA is less strict. I asked you a lot of questions, but how does Guam compete?
That's a great question. I think that we compete on two different levels. Number one, we focus on the qualities. What we are here do the farming of shrimp and tilapia on Guam. We strictly limit any chemicals to use in our cultural system. We ban use all antibiotics, which is one of the key issues in some of the Southeast Asian countries. You do aquaculture, you have chemical residue, you have antibiotic residues in those imported products. So on our local food product, we focus on premium qualities. Everything we sell here, we deliver, we harvest, we put in an ice slurry, and we send it to the store within 3 hours. So it's very fresh. That's the competition we have with the import frozen product. On the other side is about the export specific pathogen-free shrimp broodstock. Now here on Guam, we have great advantage in many ways. Number one, we have a pristine salt water, and our environment is just perfectly good, and the weather is good. And Guam is basically within 1 day flight time to major Southeast Asia city, whereas the aquaculture is there. Now, for the past decades, the major influence to the aquaculture, shrimp, particularly shrimp farming, is the shrimp viruses. Here on Guam, University of Guam have developed a specific pathogen-free, we call SPF shrimp, which is what they are looking for. It's hard for them to exclude the virus from their system, from their environment. But here on Guam, we can do much easier. That's the reason we make full use of our advantage in the competition. At the same time, we continue to invest on genetic improvement, we call selective breeding. That's work together with research scientists in the UOG, together with our students intern, so that we try to improve our product so that we have better production efficiencies. So it's the combination of biosecurity to produce specific pathogen-free and improved shrimp genetics so that we can stay competitive in the market.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. And then kind of building on that, to turn it over to Pika and Lenny, in scaling your product, how will you keep it affordable as far as to be able to meet those margins when you're shipping to Sam's Club or to these companies in the States? How do you manage it? Because I think sometimes people perceive that buying from local farmers or sourcing locally comes at a higher price tag, again, because labor costs are higher here in Guam, etc. So what are some of the plans you have to manage the cost of your goods?
Well,
definitely.
Yeah, no, yeah, understood. Always trying to keep the soul of the product while we grow, right? It's really hard to compete with you know, a company like Sriracha or Tabasco. Like they've been at it for so many years, and we're just starting, so we have to grow organically. We're not ready for big companies like Costco or Sam's to take on our product. You know, we just want to work with small you know, convenience stores or maybe small distribution off island, maybe just through Amazon to start with. And that will help us to scale up with the farmers. It takes about 6 months from seed to harvest for the hot pepper. So we really have to be strategic with that. And with our relationships with the farmers, we have to be committed to them as they are committed to us, you know, as we grow. And of course, we're all in the hands of the weather and bugs and diseases that the peppers get. So things can happen. So we had to make sure with our production that we always have a backup inventory and supply that can make at least 2,000 bottles. So right now we keep an inventory that can make us 1,000 bottles. If we weren't able to get any hot pepper for a while, that should, well, at least for our production right now, that's able to fulfill it at least for a month or two, right? So did you want to add?
Yeah, I think that, you know, another thing that we are looking at is to really help our farmers. We are looking for grant opportunities that maybe our farmers could go after to help lower their costs. And, you know, farmers are really great at farming and working out in that hot sun. Whereas like Lenny and I can really sit down and maybe put together a grant package to help them out to get access to some of that funding. So that's something we're exploring.
Yeah, and also just being restaurant owners, we're kind of used to getting creative on how to save money. Thankfully, we still have, you know, we own Market Deli as well. So we have that to kind of help funnel some of our hot peppers too. So like, for example, we have a byproduct from the sauce. It's called the pepper mash, which is just straight roasted pepper. And that we can actually sell as a byproduct for like our Kelagwins and things like that. So it helps to kind of cut the cost of the actual pepper by us selling a byproduct or creating other products with the byproduct.
I read, or I watched something where the chef fed ended up coming out with red yolks. It was pretty wild. So I was also going to say, you know, I read once a case study about Tabasco, and Tabasco, they have a specific requirement for a specific breed of pepper that their farmers, that some of these, I believe, I don't know if they own the farms or they contract with the farmers, because these peppers have to have a consistent Scoville unit sort of rating, right? Where the specific level of pica every single time. So they get that always. So that's, you certainly have it cut out for you, your work cut out for you. USDA has a value added opportunity, USDA value added grant. You can, the farmers, what the farmers would, could potentially do is if you get like 2 or 3, maybe they can come together in like a co-op type of environment and apply for this grant. GEDA would love to help with something like that as well. All right, so now we're kind of starting to wrap up on time. I wanted to talk about advice, okay? So you have some folks out here who have a business or they have an idea. They have an idea, they want to take the leap, right? Or they have a business and they want to take the leap and export outside of Guam. So in a few words, because I want to do this rapid fire, what kind of advice would you give them? Ken, what kind of advice would you give somebody trying to get off to take the leap into exporting?
I guess for my experience, you know, my business, even though two of our 3 products that we're with the STEP grant is our physical products, one of them is a digital product. So, you know, my advice would be, you know, to look at also too, you know, exporting out digitally your goods, if it can be, you know, whether if it's through art, entertainment, those things. One company I want to bring up is Supercell. So if you guys are familiar with Supercell, you know, they're from Finland, and they actually put Finland on the map beforehand. You know, no one thought of game development for Finland, and right now they have about 340 employees. So that's kind of like what we want to do. You know, in 10 years, we want to have, you know, a game development studio on Guam that's exporting out digital products. So, you know, that for my advice would be, you know, to if it can be, you know, look at it and maybe you have a digital product that can reach the world.
All right, Dr. Zhang, what about you? Advice that you'd give for anyone looking to sell a live or fresh product out of Guam?
Well, I would say that, well, we just come out and get involved. I not only I'm working on live animal business. I learned quite a lot by participating from your the program you organized, and also by just listening to the participant in this program. I learned quite a lot of ideas. My feeling is, yeah, just get involved. Get involved that you will learn from each other and learn from what there's a lot of resources out there. I never know what the U.S. Foreign Agricultural Assistance Program before, so those are very helpful. They provide potential customer list from Thailand, which I've been trying to get over there for the past 2 years, never be able to get it. So I get assistance unexpected. So just come up and get the help you can.
Get involved. Great. Ron,
yeah.
What do you got? Advice for somebody looking to take the leap.
And then just take up
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, again, just my advice for I would say is I mentioned earlier about mentors and advisors. Those are good things to have the side, to if you need help, those are the kind of, you just got to go back to them, say, okay, I need help. Have that in hand for a mentor and advisor, and also have a strong mission of what you want to do with your business. Also determine your audience of who you're trying to aim at and what you want to do with your product. And also, last but not least, but do your research. That's the thing is, pretty much do your research and know where you're going at with this exporting, because that's what I'm trying to do, is trying to still learn about it and behind it and, all that stuff. So yeah, basically just do your research for that. And I would tell that to everybody. Yeah.
All right. Well, how about you, Calvin? Advice for people looking to take the leap into exporting?
Yeah, if they decide to take the leap after you validate your product. And let me just say, like Maria mentioned something about testing products and knowing what works and what doesn't work, but validate the product first. And if you are able to, or when things return, actually visit the country and spend time there to see what the country's like and what the people are like, and mention your product, bring some with you and let them try it. And the third thing will probably be to really focus on using, I guess, the internet and develop an online store to actually promote your product. It's the most cost-effective way to see what the market is interested in.
Excellent. And how about you, Marie? Any parting words on advice for us? Don't forget to unmute.
Yeah, I guess just advice, be passionate about what you do and what your product is. Learn everything you can about your product. Learn how to take good criticism. Learn to listen to peers and what Calvin was saying is know your market. But advice to export is just don't give up. Learn your product, stand by your product, continue to make your product better, and make it represent what you want to make it, what you want it to be. I mean, the idea is to sell. So be the consumer, be the producer, be the marketer, be everything you can, and feel good about your product. If you don't feel good about your product, chances are no one else is going to feel good about your product. So just have faith in what you do. Learn everything you can about the industry you're in and the product that you're dealing with, from the science. For me, it's food, right? So science is about food, safety, the costing. Food costing is great to know if you're in food. Your margins are important, and just really just have faith and don't give up. Don't give up, because if you're not going to export now, build up around your area and then you'll grow. Just don't give up and have faith.
Marie, I had some of your delicious shortbread yesterday after lunch. Where can people buy your products?
Right now, we are back in the ABC stores. We are also in Kmart. We launched our our consumer pack, kind of our pivot to COVID. We're also in Payless. You can find us in Payless stores. And if you want, you can come talk to me and Tiff down here at 3 Squares in Tamuning. We've got every box, if you want a sample, you can even come down and check us out down here in Tamuning.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And lastly, Pika and Lenny, close us out. What advice would you give to folks looking to take the leap locally as well as abroad?
Yeah, thanks, Mel. I think the advice I can provide is, of course, it's kind of mirroring what a lot of the other panelists said, but it's know your target market, know who, once you are going to take the leap off of Guam, you have to really know who you're targeting. the world is huge, but if you can figure out who you are targeting, that makes it so much easier. So for us, one of the main markets we want to target is the Chamorro diaspora market. All of the people that have roots from Guam but now live off island, we want to target them along with our region, you know, the Japanese market, South Korean market, even Palau. We're looking into Hong Kong. So I think once you are able to identify your target markets, that will kind of make your path a lot more clear. Yeah.
Yeah, I think before you do that, you have to know your product, and you have to, you know, love your product and be able to speak passionately about it to sell it to others. Mm-hmm. And it's something advice I always give future business owners is that the business the product really is an extension of the owner, you know, so you kind of treat it like a kid, you know, you learn from it and you love it and you grow with it. And so that's kind of what we're doing with this new product, this new brand. It's kind of at its infant stages. So, you know, you just have to be patient and persistent. Be smart with your moves, and in business, you got to master the art of hurry up and wait a lot of times. So that's just business. Be patient and just keep on pushing.
Excellent, excellent. Now, for more information for our viewers about the STEP program, GEDA is in the process of renewing our funding for the SBA, but also sourcing funding for the interim so that we don't have to wait till the next fiscal year to do another cohort. So these participants found out about the program through a variety of sources. Many of them are Guam Product Seal holders, so they found out through our Guam Product Seal mailing list. Others are taking the LEAP conference, and others we reached out to. The GEDA staff went to the store, they went to Payless and looked at Guam products, and we reached out and said, do you have some time to do this training program? This was our inaugural class. This is our first cohort to go through the training program. First victims, so they learned a lot and we learned a lot, and it's gonna just get better from here. So we highly encourage you all to follow us on Instagram, Invest Guam, as well as follow our website, investguam.com. I'd like to thank all the panelists today for sharing their plans and experiences. For all of our attendees, please support these companies, buy local. I think you can find Ken, Couture Innovations, you can find it at Bonita Baby, right? Anywhere else?
Online. And online, just like everybody else.
And online. Imari, you can find them at Chamorro Village. Their takoyaki is bomb. Calvin, where we can find you online as well?
Well, the website's not completed yet, but you can find our products at Kmart, Payless. Wow, pretty much everywhere. Every mom and pop store, you'll see our products, our beef jerky and our popcorn. Yeah. Okay.
Excellent, excellent. And Dr. Zhang at the Farmers Co-op, the Fisherman's Co-op, or at Hyatt, and B&G Pacific, or rather, we can find 3 Squares. Everything Guam also distributes to a number of stores. Denancy at Payless, and how many stores across Guam? 42?
At least
40 plus.
40 plus.
40 and growing.
40 we also have our website is denancy.com.
You can see all our locations on island there.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Thank you all again, and I'll go ahead and turn it back to our MC, Mr. Analista.
All right, well, thank you to our panelists, and good luck on your export adventures. Thank you, Mel. And before we go on, I'd like to also recognize the presence of former Senator Will Castro. Now, did that last panel get you thinking that you can pursue exporting? Let me bring up Angel Camacho Polino, who is a business advisor and WIB program coordinator with the Guam Small Business Development Center for our next session. Are you ready to export? To provide you a short overview of why you should export and whether you are ready to take the next step. Angel.
Half a day and good afternoon. Good morning, everybody. My apologies. My time is a little off. I would definitely be loving to join you guys in the Hafide spirit back home, but I'm joining you from abroad. So hope you guys are all doing well, staying safe, keeping your distance, and of course, washing your hands and wearing your mask. So I miss all of you. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see all our graduates from the STEP program, come and join us for this. So I hope that majority of you guys on today's call were able to, take a little bit of some of their experience. As Mel had said, this is our very first cohort. So with that, we're really excited to definitely be able to carry this on to the next. And hopefully some of you who are on the call today, I may have the pleasure to be able to work with you guys and help you with your export plans, especially as you're looking to get started in exporting. All right. So again, if you have any questions while we are on today's training, please feel free to enter it in the chat and I can be able to answer your questions as I go. Or, if you want, you can be able to wait until the end of our presentation. Hopefully you'll find the information that's needed. So as we go through today's training agenda, we're going to look at a couple things, right? First of all, what is export? I think as we saw from the array of STEP participants that were there, export can be, not just products, it can also be services. And it's not just physical products, it can be digital products. And I think definitely with the World Wide Web, it has allowed a lot of us to be able to continue to connect with each other in different places and, still be able to transact, right, and those exchange of goods basically globally. The second is we're going to look at a couple reasons why small businesses should export. If you didn't already get the good feelings and the good vibes from a lot of the presenters that were here today or the panelists, this is definitely small business in exporting is big business. So we'll go through that. We'll take a look at a couple of the numbers as far as, the global expansion, right, of products and services. We're also going to look at how are you going to assess or how are you going to know really if you're ready to export, right? So a lot of you are probably already online, and again, it's just a matter of looking at a few factors, right, to see if you're ready to open up to the global market. And like some of the folks that had previously spoke, it doesn't necessarily have to be multiple markets, right? Even one market, one international market can make huge impact, right, on your bottom line. The next is we're going to talk about what are some of the resources that are available here locally on island, as well as, there are several resources that actually, the government is able to provide as far as, market research, access to matchmaking that we'll talk about in greater detail as we get there. And then, of course, how the Guam SBDC can help you. So as you saw, right, we actually had in the export training program, there were a little over about, I think 28 to 30 participants that attended the training itself. And then with that, there are about 12 companies, of which 6, right, made it to the next. So, again, we encourage you guys, to definitely look into that, right, if that's something that will work for your business. So just quickly, I recognize that several of you folks here in today's training, and for some of you who maybe have not experienced yet what the services are at the Guam SBDC, you'd be surprised, but we provide all these services for free. So thankfully, we've received funding from the U.S. Small Business Administration as well as, our host agency. And right now we are currently located at the University of Guam School of Business and Public Administration. So we definitely appreciate that partnership and the support from our educational institution, right, that can provide us with definitely a lot of the economic research that we need. So, for a lot of you small business owners, mid-size or those looking to grow, don't forget, right, that even our local resources at the university can still be able to provide you with good market research to get you to the next step, right, however it is that you're looking to grow the business. So the Guam SBDC is one of 7 networks within the Micronesia. So we opened back up we first opened in 1995, and then after that we opened 7 other island locations within Micronesia. So this includes CNMI, Palau, Kosrae, Yap. My goodness, I always feel like I'm forgetting everything. As well as we are looking to open up another location in the RMI. So if there's definitely visit our website at www.pacificsbdc.com, and that way you'll be able to see all those different island locations that you can be able to work with. Maybe you may have somebody, a family member that lives in Palau and is looking to start up a business, or maybe you have a good friend that lives in Yap and is looking for some resources for startup. Again, the SBDC is also present in the Pacific Islands. Of the services that we provide, there's a couple. Of the first, right, we're definitely very present in the local community, providing small business training programs that we offer year round. Our core trainings, right, definitely include a lot of the startup, right? So how to start a business, how to write a business plan, introduction to financial statements, right? So there are several training programs that we run year round. We have also recently hired, actually, not recently, but since the pandemic, we've brought on some independent contractors, right, that have specialty areas that they have provided training for. So for some of you folks, right, that are in business, or looking to get started and are probably doing things more face-to-face, right? You have a brick and mortar location. So we have a couple of things like, how do you put together security plans, right? Pandemic plans. There's also, you know, for some of those businesses that we're looking to apply for SBA products, whether it's the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, the PPP, RRF, then as well as GEDA's new products that are coming out with the Pandemic Assistance Grant Part 2. Again, our business advisors, our independent contractors, can be able to provide you with some of the guidance and help you to put together your applications for that. So we do also provide free confidential business one-on-one counseling. So with that, you know, basically how the relationship works there with your business advisor is, you know, as just to give you a quick overview, right, of what happens. So let's say you come to me and say, hey, Angel, I have a great idea for a business. You know, I'm not quite sure where to start. So if you can, you know, tell me a little bit about, you know, how to start up the business, how to start a business in Guam. And then also, this is not just for startup, but we also provide one-on-one counseling for those businesses, right, who have been in existence for quite some time, right? So we see some of those folks, right, who are looking to grow. Again, we also provide some one-on-one counseling there. And then we also have our community outreach and our partnership programs. So again, with GEDA and the STEP program, you know, again, we're super fortunate. We love our folks over at GEDA, who've definitely worked with us since last year to get this going. I mean, I feel like it's just been like, go, 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 120%, 120 miles per hour. And, you know, these are resources that are available to our local community. And we definitely try our best to leverage the resources that we have at the SBDC in partnership with our local community agencies, nonprofits. So GEDA is one. Another is we've partnered also with GUMA, which is the Guam Unique Merchandise and Arts Program. There's also the Guam Women's Chamber, Guam Chamber of Commerce. So there's quite a few nonprofit agencies as well as organizations that we've partnered with, and we are definitely looking to add more to that repertoire so we can continue, right, to provide the much needed services, right, that we see, especially right as the result of the pandemic, right? We see the large growth of this gig economy, right, happening. So just real briefly, our offices are located at the University of Guam School of Business and Public Administration. We are currently taking in-person meetings, but again, only by appointment. Again, our contact number is 735-2590. Give us a call. Our main office manager there, Ms. Lori Sablon, will be able to kind of direct you in the ways to register for counseling and be able to get you in contact with the business advisor. So our main inbox is sbdc@pacificsbdc.com. You can visit our website where there you'll be able to see the listing of our trainings that we have year round and be able to sign up for that. Now, a majority of our trainings are provided for free, and then there are some that are paid. So as you can see here, a quick listing of the training programs we provide is how to start a business, how to write a business plan, how to prepare a marketing plan, preparing a financial plan, getting started with export. And you see, right, that a lot of these training programs, like even though it's more towards, you know, starting a business here locally, you know, you can still be able to use how to prepare a marketing plan for export, how to write an export plan, how to prepare a financial plan for export. Now, again, these are all different things, right, that you could still be able to do to create a unique export plan that puts into consideration, right, some of these markets that you are going into, who these target customers are, right, that you're selling to. What are some of your financing options, right, that you have? So again, it's looking at some of that. We also look at getting started with e-commerce, QuickBooks software training, Google tools. So you see a lot of these, actually these last 6 items that were added, these were added recently through the Bank of Guam Women in Business program. And with that, we were able to, we saw a need, right, that a lot of the businesses are moving towards more online transactions, and how else can we be able to provide those resources so that as other businesses, maybe are looking to get into it, or maybe to become a little bit more advanced with using some of the tools that are available to them, these are some of the trainings that you can also be able to take. Okay. So as I mentioned, we're going to go over, right, what is export, right? And here, a lot of times, like what we've been speaking about on the panel with the several STEP companies is mainly direct exporting, right? So direct exporting is when you have a physical product and you are able to send it right to a buyer who's in another country, right? So as we mentioned, these are intermediate goods. So if it's like raw materials, right? Some of the raw materials or supplies that you need to be able to put towards your finished product. If it's coming from another country, again, you're having to order that, that's considered, right, exporting. So again, there's also indirect exporting. And I think a lot of us, this is what we've mostly been exposed to and what we know of. So if you're going to the airport and you're shopping at a duty free, you can be at a duty free in Thailand, another duty free in Japan. Those are also forms of indirect exporting, right? Because though it's not leaving the country, it is also, your product is also having much more of a reach to those global travelers, right? So they may not necessarily be coming out to the airport, but they're still coming in contact with the products as they're transiting, right? So that's still a part of exporting, just indirectly, okay? Also with exporting, right, it also depends, right, on the goods or services that you are exporting. Most products are exempt, right, are exempt from and will not need a specific license to export, but there are those that have more specific, maybe they have a dual use. This is what they call it in exporting, when, if your product can be used for military use also, in addition to commercial use, right, you may need a permit at that point, right? Because there's also, it's how it's used. It's not necessarily just the product itself, but what is the potential end use of that product and who else could be able to use it? So in that case, right, you would have to be able to, you as the manufacturer or as the person who's selling the product would need to work with US Customs to be able to get a permit, right? So that way you can be able to export the product. Okay. And for some, right, if you guys are for most of us, right, you're probably packaging your products right now, right? Probably sending a care package to some of your family out in California or even to Washington, right? And if you're filling out the USPS forms, on those customs forms, right, there's a little box there that says AES exemption. What that is basically that it allows you to be able to send the product overseas, right, and without needing an export license. That's basically what that is. So that's just, a fun tidbit for some of you folks who were wondering, what is this and what is this exemption? What does it mean, right? So now you know, for some of you folks that didn't know that. So a couple reasons, right, that some small business owners would want to do to export, right, is obviously one, you want to grow the bottom line. Right. At the end of the day, anytime that you're able to, as I mentioned, expanding even to one market, one global market can definitely increase your profits, right? By more than 17% at that point. So I think we had Everything Guam, for example, had mentioned, some of the markets that they're looking to get into, even if they were to capture even 1% to 2%, of selling to that global population of that location they want to sell to, that would, make huge impacts, right, on their revenues, right, that they're bringing in from that specific product and just to that market. Also, let's bear in mind, right, what we're selling domestically, this is, it's such a small number, right, of people that we're selling to when there's so many people that live outside of the US, right? 95% of the world's consumers live outside of the US. So that's a lot of potential customers, right, that you could be able to sell to. When we also take a look at, how many types of businesses are actually exporting, small businesses are actually, they make up a large number of exporters in general. Of the large firms that you do see, for the most part, they're just able to export because they can sell higher volume, right? So at that point, there's maybe some suppliers that you're working with, that can be able to, provide products at a lower cost, especially because they have lots of markets. They have the ability, right, to be able to produce in high volumes to send out, right, to export their products to multiple countries. So almost 98% of all exporters are small to mid-sized businesses. So for some, right, even if you're looking for raw materials, right, you might be looking at, I don't know, Alibaba, right? And so even though Alibaba is a global marketplace, when you take a look at some of those suppliers that are there and the vendors, they've actually, small or mid-sized companies, and eventually, right, being in that marketplace helps them to grow. So again, that's just, some of the things that if you're considering whether or not you should get into exporting, right, just looking at it in a macro perspective, and how all those, just like in general, right, as business goes, right, you kind of build up to it, you start to level your foundation and be able to generate more revenue. Okay, so a couple questions, right, you should ask yourself. Are you already selling online? If the answer is yes, then for sure you already have an online presence. For some of us, right, when you're entering in, the first thing that you do, you see a product that you need, where do you go to, right? You use your phone and you do a quick Google search, right? You're looking for things, and then of course the first things that pop up, depending on what your search is, are usually those that are closer to you, and then of course it branches out, right, as far as proximity. But for the most part, you see some of these companies, that are able to have either products exactly as what you're looking for or something similar, right? So if you're already selling online and you're on Shopify, maybe you're on Etsy, right? And you probably have someone who's purchasing a product, I don't know, from Thailand, from Vietnam, right? That has seen your product and they've purchased from you from that, and you were able to send it there. I also see this with military, right? So we have a lot of military families, right, that are living overseas, and of course they love to be able to take a little bit of home with them. So at that point, right, they're also ordering their products, right, whether it's bases in Germany, bases in Okinawa, for the most part, right, again, that's also expanding, right, that marketplace to get to those customers. So also you want to choose the right e-commerce service provider. In this case, right, I was talking about Shopify, but for some, you might be selling on Etsy, you might be selling on Amazon, you might be, I think there's other third-party sellers right now, much bigger or even in these other local markets that you might be trying out. Again, if that's a way that you're getting your product out there, maybe you're partnering with another company and you're listing that product on their website. Again, that's great global marketing for you. So as we can see, right, the B2B e-commerce sales, which is the business to business, of course, commercial companies have much bigger money to be able to spend. So that's why those e-commerce sales are going to be more than selling directly to the consumer, right? Because the consumer is probably purchasing, at a much lower quantity. Okay, so do think about that, right? Incorporating how are you selling to big companies or to small, mid-sized companies, and then how are you also selling right directly to the consumer, to the customer. If you're looking to, increase your sales channels, again, we heard from a couple folks that attended the trade shows. Those are great ways for you to have one booth and your experience, your exposure, right, to multiple vendors that are there in the hundreds, right? So that kind of networking is going to be invaluable to any business, right, who's looking obviously to export. So you may also want to take a look at third-party e-commerce platforms that can handle fulfillment for you, or how you handle the fulfillment yourself, right? So we talked about Amazon as one of them. So again, there's different ways that you can be able to try different things so that you can be able to, increase the distribution of your products and services. You can also look to franchise, right? Franchising your business, right? If there's some restaurants that you're looking to franchise here on Guam, I see a lot of local restaurants here that would be great to be able to franchise. You can also be a supplier to a large U.S. company who has international sales. Now we call this, it's called piggyback sales, right? And so basically you're allowing this supplier who already has these relationships to be able to piggyback off of them, so that way you can still be able to sell their products, right? Maybe your product is complementary to what they're already selling, okay? You may also want to increase the value of your business. You know, if you're looking to sell the business, right? Maybe you have a family-owned business and you're looking to, bring the next generation up to be the successor. This is another reason, right, to transition over to export, because you're increasing now what your valuation is of the business, so that you can be able to, sell the company at a much higher value than when you first started. It can also increase your competitiveness, right, from a local, regional, and a global perspective, because now, right, you're really opening it up to being competitive on a global scale, especially when you have products, right, that are either exactly the same, sort of similar, that have maybe certain similar factors and features, right? And as always, right, competition is good, because I see a lot of our local entrepreneurs here, right, who a little competition, right, just lights up that little fuel, right? It keeps you motivated. It helps you to know, like, look, I have to keep innovating. I have to keep making a new product mix, adding new lines, because this is something that's in demand, right? So that you can continue to be around for the business while longer. A couple reasons also is to look at, what's called the free trade agreements. So the U.S. Has already entered into 20 free trade agreements, and this is going to continue to grow. So with the World Trade Organization, again, they're just encouraging a lot of these member countries to make things a little bit easier, right, for these countries who are participating to be able to ease, right, the movement of goods from country to country. Now, when you'll find too, as you start to get into exporting, right, that these free trade agreements really are going to be beneficial to you as the exporter, because then you're treated more as a domestic company, right? So then, as far as inspection goes, right, for some of us, it's, we understand how hard it is sometimes, right, to clear customs. And so with that, looking at how they're being treated as domestic companies can help to ease, right, that burden, right, to bring in products, right, for to be imported. Okay. So other questions, right, is, are you using your production capabilities fully? As small business owners, right, you're looking to purchase equipment to basically use it to its full capacity, its full potential capability. So then that way, that your manufacturing equipment is returning it, is a good return on the investment, right? You want to increase that. If you're not using the equipment to its maximum capacity, right, at that point, are you losing money? Right. So at some point, it's, if you're looking to grow your capabilities, maybe you have a manufacturing or production capability that you can assist other businesses with, right? Again, that's other forms of revenue for you to think about. And we've seen this a lot, during the pandemic, right? When some of these folks have heavy equipment that can be used for other purposes, and they're, because they're not in operation, there are other businesses really that can be able to benefit through a partnership or some kind of way, right, that they can be able to still put that piece of equipment into good use. Okay. Also, as you enter in a new international market, this could mean, right, that this might be a new variation, a new design. Maybe there's modifications, right, that you need to make, that either one, especially in the food, right, in the food products that you're going to look to export. Remember that a lot of these products, right, you need to modify them, right? I think I heard one of the STEP participants talking about, a product that was sent to Japan, right? And as far as looking at food labeling, right, there's certain requirements that some of these countries are, they don't require preservatives, right? They don't accept that. So at that point, you're gonna have, what do you need to do, right, to modify your product? So that way, it could be easier to export to the country that you've chosen, right? That's a good market for you. Okay. So just to keep in mind, right, if you can think about Kit Kat, right, before, Kit Kat always knew that it was, just mainly chocolate. And then now, with that partnership and having Kit Kat as based in Japan, right, we see some of these like red bean Kit Kat, matcha, right? So just think about, how some of those big companies also too saw that as a need, like, hey, we have, these global customers that have specific taste, palates. So at that point, they wanted to still be able to appeal to them by looking at flavors they were already familiar with. So this goes down to also diversifying the market, right? So there could be, at some point, right, we're looking at what's called recession proofing, right? So at this point, right, there might be some points in your sales cycle, right, where your product, you actually have seen a decline in sales. Having another export market, to be able to fill in those down cycles are also going to be beneficial, right, to you, so that you're continuously, having some source of revenue that's not 100% reliant on the local market. Okay. We see this too with, seasonal products, right? Highly seasonal products. So this is really able to help you out to smooth out your sales and production right throughout the year. Okay. So as I mentioned, there are several resources, right? The government, U.S. government, as well as our local resources can be able to provide. And one of that is the market research and development resources. I can definitely tell you that through the STEP training, and also to working with the companies that, I was able to advise, there's a lot of research and development resources from trade.gov. There's also the United Nations that has, a lot of this research that you can be able to use specifically for the industry that you're looking to get into, right? Because you want to be, have well-informed decisions, right? To know, is there a demand, right, for this product, for this service? Is it growing? Is it a declining industry specifically in this market, right? There's also what's called the buyer matching program. And for this is what they call the gold key matching service. So with that, the U.S. Commercial service is able to provide gold key matchmaking services for that, which starts putting companies in contact with those businesses who are already ready to buy, right? So definitely that's great for businesses who have good products and they're basically just looking at having buyers ready to go. There's also, as we mentioned, the potential buyers on the U.S. trade missions. Again, working with the Department of Commerce, you're able to, have access to several trade missions that you can participate in, as well as, the partnerships that GEDA also has with several of these agencies can definitely be to your benefit. Okay. And then also on the financing options, right? So SBA has the Export Express as well as the Exim Bank, right? That also provides some insurance, right, for you, for those who are looking to sell to a different market. So this real quickly, it's again, is your business ready to sell, right? A couple things you need to know. You have to have an export plan, be able to find the buyer, and then you're ready to sell, right? And looking at some of these things when you're ready to sell, right? This might include the website, also maybe securing some financing. So we've gone through, a few of these questions, and I advise you, if you're interested in going through some of this, and going through some of these questions, if you have a partner or maybe a trusted network or support group, if this is something that you are interested in doing, I highly recommend that you go through some of these questions with them and just see, is your product or service something that you are ready and willing to put in for exporting, right? So if you have a good domestic sales, for example, right, that's a good indicator, right, that you would be successful in exporting, right? The second is management committed, right, to developing export markets and willing to dedicate the time and resources? Management buy-in is very, very key and very important for this. And it's because with that, especially when you have multiple partners that are in the company, you need that support, right? Because they're the leaders that will be able to get you the resources that you need, right, to get your company ready for export. Or additional resources, right, that you need. Do you have sufficient production capacity? Again, this means not just looking at packaging, but do you need a bigger space, right? Do you need a bigger facility? Where are you going to store this? Looking at all of these different options, right, is going to be key to help you, if you're looking at entering, maybe this is going to help you modify your export plan. Rather than looking at 3 markets, if you have a smaller space that you're working with, it might just be 1. Let's test 1 market. If this looks good and we're, getting, a consistent cash flow from this market and we're growing, then we can open it up to another market, right? So there's some of those factors, right, that one thing has to happen before the next. The second is, do you have financial resources, right, to support that increase in product sales? Now, just because you're increasing product sales, right? This also looks at increasing your variable costs, right? Now, are you able to meet those demands, right? If there's some of these matchmaking companies that, or these companies identified through matchmaking that are ready to buy, are you able to fulfill that, right? Fulfill those inventory requirements. If you're attending trade shows, right, that also requires financial resources. If you're if you set up a booth there, right, that also costs money, right? You have to ship the products, you have to set up your booth, get everything ready. You need to print out materials, you need to get your team there. So just make sure, right, that while there are some federal programs that can help you offset those costs, still, right, there's some kind of cost that the company would also incur. Now, intellectual property protection is always something that's key, especially if you have something, that you don't, once you start putting products out into an international market, right, you don't want to run the risk of people copycatting, right, copying the product that you have. So it's important, right, that you take a look at what the international intellectual property rights are, because just because you have U.S. patent protection, copyright, trademarking, does not mean that that domestic IPP translates, right, or is translates into the market that you're looking to get into, right? So especially if it's Japan, if it's South Korea, if it's, someplace in Hong Kong, right? So intellectual property protection, definitely, you want to make sure that that's put up together, just at least to prevent, right, any, especially if you have specific things that are proprietary to the business. And then does your company have capabilities, right, to modify these ingredients and packaging to meet the foreign import regulations? Now, one of the things that we saw earlier was the USDA Foreign Agricultural Services. Now, each country that you're looking to, this is primarily to products that are food-based. Now, as I mentioned, in Japan, for example, they do not, a lot of the products that they're receiving, they have no preservatives. So there's certain things, right, that they would need to do, right, to make sure that those nutrition labels are, show the ingredients and what specific preservatives or ingredients are not allowed in that country. Also, too, when we're looking at, one of the things we don't mention here is once you open up your product to an international market, you have what's called UPC or Universal Product Codes. Now, anytime that you're looking to add that product to a third-party vendor, or even looking to sell it on Amazon, your product needs a UPC code, right? So just bear that in mind, right? That these are some of the requirements that you need to have. That your product needs to be ready before it gets to that market. Okay. Let's see. Sorry about that. We seem to be having some issues here. And then, of course, lastly, it's looking at the financials, right? The letters of credit, right? Does your company have knowledge and experience of export payment methods? Now, this is key, especially because when you have buyers that are in Hong Kong that you've only talk to over the phone, maybe even over email, right? Sometimes you want to make sure that you're properly screening these buyers, right? So with that, the letters of credit that Exim Bank also provides is going to be key, right? Because what you don't want happening is when your product gets there and you haven't yet secured payment from the buyers, right? That's, again, with that, right, that's a cost on you. You're paying for shipping there and then also having to pay to receive it back again, right, depending on what's going on with that transaction. Also, do you have appropriate knowledge in shipping your product overseas? Again, there's so many different things that, we have to be mindful of, right? Are you shipping it via air? Are you shipping it via ship? And then what's going to happen when it gets off the ship and it needs to move to ground transportation, right, at that point? So things like that, right, that all becomes part of planning the transshipment part of the product, right? So again, it's looking at that, definitely working with a shipping company that you trust to help put together those shipping documentations, okay? So again, just looking at a couple things, right? Some of the experts from Guam, as we mentioned, right? Some of these folks you've probably already heard from today, and then some that are coming up. So again, if there's one thing that you could definitely take away is, make some time if you have questions, reach out to us here at the SBDC. Again, you're not in this alone. It definitely takes a village to raise an export. So as you saw with the cohort that completed STEP, again, they lean on each other. They become good resources to each other. So again, looking to build that network is going to be really key for you. The QR code here to the bottom right, if you're interested in scheduling a counseling session here at the Guam SBDC, I highly encourage you to go ahead and do so, and then a business advisor will be in contact with you. So with that, again, if you have any questions about the Guam STEP grant, as far as Ms. Mel Mendiola mentioned, right, that they're looking to reapply again for the next STEP program to get additional funding. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And with that, I wish you all the best, and good luck on all your exporting plans, and definitely feel free to contact us here at the Guam SBDC. If you have any questions, I would definitely be able to help you in any way that we can. Jesus Maasi, and thank you so much for your time. I'll head this back over to you. Thank you so much, Norm.
All right, thank you, Angel, for all that information. You have so much information, in fact, that we are keeping you on for the next session. All right, are you guys ready to catch the wave of exporting? Our next session, Catch the Wave, Export Market Trends, will get you thinking about the trends that you should consider for your business. Let me bring it back to Mel.
All right, I think I wanted to mention one thing is Angel and I both share a quality of sometimes talking so fast because we have a lot of information in our brains to share. And so I wanted to tell everyone in the conference that Angel Paulino is a very approachable young lady. And so you can always reach out to her with questions or to ask her anything specific. And she is very responsive, and she'll hook you up. Okay, so do not be intimidated by her plethora of knowledge about exporting. Okay, all right, so I want to thank the panelists for joining us today. We've got a great knowledgeable panel in exporting. They're from organizations and entities that support small businesses and including the export market. So joining us today, we have Angel Camacho Paulino, Business Advisor, Women in Business Program Coordinator from the Guam Small Business Development Center, who you heard from just now. Joanna Herron from the Global Connect Manager from the Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, USADA. May Sapan, Director of the Sacramento Minority Business Development Authority Business Center. Dale Wright, Vice Chair from the Hawaii Pacific Export Council. Aloha. And Rob Hack, Board of Director from the Hawaii Pacific Export Council. Aloha, and thank you everyone for joining us. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do a little bit of introduction. Angel, you already did your thing, so we'll go ahead and how about you, Johanna? Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your organization?
Sure, thank you. I just want to start by saying I am really excited to be here, and listening to the first session was just absolutely delightful. There are so many amazing things going on that I couldn't be more excited to be working with Guam and being invited to this today. So I was thrilled to hear all of your stories and get to listen in and do a little eavesdropping. So the Western U.S. Ag Trade Association is an organization that's been around over 40 years. And our vision is to see Western U.S. and the American territories. We work with 3 American territories, American Samoa, Guam, and the Mariana Islands. And we serve agribusinesses in those 3 American territories and 13 Western states. And see them flourish basically in the global marketplace. We're a nonprofit trade association that is supported by the Foreign Agricultural Service through funding from the Farm Bill called the Market Access Program. And this funding comes through our organization. And what we do is we partner with our member states and American territories to come up with trade missions that are appropriate for the businesses that they support, like businesses such as your own. So what they do is they work together as a region and decide on trade shows or trade missions where they might go to a country or bring buyers from a country to your location. So some to Guam or some to California or wherever they decide, and meet up with businesses. we have various components to our organization. So we might do things like specific trade missions, or we also do things such as our cost share program. So if you have a marketing plan and you're already exporting somewhere in Japan, say, then you could apply for that cost share program. And let's say you started to get into a new market and wanted to, or had to change your packaging or something like that, you would be able to find some funding assistance through us, where you could get some of that money recovered and costs assisted with. The other component that we have is export education and expertise, if you will. So one thing we have is in-country contractors. We have 5 of them right now on retainer. We also contract on a case-by-case basis, depending on where we're going. But the ones that we have on retainer right now are in China, Korea, Japan, Latin America, and ASEAN. And so we do have them as experts, and we also work really closely with the Foreign Ag Service, the ag trade officers in different countries. So I was excited to hear about the story from Hong Kong. I was just on a wonderful ag trade officers spotlight on Hong Kong, and they were talking about that very topic, how it's really great because you can get in there so easily compared to other places. So that was a wonderful example and a very good point to be heard. So there's a lot of benefits to being involved and partnered with WUSADA. The companies are able to, if you're eligible, you're able to sign up and be in our program for free. Anytime you hear about a trade mission that's going on, or you're interested in a trade mission, you can favorite that type of activity so that you hear about it right away, and then you can sign up and register. So that's a little about my organization, and I'm excited to be here to answer some questions and be on this panel. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Joanna. All right, let's go ahead and hear from May, Director of Sacramento Minority Business Development Authority. May Saipan, welcome. Welcome to Guam virtually.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Greetings to everyone from sunny California, and I'm so pleased to be invited to join so many wonderful panelists here. As mentioned, I am the director of the Sacramento Minority Business Development Agency. We are part of a network of over 35 different business centers and 4 export centers operated by various different organizations, and we are funded from the Department of Commerce out of an agency called the Minority Business Development Agency, or MBDA for short. Special thanks to the Guam Economic Development Authority for reaching out to invite us to join you today. The MBDA is an agency of the Department of Commerce, and their focus is primarily established to promote the growth of minority-owned businesses. And this is done through the mobilization and advancement of public and private sector programs. And as I noted, we are part of a network of centers located throughout the United States. And so we are one of 3 centers in the California state focused on assisting MBEs to succeed, to grow both domestically and globally. Most of our focus over the past 5 years, since 2016, as the Sacramento MBDA Export Center, has been in assisting export-ready business owners in scaling and growing abroad with a focus on Asia Pacific. However, because of our network and reach, we also work with partners to assist those who wish to focus on beyond Asia Pacific region. And over the past 5 years, we've been able to assist many business enterprises in engaging abroad in over 31 countries. I would say that accessing contracts is a big reason for why many business enterprises come to us for assistance. The top 3 industry sectors that we have seen many of our clients interested in accessing or are contracting with include the services industry, wholesale trade, and construction. Additionally, the countries that top our list for exports in Asia Pacific include China, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, and the Philippines. I'm sure China at the top of the list is not a surprise to many of you. ASEAN countries have also over the years emerged as a significant opportunity, both for global contracts and trade and exports with many of our small business owners. Trends that we as a center have observed closely based on the needs of our clients include the growth of the digital economy, and this is before the pandemic even began. Online shopping trends in Asia Pacific include commerce around electronics, the use of social media as digital storefronts. We've seen that spread across Southeast Asia significantly, and cross-border online retail. Online spending is expected to rise to over $240 billion by 2025. And with the increase in intra-regional travel, online media usage, the growth of e-commerce continues to rise. I think I'll stop here and happy to take on any questions specific to the trends that I've just briefly gone over, or if you have any questions about our services and assistance to US-based businesses. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, May. All right. And so we have from the Hawaii Pacific Export Council, Dale Wright and Rob Hack. Dale and Rob, welcome. And please tell us a little bit about yourselves and your organization.
I'm going to let Rob go first because he's on a time crunch. So,
thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Hawaii Pacific Export Council, let me backtrack. I'm in the airport in the lounge changing planes, and so I have to keep my mask on. So I'll try to speak quietly here, but the Hawaii Pacific Export Council is one of 61 DECs, a district export council spread around the United States. And we are a quasi offshoot of the Department of Commerce in Washington, and all of our board members, of which we have approximately 30 right now, of which Melvin will be one of them next year. So thank you very much, Melvin, and congratulations on getting vetted for that. We are all vetted and have to have extreme export experience in order to be on the board. And what we do is provide Hawaii and Pacific companies with export knowledge, developing export plans, and then helping them make connections in the markets that they're trying to export to. So obviously, when you have a name like the Hawaii Pacific Export Council, and you're based in Honolulu, then you work with Hawaii companies. But the P also means Guam, CNMI, and American Samoa. And we try to work very carefully with those companies as well through SBDC and other organizations, GEDA and the like. What we do every year is put on a series of seminars. They used to be in person, but now they're webinars. And we archive those videos on our YouTube channel, which I would encourage you all to look at. If you just go to YouTube and search Hawaii Pacific Export Council, it's very easy to find. And we have videos on a wide range of exporting topics, from finance to logistics to what have you. And most of the companies in Hawaii share similar problems with exporting that Guam companies do. There's a lot of things in common, particularly based around logistics, cost of shipping, and what have you. Similar also to Guam is that Hawaii companies tend to look at Japan first and foremost as their primary export market. We try to get them to look at Canada and Mexico because of the USMCA agreement. However, our Hawaii companies are really aimed at Japan, then probably secondarily Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, China, and then a few companies exporting to Europe and South America. So it's very, very similar to Guam. We've been to Guam a couple times doing trainings and seminars live in Guam, and it was wonderful. We met lots and lots of companies there, and just had a great time training the companies there on export topics. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dale if you have any comments.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Rob, and bon voyage.
Thank you.
I currently serve as vice chair of HPAC. I moved to Hawaii 3 years ago after retiring from the Foreign Commercial Service. I worked for Department of Commerce, Foreign Commercial Service for 20 years as director of the U.S. Export Assistance Center in Sacramento. And then I went overseas and I served in Tokyo, China, Mexico, and Europe for like 3 years in each place, helping U.S. companies get into the markets over there. And I think Angel talked a lot about our services, but I did want to mention, I think one of the things you're getting an idea of is that there's a huge infrastructure available for small exporters, right? From the local SBDC and MBDA to the federal government through Commerce, State Department, and of course the Foreign Ag Service. Joanna has a great program with USADA. I worked with USADA for quite a long time when I was director of exports for California ag products. So anyway, I strongly encourage you to avail yourselves of these services. For the U.S. Commercial Service, your main contact point would be John Holman, who's here on Hawaii, and he also covers the Pacific Island region. Our global network spans 80 countries and about 240 different posts because that's, we have consulates as well. And in China, I think we have 5 different commercial officers in various posts around China. So these are people that are very knowledgeable about their markets. And maybe even more important is the local staff in different embassies, because they're like a tremendous resource. And most of them have been there for a long time, whereas us commercial officers, we rotate out every 3 and 4 years. But like if you go to Mexico, for instance, you'll find specialists that do training and education, tourism, food products, all sorts of different services and sectors. So, go through John first, and then he can connect you if you want to, look at other markets. And like Rob said, and you all know, Asia Pacific obviously is the main market for Guam products. But I really do encourage you to look at other markets, especially now with e-commerce going strong, where you don't have to show up to a market in person. When I was in Europe, I worked on e-commerce there. And, Europeans have a special, I don't know if affinity is the right word, but, the Asia Pacific, or the Hawaii Pacific region, I should say, has a special panache for European consumers as well. So, I think my colleague Cynthia Torres will talk a little bit more about that in the next segment. But, look at some of those other markets, like Rob said, Canada, Mexico, that you may not think about, but have a pretty vibrant, like middle class and upper middle class market, for countries for products from places like Guam and Hawaii and some of the other islands. So, one of the things that I think Angela mentioned was our Gold Key service. The nice thing about that is it costs some money. It's like $900 or something, $950. But I think the STEP program can help defray some of those costs. I hope I'm right in saying that. And so, that's a great deal for exporters, because you'll get a full pantheon. You might be 1 or 2 days, 5 appointments each with possible importers. And these are companies that have expressed interest in your product, right? So somebody from the embassy has actually gone and talked to them about your product, almost served as a salesperson for you. And then, they say, oh yeah, that sounds interesting. So then they come and meet with you, right? So the Gold Key services are kind of gold key, the best service I think we have. But, we do market research, customized market research for companies. If you have a problem, I think Angela mentioned the intellectual property issue. So we partner with the PTO, Patent and Trademark Office, which is also part of the Department of Commerce, in certain overseas markets to help if you are getting ripped off, somebody uses your logo or tries to, somehow present your product as theirs. That happens a lot, especially in China and some of the other countries. So that is one thing we need to be careful of, but we do have experts in various markets that can help you with that. And we do advocacy, like if you find a difficulty getting into a market, somebody from the embassy will actually go and talk to the national government on your behalf to try and smooth access to your product. So, and then we do a lot of trade events, of course. Now they're becoming not in person anymore, but I'm sure the day will come again when we do in-person stuff. So that's just kind of a brief overview of what commerce has to offer. FAS has fabulous programs as well. And we also partner with FAS in overseas markets to help get food products into those markets. So, I highly recommend that you talk to any of us, talk to John Holman here in Hawaii, and take advantage of these services. So thank you very much.
Excellent. And so let's just get straight to it, okay, here. So one of the priorities of this administration has to do with the circular economy, so removing waste from the waste stream. And so one of the export markets that Guam has had in the past was companies here exporting, let's say, aluminum to China. We have other companies here that are looking at other innovative ways, maybe taking all the time. All of you are familiar with island economies, and our island economies, we have a very finite amount of space. And one of the things that we'd like to do is start to remove waste from our waste stream. So take tires and sell them to Japan, or take our plastic water bottles and sell them to China. So do any of you have maybe case study experience on this, or can you show us how you would apply that to the services your organization offers? Why don't we go ahead and start with the Hawaii Export Council, Dale or Rob?
Well, I think, on HPAC, one of the interesting things about this organization is we have a lot of expertise in all sorts of different fields, countries. Rob is on his way to help a client right now. We've got people who are really well versed in doing business in Southeast Asia, in China. They have companies that are there all the time. And they'll be happy to, consult with any of your companies that have questions about that. I do know, it's getting increasingly difficult, I think, to sell like waste products to China. China's trying to get away from that. I've been reading some articles recently where they want to do finished products and they don't want to be the repository of everybody's waste products, right? So that's one caution I would give you in terms of trying to sell that kind of stuff to China. But I think finished products for sure, China, it can be a welcoming market. I'm a little concerned about the politics that's going on there right now. I was there for 3 years and things have changed drastically since I left in 2013. And I'm a little worried about what's happening there. But anyway, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Oceania, they remain really strong export markets for us. So.
Are there any particular products that perhaps you see trending or emerging in high demand? How about we'll talk to May on this?
Particular products. I can speak to particular industries, less so products, and this is primarily based on our clientele here in California. While we do serve businesses located throughout the U.S. due to location proximity, most of our clients hail from California, and being an ag state, we do have a lot of agricultural, food and beverage type of products. I think
like wine?
Wine is a big one. In fact, we do have a lot of clients who represent wine, and we're also surrounded by vineyards. So that is a big industry for us. I would also say that wellness in the past few years have emerged as a top industry. And I realize it's a very broad term, but I think over the past year, actually, even before COVID started, we had several country representatives come to us and ask for assistance in getting products out because there is a growing demand within the Asia Pacific region. So well-being, wellness, such as vitamins, organically sourced products. So, so there is a bit of a focus on that, at least as represented by our clientele.
And I really think that that echoes kind of the last panel that I facilitated, where Core Seed Aquaculture was talking about his specific pathogen-free broodstock and how that was a competitive advantage for Guam and for his company and for Guam in that area. Johanna, from in the agricultural space, or actually in the value-added space, if you can speak to that as well, any trends or emerging high demand that you're seeing?
Yeah, I would just add that, so we partner with, for our trade data monitoring expertise, we work with Euromonitor, and they have endless reports of different things different ways to look at things. And so when I posed all of these questions to our partner, she came back with about 15 different reports. I was browsing through them. One of them, though, came back with the current trends and forecasts on some things, and especially in Asia Pacific. And the 5 top things that stood out to me are, and I'm hearing this everywhere, but just for the purposes of this conversation, the top trends are digital living, rethinking wellness, sustainable living, making life easier, and searching for experiences. And if you take 2 of those things out of that, the search for experiences, and so I'm talking about your product that you'd be selling, right? You're trying to pitch it to that consumer, and they're searching for an experience because everybody's been at home for 14 months, right? And then you think about sustainability. And so if you are looking at sustainability, when they dug a little deeper at what that means, they came up with the 5 themes of waste management, sustainable sourcing, decarbonization, and social inclusion, and tech-driven innovation. So if you are looking to do something with your waste and island, things of that nature, you might consider tying that into that real life experience, right? Helping tell that story, making sure that you're tying in what part of those highlights can you feature, because that sells, and it's very important globally right now. There's a huge uptick in all over in caring about animal welfare and about healthy, mindful eating and all kinds of things in that nature. So there is a market out there for it. It's just, I think, like Dale said, not necessarily the raw product of waste, but maybe a value add product of it. So what can you do with it that would tell a story of how you're reusing or something of that nature?
That coincides beautifully with the makers space that is being opened in a few weeks locally, Guam's first makers space, where with a focus on taking waste from the waste stream and turning it into a finished product. So I love that really ties in, I think, with what we're doing here. So with regard to the pandemic, I think kind of shifting in this direction. What are you observing with regard to businesses and how they're adapting to the pandemic? And I think to build on this question, are you seeing more an emerging export in areas of service, not just tangible product, but services, educational services, et cetera? How about we go back to May on this?
Thank you. We have seen an uptick in services, and I would say for the first half of, or the second half of 2020, our teams have primarily been focused on helping small business owners transition from brick and mortar storefronts to digital storefronts, and that continues to rise in demand and popularity for as far as technical assistance goes, at least at our numerous centers that we've operated. I think as we move a little bit further into the recovery phase and resilience phase of this pandemic, many businesses are looking at how to not only turn the changes they've done during the pivot into permanent changes, but also really deepening their capacity to reach audiences outside of their neighborhoods, outside of their traditional target communities and areas. And so storytelling actually is a big demand in terms of services that we get requests for, and how to brand or rebrand themselves. And so no longer are they just a service or even a goods focused company that target specific markets, but now they're trying to broaden their appeal to other clients and markets that they traditionally wouldn't have looked at. And I think the digital space really allows our teams to work and creatively think through what are ways that we can appeal through branding, through storytelling. And so even as we speak right now, I have a team of staff who are actually going to especially here in California, as markets start to open up more and there's a bit more mobility amongst, I think, the client and the businesses, communities. People are going, I would say it's a hybrid of both virtual as well as in-person meetings. And as this transition happens more, our teams are also trying to take our technical assistance to service those business communities that are ready to embrace ways to work and operationalize what started out as a temporary transition or fix for their needs. Now they're really looking at closing out completely their services that were traditionally offered in other ways. Now it's really figuring out what are the digital platforms that are needed, not just to get us through the pandemic, but how do we deepen that? What investments do we make into these platforms? And so we're actually holding a lot of webinars and trainings to kind of delve into those areas further.
Excellent. And talking about consumer behavior, specifically with regard to online shopping, are direct to consumer strategies increasing? Or is there, do you see more of an increase in working with major, just sort of like the eBays or the Amazons of the world? What do you see as kind of more entrepreneurs finding more success in? Do you want to address this question?
Sorry, I didn't hear. Were you addressing that question to me?
I was going to say, how about let's hear from Dale or Rob?
Sure, I can chime in on that. It's a huge problem shipping one or two products from Hawaii or Guam to Tokyo or anywhere else. We generally have to use the USPS flat rate service, and it makes your per unit shipping costs very high. What we're trying to do is push the companies to pre-position a pallet or two of product in Tokyo, for example, Tokyo, and either sell it from that inventory or use Amazon or Rakuten in Japan to move the product that way. It greatly reduces the per unit shipping cost.
Great. Okay, and then over to Angel on this. Are Guam companies specifically, how are they dealing with shipping costs? Are they, I mean, first off, are they reporting that this is an issue for them, cost of shipping?
Oh, absolutely, Mel. Absolutely. Shipping is a huge thing from here, you know, and a lot of times, you know, when we look at how companies position themselves, you know, I think it's you know, like how Rob mentioned, you know, when we're thinking about it in terms of flat rate shipping, or are we looking at it in terms of calculating weight of shipping? And for the most part, you know, some of these, we've seen a couple companies, right? This is when they kind of get a little bit creative when they're thinking about how customers are purchasing. And for some, customers get a little turned off when they start seeing, some of the high costs in shipping. So for some, they've kind of pivoted and looked at, well, how can I be able to, either set like, okay, if you purchase this amount of, $50, then you'd be able to get free shipping. Or if, doing all of this. I think a lot of the small companies here on island are really looking towards getting some kind of way to offset the shipping. We see too, if there's some companies that are using, platforms like Shopify, and with that they have apps that are in there that they can be able to calculate, right, some of these shipping costs depending on, weight and all of that. So I think when it comes down to it, that is the main problem, right, that I'm hearing with some of these small business owners is, the shipping cost tends to get, it increases, right, the total value of their product. So for some, they've either incorporated it into the cost of the product, or, in some kind of way, tried to incentivize customers, by, spending a little bit more so that way it can be done more flat rate, right? So just some things they're considering.
Great. And Joanna, did you want to add anything to that concerning the movement of product from where we are to all these other destinations?
No, I don't think I have much to add. I just know that, e-commerce is not going away. It's the new thing. And that's creating this demand for direct to consumer. The only other thing I would add is we've seen some really creative things come out of the States lately where they're experimenting with by states. When I'm saying that, what I'm talking about is our member departments of ag, right? So they're representing all the businesses within the states or within the, so it'd be within Guam in this case. And they've been experimenting with some models such as having the importers take a number of small businesses products and make a gift basket instead. So it would be sort of direct to consumer, but in bulk. And then it would be assembled upon arrival. Alaska and Hawaii partnered this last round with Taiwan and did a gift basket project. So I think there's some really creative things going on right now, and I think that that there's some potential, I guess, hybrid is the word of the day, but different styles being attempted, and everybody's diversifying their business approach right now. So to keep things going. So
excellent. I see our chat box has a few questions, so I'm going to go ahead and take a quick look. Oh, okay. So we did address shipping. Let me see. I'm all the way at the top. Has the drone industry in the U.S. been communicating in this regard? So do any of the panelists want to address the drone industry's role in exporting? Okay, perhaps for another session. Okay, virtual trade show. Well, that's great. So Guam would do well for a virtual trade show. Perhaps GEDA could look at that as our next event. Melvin. Oh, the Melvin that everyone is the Melvin everyone is referencing is the Melvin that's populating the chat box. Melvin Tabilas from the GEDA office. Not to be confused with myself, Melanie. Okay. We have one company very interested in making contact with companies in Japan and other countries to send a pallet of our product and then local orders fulfilled. Do you have contacts that can help this particular company accomplish this? Hawaii Pacific or Hawaii, our Hawaii folks? Send me an email, says Rob. Okay, sounds good. Okay, we'll make sure that Pika and Lenny have your email. Thank you, Rob. Okay, moving right along here. Are there emerging markets that Guam should look at beyond Asia Pacific? So there was some mention of Mexico and Canada. Any specific items they're demanding from this region? Dale?
Yeah, I think that's a tough one because I think anything like high value added, especially for more of the Mexican elite, not the common clay market, if you will. But would have a market there. And it's nice because of the USMCA, stuff can get in duty free, and that's not an issue. Same way with Canada. Canada obviously is a more well-heeled market, and they also have an affinity for Hawaii Pacific area. So, some of the products that were showcased earlier, I think would probably have an interesting market in Canada and Mexico. I was wondering about the hot sauce, in Mexico, since of course, like somebody said, Tabasco and whatever, they love that over there. So, I think those high value added consumer products definitely have a market in Europe, provided we can work on the shipping problems. I was going to suggest, I don't know if anybody's thought of this, but maybe having a consortium of Guam companies go together and try to market, obviously there would be individual products, but, maybe you could put everything together in one shipping container and send it to Europe, and therefore reduce shipping costs. I don't know if anybody's ever thought of that, but then, having somebody like WUSADA or FAS or commercial service, find a consolidator in those markets, we certainly could do that. So something to consider.
All right, excellent. Now we've dropped FAS, which for those who are attending that are unaware, FAS is is through the USDA. And they do have local representation here in Guam. I did want to turn it over to Johanna for a second here. Is there funding available either direct to exporters out of WUSADA, or would it have to flow through? Would funding have to flow through like a GEDA, or would GEDA apply for funding to do things like the STEP program to help potential exporters? Can you talk to us a little bit about just the resources WUSADA can provide to a geography like Guam?
Yes, yeah, I'd be happy to. There's two ways to take advantage of WUSADA's resources. We still have to get Guam set up as a member American territory. It's just details that we have to figure out real quick. And but at the end of that, really, any company, any supplier that's eligible, which is 50% U.S. Or American territory U.S. Agricultural product eligible, would be to sign up, and then you can access the resources that we have in two ways. One would be if there's a trade mission that we offer. So if we're going to, for example, we're going to be attending Anuga in Germany. It's a trade show. You'd be able to purchase a booth if you wanted, and be able to go to that trade show. If it's a USDA endorsed trade show, then you could, the other resource we have available would be that you would be able to apply for our fund match program, and that's our cost share program, where you fill out an application, and then whatever you're putting up front, you get matched for eligible reimbursements. So if you were paying for a trade show booth, for example, you could get half of those costs reimbursed if it's a USDA endorsed show. If you ended up in that market making some sales and you had to do some repackaging, that could be a potential eligible reimbursement as well, 50% reimbursement, where you're sharing the costs of that. So there's things like that available. And then we do other things as we get funding too. There's but market research is one of them that I think is underutilized sometimes, where if you do have a product line, like let's say you were selling kombucha or something else, and you wanted our member partner, be it Melvin or whoever Guam selects, to do some market research on something, they could dig in a little bit and find out what emerging markets might be good for that commodity or value-added product, that kind of thing. So we could do some digging on some of that stuff. And the other thing is we have occasionally we have something like right now we have an export readiness program where Guam can nominate 2 companies to join this this export kind of like what you guys are doing. I think similar to your STEP. It's sort of an accelerate class where they go through 5 classes to get familiar with what some of the rules are with exporting, and it's at no cost. So there's different things that we offer.
Great. And this question is building on, so if I'm getting ready to export, one of the areas that I think can be relatively intimidating are these ideas of regulations. regulations, policies, free trade agreements, political instability. How can WSADA or even or Sacramento MBDA Business Center, or the Minority Business Center, how do you help your clients navigate through that? Or how should we be viewing all of these different issues, and how can we navigate through them effectively? May, how about we start with you?
Sure. I think depending on the country of interest, we work very closely with various different consulate offices to ensure that we have the most up-to-date information with regards to security as well as trade policies. So in fact, we often in our trainings and events, we typically invite a lot of our consulate generals to come and share. And generally they'll represent the latest trends within their country to support any interest of American businesses desiring to export to their locations. But I think it's really important that we work closely with our partners. And so a lot of times we partner up with the U.S. Commercial Service Office close to us, or specifically with an area of focus in that country of interest. And so I think cultural as well as political implications are all very much critical to understanding and knowing before you dive into any new markets.
Yes, Dale.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, we produce, every embassy every year produces what we call the country commercial guide. So it's updated annually, and it tracks political stuff, barriers to trade and all that kind of thing. It's available on the website, export.gov. So, any company can get into that website and download those reports. They're usually very exhausting information on what's happening in that country. So
here's a question from our chat, or directly to me, had to do with getting onto bases. So overseas bases military bases in Korea, Germany, etc. Do your organizations have any success in helping businesses get onto military bases? Dale, I think we might have to kick this one back to you.
Well, you mean selling to bases? I mean,
That's
or
right.
physically going
Or
into the base?
representation at NEXs worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to go through probably DOD and DC to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to just like waltz into the base and say, hey, I want to sell my product. That doesn't work, So you'd have to go through the NEX or whatever to do that. But I think it's possible, definitely. But I think you'd have to probably start in DC, and I don't know if anybody else has any other things to add about that. But it's a very competitive market. So
most definitely. How about you, Joanna, with WSADA? Any experience with overseas base selling onto bases like the commissary, food products, value-added products?
Not as much. I was going to say that I think this question is much more appropriate for my panelists and Dale and May, and that we're more of that relationship connection. But I love hearing their responses and learning from them, because I think the whole thought of export is overwhelming. And when you talk about that topic specifically, it's hard, especially when you throw in travel status too, right? Can you even go? And, I've been even just trying to navigate the current status of what, if you do go, what are the rules, and how do you keep up with that? Because the day you put out the rules, it changes the next day, right? And there right now is not an easy time for exporting. But, I think the comforting thing is that you all have access to people like us, which are, we're all really excited to help, and just figuring out who to go to is going to be the key. And so I would say this question's more appropriate for them. So
Okay, as we start to kind of wrap up on time, I wanted to ask a question to each of the panelists individually. So starting with Angel, so I'm interested to know, can you share with us the success story? Like when you're doing any type of training or talking to somebody about your organization, and you say, you know what, this is the person whose life we changed, okay, through our services. Angel, can you go first? What you got, girl?
And Mel, that's like a tough question. The goal is to get everybody there.
I know, but we got to start. There's got to be a star.
All right, all right.
Tell us.
All right,
tell us. You don't have to tell us who it is, Angel, but you just what you're doing. How did you help them, and where are they now?
All right. So I would definitely say, for us, in helping a specific company get to that, again, it's going back to, for some, it's looking at your capabilities. And I think especially for some companies who are small to mid-size, when you're really looking at, how much can you actually do, looking at the manpower that you have, I think it's, for the most part, when we see the globe, when we see we want to have more sales, we think about it in that perspective. Okay, we're going to go big, we're going to go this. But my reminder is always, for this specific company, they might know who they are, is that, even just, 1% or even a very small percentage of that specific market can do wonders for you. And if at that point you can do it well, consistently, and you get a really good foothold in that specific market, continue to do that and then from there, once you know that has been successful, it becomes the model now for you to move on to another market. And I really think that especially when we're looking at small to mid-sized companies and the resources and the capabilities that we have here locally, the companies that we have, I think they want to grow smartly, especially in a pandemic where we have limited resources. And I think it's really looking at that and knowing that what is the best fit for me, and also kind of looking at it, well, if you have these resources, kind of like how Dale was saying, if you have these resources at your fingertips, of these organizations that can provide some of these, really leaning on them for the services to help you, lean into that, because that's what it's there for. And then from that, once that becomes a model and you're mastering that in that market, you can replicate it again for another. And I think that was a really good way to put that into perspective, because this particular company, because of that, they were able to, when you're looking at 2 or 3 different Asian markets, there's specific preferences too when we're looking at packaging. And if you have limited resources on that, you want to make sure that you at least got a good foothold in 1 or 2 markets and go from there. And I think from that, that's really what has helped this company springboard, I think, to the next. And I think they really
are they in a market? Are they in one? Okay.
They are in a good
it's
market.
Not Saipan. That doesn't count.
I'm sorry? It's not Saipan, Mel. It's not Saipan.
I love our brothers and sisters in the Northern Marianas. I'm just saying. Export market. Oh yeah, export to Saipan. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, Joanna, why don't we go to you next?
Great, I love this question. So I would go back to my experience in Alaska. I was the state lead for Alaska for WSADA when I lived there, and my work prior to export was in farm to school. I started the Alaska Farm to School program, and I worked with a producer that just started up his flour mill, and it got him into the school markets. So he went direct to consumer. Well, he was doing a lot of direct to consumer and trying to get into retail. And then we found a reliable market for him in the schools. And so that was a natural scale up, and that wasn't enough. And so we got him into the retail outlets, and then that wasn't enough of a market base. And, in Alaska, it's a lot like Guam, I'm sure, and Hawaii, where you've got this issue of, well, I don't know if it's the same exact issue, but you've got this issue of bringing barges and planes up full and leaving empty. And and so we knew that the next step was export. So I learned more about WSADA, and we also learned that our peony industry was budding, pun intended. So we planned a couple trade missions, and we got 2 trade missions going in 2019, and with WSADA funding, and we were able to bring up buyers from Canada for both the peony industry and for consumer oriented, which is a retail angle. And we're able to get both peony growers and that producer to attend. And as a result, long story short, we had sales in the peony group of one of them made actual sales of $1 million and projected sales of 10 million from the relationships they built. And then the consumer-oriented one that producer I was speaking about, while they didn't end up making those sales, they found their own broker connections for the Canada market, and then ended up attending our virtual trade show for Seattle, China, and discovered that they weren't ready for that market, because I think failures are successes too. It wasn't necessarily a failure, but what they learned was the health angle of their advertising was the strongest point. And so they used that to discover the new market that they wanted to go for, and realized that China was just too big of a market for their operation. So, so those are my two successes, or two stories.
That's wonderful. Peonies, I was gonna say, that's a lot of wedding flowers. That's $10 million, and I believe it. I believe
that
it.
was, and you have to understand that was a cooperative. So they were a group that collected multiple farms peonies. So it was a large volume, large.
And you know what's beautiful about flowers, about cut flowers? I used to say this when I worked at Farm to Table. You don't have to worry about what you put into the soil, sort of, because nobody's eating the flowers. Anyway, I never said that publicly. I just said that privately to farmers. Okay, and so Dale, success story. Do you have one for us?
Sorry, I was responding to a question in the chat box. Well, one of our board members, the HPEC board members, got his exporting success as being part of our group. It's kind of like selling coals to Newcastle, but he's actually exporting tea. And I'm one of his big consumers because I love Chinese tea, but he imports stuff as well as he exports the final product, you know, and he's been doing it pretty much all over Asia. That's just one example, but I mean, you know, of course I have many over the years of 35 years of doing this job, but as far as HPEC companies are concerned, you know, that's one that comes to mind. Yeah.
So he exports tea to Asia?
Yeah, tea to China.
So he gets the tea from China, repackages it, and sends it back to China?
I think that's what he does. I'm not exactly 100%.
If he's in Hawaii, he's probably infusing it with pineapples. I'm just, okay.
Yeah, well, he does that, and yeah, actually, and he does a lot of those kind of, you know, health teas and stuff like that. So
I got it. That's amazing. That's wonderful. That's a great story. That's a great story. Thank you. That's a great story. Thank you so much for that, Dale. Okay, and May, what about you?
Thank you. I really like this question as well, because so much of what we do isn't always packaged into beautiful stories that we can visually show. But I did put in the chat a link to a short 3-minute film that we created a couple months ago, actually, featuring one of our top exporters. And he actually, it's not official yet, so you didn't hear this from me, but he actually has been recognized as one of our top exporters within the MBDA network, and it'll be formally announced. So I'm not writing it down, but if you watch this video, you'll see that Cowway Foods, which is based here in California, but works across various different, works with producers across the US to export nuts and pecans in particular to China. And China's not known to grow pecans on their own. In fact, I think it was a difficult market for him to break into initially because it was not a well-known product. But he is one of the leading agents in popularizing pecans and has become a very sought after speaker for the Pecan Growers Association. And as a result of this video we did, the Pecan Growers Association featured him and the video on their website. And that has increased a number of calls for him to both share his knowledge, his experience of how to break into a difficult market that traditionally didn't demand his product. So it's been one of our success stories that we love to share and distribute. And we continue to work with the owner as well as his company here. I think one recent assistance that we provided Cowway Foods was their interest in expanding to Canada as well as Mexico. And so it's a new region that he hasn't historically focused on. So we're trying to help work with him in translating documents and figuring out, we're just navigating some of the trade policies and restrictions around transporting his nuts and fruits across the border.
I think one common theme across all of those stories are about challenge. Everyone had a challenge or a problem. If you know, you're kind of a glasses half empty kind of person. Everyone had a problem or a challenge, and they sought to overcome it. They sought the resources of your various organizations to overcome their challenges, and they're flourishing and in ways that they probably didn't expect. I don't know if the peony growers of Alaska ever thought that they'd reach that scale that that they reached as a result of your assistance. I don't know if anyone ever thought selling tea to China was possible out of Hawaii or out of the Pacific region. And I certainly don't, I feel like the Chinese population knows everything about food. So teaching them about pecans, that's amazing. I think that's wonderful. And all right, so that's about all the time we have for today. I believe Melvin has put links to your respective organizations, and your contact information is available as well via our office in the event that anybody needs it. And thank you again. We're so honored to have folks of your depth of knowledge and experience to sharing with our audiences here in Guam as well as in the region. And so thank you again very much, and we wish you health and safety in this crazy time. All right, back to you, Norm.
All right, to do us maas email. Thank you to our panel as well for a great conversation and for sharing your expertise. To close out our morning before our lunch break, I'd like to bring up Cynthia Torres for our next session, Digital Strategies for Your Business. Cynthia is from the U.S. Department of Commerce, specifically the International Trade Administration's U.S. Commercial Service, and is part of a global network of trade professionals charged with assisting American businesses in selling their goods and services overseas. She is currently detailed to the E-commerce Innovation Lab as the global team leader for textile, apparel, and sporting goods, with the task of developing tools and resources around digital strategies that support the cross-border e-commerce sales channel. Cynthia.
Thank you so much. Hello and good morning to everybody. I apologize for my background screen here. This is not normally on Zoom, so hopefully this won't be too distracting. I think I'm going to share my screen and get the presentation up there, and give me 1 second here. Okay, sharing the entire screen. Okay. Okay, I'm obviously doing something. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me see. Okay, do you see the presentation, the Digital Strategy 2021? I can't see you anymore, so any verbal confirmation maybe from the host can help me out.
Yes, we can see the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I'm going to go through this presentation. I've done it in 5 minutes, and I'm going to try to take the rest of the hour to get through it, including some of your questions. So let's just dive in. And I heard from the last presentation, some of you talking about digital already. So that's good. I'm going to take it maybe a little bit further and really focus in on what you as a company and an exporter need to be considering when you're kind of taking in all this information and trying to put some structure around it. So that's kind of what we've done. But before I could start it there, I think my former colleague Dale mentioned to you some of the commercial service. The key learning objectives of this presentation for me are going to be to introduce you to the commercial service, but I think you just got that. I'm going to demystify the 5 steps to the digital strategy for you, and then really raise awareness around some of the online resources that we have at the E-commerce Innovation Lab and at the commercial service. Won't spend too much time on this. As Dale mentioned, we are a global network of international trade professionals housed at the embassies and consulates around the globe and across the United States, and with representation in every state. And we can certainly help you navigate through this export process from beginning to end, whether you are new to exporting or a seasoned professional. Some of the services that we offer include the export counseling, the one-to-one counseling with you to really understand your needs. We do have access to market intelligence, both generated at the post as well as some of our purchase databases that can provide some insights about the market. Much of our time is spent with facilitating business-to-business matchmaking. And these days we are doing virtual business-to-business forums in various industries and events, and you'll probably be hearing more about those coming up in the near future. And then commercial diplomacy. If you are facing some barriers to trade, we will certainly advocate on your behalf. Wanted to just point out, if you are, I think the majority of folks on this call probably do fall into my colleague John Holman's region. He's our director out of Honolulu. Put his contact information here for you, but if you are outside of that territory, you can certainly go to this link here for the commercial service to find the local office in your neighborhood. And we're happy to help you wherever you're located. Okay. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about what is digitization, but mainly focusing on the importance of developing a digital strategy and how that supports your ability to conduct cross-border e-commerce and really compete internationally in this new digital economy of ours. So I'm sure we all know that this is not a new topic. It's been around for a while, and it's been steadily growing in consumer engagement, as well as just the depth and breadth of what e-commerce actually entails for a better part of the last decade. But recently, all that has changed and accelerated for one reason and one reason only, that trumps all others. And I don't think this is a surprise to anybody, but I cannot emphasize enough how much COVID has changed the landscape when it comes to getting into the e-commerce realm and selling in the online sales channel and what you need to be thinking about next. We all know that overnight this accelerated everything for people with the stay at home, businesses shutting down. And honestly, if you watch the news, you can kind of reflect back about some business, and maybe you're one of them, that suddenly was not able to maintain or generate the sales that you had been doing before COVID. And those of you who were able to make the pivot into the online channel, retool your business model, and really grow your awareness and your presence online. Hopefully you are able to find a way forward. And there's many cases out there of companies who did exactly this, did exactly that in the course of the last year. So I wanted to share this slide with you as well, just kind of demonstrating some of the hardest hit industries from COVID around the globe. Again, I don't think this is a big surprise to folks. Some of these are starting to rebound a little bit because they have come up with new ways forward and new tools or even new technology is changing the speed at which industries are able to recover and rebound or kind of lose footing. So oh. Digitization here, I want to go to this slide. I have those a little bit in reverse. So what is digitization? And just, I think this is an important thing to kind of clarify because it means different things to different people. And in the case of today's conversation, I'm not going to spend too much time on it at all, but for the sake of this conversation, when I refer to digitization, I'm talking more about what a country is doing with respect to building out their infrastructure to support and enable this online economy, this environment, the ability and means by which consumers can still maintain their lives and businesses can still thrive. So that includes things like the 5G stuff that you'll hear about, the enabling technologies of ICT, all of those things. But I'm mostly focused on what does that mean for you as a potential company looking to sell in the online channel. You want to know what that infrastructure looks like when you're targeting a country. How is the country's infrastructure? Are they able to maintain and facilitate a robust internet environment? And what is, most importantly, how are the consumers behaving? So if I go back, I think my intent here with this slide is simply to share with you what Cisco produced was a report on the digital readiness of 141 countries worldwide. Everything in green, you'll see those are countries that are at the amplified level, meaning infrastructure is there, consumers are there, all of the tools are in place for a very robust environment for e-commerce and making sure that that's a channel in a country that you can succeed in. As you can see through the charts there, where there's low, where acceleration or high acceleration, or areas in which they're still kind of developing and activating. So. Okay, I think what I understand is you're going to be hearing from folks about Japan and Korea later in the day. So I just wanted to share a couple of drivers about the Japan and Korean markets for you. Again, these are things that you're going to learn as you kind of evaluate the market. I heard some others talk about market research. We too are working with Euromonitor and Statista. So those reports are pretty robust and pretty detailed, and they can often help supplement the information that we ourselves are also generating. So, but in Japan, you'll see the cloud services being implemented in the ICT. That's helping to keep the uptick of activity in Japan. And the widespread or wide access to broadband internet. Although I think what I read was that they are still slightly stalled in adoption there, but it's continuing to evolve just given the pandemic and the country's push to be, I've forgotten the phrase now, but it was a society 2.0 or something like that, where it was much more technology savvy and ready for this digital economy. Okay, in Korea, quite a different environment where they are extremely well developed on their connectivity and their internet level of engagement throughout their society. Good shopping, online shopping experiences, 48 million internet users, including the mobile subscribers and the government maintaining investments for their digital infrastructure throughout COVID and obviously in the post-COVID era as well as part of their game plan. It's just a bar chart that I wanted to share with you all to kind of show the internet penetration rates in Japan. You'll see if you look over to the 2019, they are still above the 90%. Probably, going to hold their breath, not much different, I'm sure, just given the nature of the demographics. But that's an excellent penetration rate. It's just a matter of consumer behavior at this point. And then same sort of graph for South Korea. Wanted to share that with you as well, since you'll probably hear more about both of these markets. So I again won't spend too much more time on them. Okay, so getting into the nitty-gritty of what we do in the commercial service for companies every day, helping them to export around the globe. And we've been doing this offline traditionally for the last 40 years. So as a lot of the work that I've been doing at the Innovation Lab is kind of figuring out that pathway of how do we help our companies make that pivot into the online channel, and where are the touch points along the way that we as trade advisors can assist with. So isolating the need for a digital strategy and why you need one is very important. And so this is really where this journey begins. So let me just share with you some of the reasons why a digital strategy is important and how it can help you put a structure around what I have found is often a intangible for most people, and a challenge to kind of piece it all together. So the digital strategy, by putting this together, it gives the stakeholders a focused goal, and it helps organize the entire organization around that goal. In the process of doing that, it also helps you as a group to identify where those budget commitments are going to need to be made. And it's really important to understand up front that when you are moving into the online environment, oftentimes these investments are not a one-time infusion of cash. This is a new line item that you're going to have to consider carefully and then plan accordingly. A digital strategy also offers the team a good amount of clarity on how to articulate the strategy and give people a clear sense of purpose around a specific goal that keeps the team on track. And the accountability, which I think is really important. And this seemed to resonate with several clients when I first started sharing this with folks. And they said, if I had known this before, I could have saved myself a lot of money. And there's no wrong way. You know, everything is a learning experience. It's just could be a costly learning experience. So accountability to the team to keep you on track and meeting some of those key milestones along the way. Really important, it keeps you competitive by just having the conversation internally around what is needed for your organization to compete in this space. That's keeping you competitive even if you haven't done anything else. By talking about it, you're in the game. And lastly, it really comes down to customer acquisition and retention. Once you've figured out what that strategy is going to entail, this is your pathway to acquiring more customers and retaining the ones that you have. So once we figured that piece out, we set out to identify how can we define this for you, again, helping you move through this digital transformation process step by step. So we're going to talk a little bit more about each of these 5 steps and how they work and what you need to know. So we'll start here, obviously, with step 1, and it's really important. This may sound fairly simple and straightforward, but you'd be surprised at how often I hear, I don't sell anything in a shopping cart, therefore I don't do e-commerce. E-commerce is really your digital presence. So regardless if you are an engineering firm that does not use a shopping cart, or you are a company that has a product to sell and can accommodate a shopping cart, you're using your website, which is your #1 digital asset, to engage customers online. So you are doing a form of e-commerce. So the #1 thing here is first define what your objectives are and understand what type of website you have. Informational, which is to use to promote your corporate awareness, attract those customers. They're going to be doing their research. So you're going to position your website to meet that customer journey and drive them to take a particular action that triggers that one-to-one conversation and negotiation. And you'll see the flow chart on the right. outlines what that process looks like. So there is a period there where you are doing your research, the customer is, they decide that they'd like to make contact with you. And whatever your trigger point is, it could be download this form or fill out this contact us information or submit your email. It can be any number of things that you designate as your call to action, but essentially it functions as that trigger that starts the one-to-one negotiations. The transactional one is pretty self-explanatory. It's the site where you are building it out in which to sell your goods through a shopping cart experience and a checkout. And similarly on the left, we've mapped out what that looks like through that process flow of putting it in the shopping cart, passing through the checkout and the payment gateways and how that gets settled to the merchant. The third environment, which some of you may already be doing, is selling through your website as well as on a marketplace such as Amazon or many, many others. And we'll take a look at each of those. I've put some examples of what these websites might look like. Again, this is just TerraTech, an engineering firm. Nothing out of the ordinary here. If you scroll down on their main web page, you'll see lots of other information that you may click into. But on the main landing page, I just wanted to simply capture, this looks pretty straightforward and certainly no shopping cart, but there is a trigger point on the site that would engage the one-to-one contact. A example of a shopping cart product, all consumer goods for the most part would follow this model. Nothing too surprising here, but wanted to demonstrate for you. And this is the one on Amazon for the same product, just showing, making sure that they have a presence on the marketplace. And in the checkout, it's reflecting the company that is the manufacturer of the goods. And what okay, so they do have here on the live site, where I'm pointing at with my cursor now, just below the buy now, shipped from and sold by Kaplan MD Skincare. That links back to their website. So if you are selling on a marketplace, always make sure that you're going to link back to your website directly so you have a closed loop experience and you can capture those clients coming in through the marketplace itself. Okay, moving on to step two. Step two is really the cornerstone of your digital strategy. We call it that because without conducting search engine optimization, and I'm not sure how familiar all of you are with search engine optimization for your website, but it's really, really important these days. And so I think you had a digital marketing company maybe on the last panel, but they may have spoke about this. But it's really taking a good close look at your link building and how you're doing there, your keyword campaigns, and are your keywords robust enough, and are you amplifying those in all of your online real estate? How are you utilizing social media and marketplaces and such as Amazon and YouTube? And then obviously optimizing for voice commands, and these are all dictated by Google and the Google algorithms that they program their search bots to. So when they send the bots out to scour the web and score your website, there are certain elements that they are looking for specific to your website. So it is no longer enough to just create the website, set it up once, and then, or even, monitor it periodically. This is now kind of a living, breathing thing that you have to give constant maintenance to and attention to. So we're going to talk about this a little bit as we go through this next section here. So because this is a lot to take in if you're not familiar with it. So where do you begin? At the commercial service, this is one of our newer services. It's actually been around for at least 5 years now, and it's the Website Globalization Review Service. And so what we are able to do with this service is utilize it as a diagnostic tool for you. So if you are working with us and realizing that you would like to have maybe a gap analysis done on your website just to see how it's performing today, that's what we can do with this service. And so this service is perfect for that. We utilize 2 web crawlers that are very complementary out there to each other. I think they both focus on different aspects of search engine optimization. And so those 2 that generate the data about your performance, coupled with our own institutional knowledge about what's appealing to foreign buyers, is put together for you in a customized report through this website globalization review. I believe the cost for this is $100 for companies. It's a very good investment. It's one of those things that for $100 to get a better insight about your current status of operations, you almost can't afford not to do it. And the good news is that you can use STEP funding to pay for this service. You can also use STEP funding to do any repairs or improvements to the site once you make that strategic decision. I'm going to go to this next slide to show you an example of what I mean by link audits and link campaigns. Link building is very important for you. So this is just an example that we took out of one report that we did. You're going to give us a couple of competitors that you want to benchmark against. And when we put everything into the system, this is one example of information that gets shared back to you about how you are holding up against your competitors. And it gives you insight as to what your competitors are actually doing. And you can see that L'Oreal USA at one point was doing some campaigning, link building, and then dropped off in September of 2020 for some reason. And equally, Burt's Bees was doing a lot of campaign building, link building back in the March timeframe, and has been able to maintain that level of connections with those links and consistency in the marketing to maintain their top spot there. The other area of the report that I just wanted to kind of give you an example view of is information about how your keywords are scoring. So this is going to pick up those keywords that you are have on your site and that you are how you're ranking for them, right? You want to actually be monthly volume of people searching for the word pretty high. This is just demonstrating one that has a relatively, they're ranking #1, but for consistently low volume keywords. And we are not digital marketers by any means. And so let me make that very clear. We're never going to be the ones to do the technical fixes for you. But what we have done is we have worked with our industry providers across the United States for companies that are e-commerce service providers. So they have come and they've worked with us and registered with us in a number of different categories: digital marketing, e-commerce, legal and regulatory, online payments, logistic providers that may be offering some special rates, and cybersecurity. And I think there's a few other categories. And you can find this on our website at trade.gov/e-commerce. I may have a link for you towards the end, but once we share with you what your website is doing and where you are doing well and where you may need to make some improvements, we don't just abandon you. We kind of can show you where you can begin to make contact with those individuals who may be able to bring the right resources and skills to your needs. Equally, you can do a quick Google search in your local area. The difference here is we're just trying to help you kind of keep moving forward and through the digital transformation. So use this resource as maybe your first steps in doing some outreach and vetting. Okay, step 3 of the digital strategy is really about how you're going to make some strategic investments in your own infrastructure. What might that look like for you? And you need to really also consider what kind of in-house skills do you have? Do you have on staff people that are trained in and doing website development and management, or even the social media piece, which we'll talk about in a minute. But and then this slide here is really around where those investments are going to be taking place. So in 2016, there was a lot of investments taking place just in the e-commerce platform itself, meaning the Shopifys and building out your storefront on service providers and platforms, e-commerce enabling platforms like that. Back-end integration, where you were plugging in your inventory system with the, as sales came in, it was all kind of automated. Investing in mobile apps, as well as the multi-channel integration. Fast forward for about 5 years, and we see the kind of shift that's going on both on technology development and where these investments are starting to show up now. Lots of people moving to the cloud, lots of different industries are experiencing the Internet of Things, and every day it's something more. And as we all are aware, IA is getting stronger and more widely deployed every day. So think about what pieces of this evolution are you able and make strategic sense for you to invest in, and that would be what step 3 for you would look like. And we do have just one more thing here. That was one of the other categories. We do have companies on the e-commerce business service provider directory that do specialize in this back-end infrastructure piece. So take a look at that resource again to kind of get a better idea as to what technology tools might be there to meet your needs. Okay, step 4 is really about understanding the e-commerce channel mix. I emphasize this because I think it's important that you understand the 4 primary ways within the marketing channel, how you can get exposure, what each one's function, and the pros and cons of both. This slide here, I wanted to throw in here because it demonstrates how within this channel mix, you have social media, you have e-commerce marketplaces, and just how complex that the channel mix is becoming, and how things are just kind of morphing a little bit within the whole e-commerce space itself, especially in South Korea. I've recently been spending some time working in that country, not physically, but just with colleagues in the country, and learning more about their dynamics. So a search engine is no longer just a search engine, for example, with Naver. Naver now has the ability to do streaming similar to Netflix, and also may have their own, I think they launched their own shopping mall, so you can do online shopping that you would do maybe on a marketplace like Amazon, but through your search engine. So, but keeping that in mind, this slide here helps break it down a little bit, for me anyways, a little bit more clearly as to the pros and cons of each of these 4 components to the channel mix. So as we've talked about earlier, the first thing that everybody has these days is your own website. So you're going to be able to sell through your website, and the pros and cons of that are you have total control. You have over the pricing and the content and the data, but you have to do the maintaining of the SEO on a regular basis. Social media is another area where you can make sales through and leverage social media to amplify your marketing message and drive traffic, how you decide is the right campaign for you. Most commonly, you'll have the website and your marketplace, as I was mentioning earlier. So that would be just selling on any e-commerce marketplaces and making sure that those 2 are connected and that you are, again, optimized within the marketplace. As I've been learning and doing some outreach to different marketplaces and learning the various dynamics of these marketplaces, they're very similar in scope, but very different when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of how they themselves are deploying vis-a-vis their market drivers and nuances. The 4th component of the channel mix that often gets overlooked, but I think is incredibly important, is leveraging your in-country distributor, making sure that whatever if you already have established distribution, you just simply should start to begin to have the conversation with them about what their digital footprint is looking like and what their knowledge and expertise around the online channel currently is. And then if they already have some strong reputation in country online, that's something you can piggyback off of, help them with the marketing aspect of what you want that message to be in country. And if they're not up to speed yet, then that's something that together you can work with your in-country distributors on. And lastly, if you're looking to sign a new distributor, this might be a new set of questions that you want to consider when trying to identify a new partner in country. The fifth step of this digital strategy piece is, establishing and tracking your key performance indicators. This is a very important part of it, whatever you do in e-commerce, because this is how you measure your bottom line. This is how you identify whether or not the decisions that you're making and the marketing campaigns and the investments are paying off. There are many, many different benchmarks out there and KPIs that you can choose from, and you may have some unique ones that you've identified for your business. All of those are fine. That comes down to what works for you. We at the Commercial Service have identified these two, and we like to share with companies the conversion rate and the digital marketing return on investment for two simple reasons. They're both universal in scope, and they both speak to the bottom line. So if you are currently using Google Analytics, that's good for you. And there's information that you can pull from those analytics to determine what your conversion rates are. And equally, if you are spending money on a dedicated marketing campaign, you can just plug it into this formula and see how your return on investment is percentage-wise. With respect to the conversion rate, I just wanted to point out, we initially thought that the analytics was based off of the site visitors, and it is in some cases, but with Google Analytics, substitute the site visitors for the actual number of sessions. That will make the formula work. So you'll see here, if you are pulling your Google Analytics reports, you'll just be looking at the session numbers, in this case, like the 110,000, and then the transactions of 297,000, or I'm sorry, 297, that will produce that conversion rate of 0.27. So take a look. I always like to share what the report looks like so you know what you're asking for. I've seen lots of different types of analytic reports, but for these two formulas, this would be sufficient to help you track those numbers. Okay. The market research, some additional things that we have, as I mentioned, we do have access to additional market research, but we have these videos on our website that are just short, little 3 to 5 minute videos that will kind of help reinforce some of these early parts of this digital strategy piece and what it looks like and what you need to be considering. So I would encourage you to go to the trade.gov e-commerce site. I think it's been, all of our resources here have been moved to the left-hand navigation. You'll see there's some clickable options there, and there should be some resource video links, and that'll take you straight to the page for these videos that you can explore. Oh, I'm sorry, it's right here on my screen. If you click over here, that'll take you both to this e-commerce service provider directory, more detailed information about the website globalization review, kind of reinforcing what the digital strategy is all about, and these videos. And it doesn't end there. So our staff is prepared to continue to provide ongoing digital counseling assistance. They've been trained in how this process works, and it's really follows the same path as any of our normal historical client outreach and counseling over the last 40 years. We have supplemental data that can help give you insights to the digital landscapes of countries, the consumer behaviors, and in some cases, information about your particular industry that you can start to kind of digest and learn more about what the dynamics are for you. And then we also can help, we do have what we refer to as the prioritization template. That just kind of is a living document that helps you do a idea dump onto paper. And I think if you've ever done one of these exercises, you know, if once you put it on paper, it kind of comes to life and you can manage it a little bit better and change it at will. It just helps to keep you moving forward in your own digital transformation. And at the end of the day, when you have made the sale, you can verify that through applying your KPIs against where you were before and where you are now. And you can tell, you know, what your success has been. And we'd love to hear from you about that and if we were able to help you anywhere along the way. And we are certainly available and at your disposal to answer questions as you continue to move through this process. My contact information is listed here at cynthia.torres@trade.gov, and then some links for you to review. I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. I think we have about 10 more minutes before the top of the hour and try to get you back on time. I'm going to close out my shared screen so I can come back and see you. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. Hi there.
Hi, Cynthia. We do have a question on the chat there, and that is whether the slides that you just presented would be available for others to view later.
Sure. I can actually just clean up a couple of the notes and send you the PDF, and that would be fine. You can share those. And I also shared with Melvin some market research reports on South Korea, and I'm happy to pull a couple of more digital landscape reports for Japan as well, and you could circulate those as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not see any specific questions at this point that are addressed to you. So if you'd like to take the next couple of minutes to see if anybody would like to chime in, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we do thank you for your time and your wonderful insight based on your presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, so looks like there are no questions that have come up, but I'm sure that if anyone wants to reach you at a later date or a later time, that GEDA will help to facilitate that process. So thank you again, Ms. Cynthia, for sharing those strategies for businesses. Well, all right, folks, it's time for our lunch break. So to keep you company, we have some pre-recorded videos that you can watch while you eat, and you won't want to miss it. The videos will be looping throughout the hour, so there's definitely no way that you can. And first, there's a series of videos from our Guam STEP participants as they showcase their company and products. Featured in the videos are Core Seed Aquaculture Guam Corporation, the Nancy brand, Everything Guam LLC, Imari, Coutura Innovations, and Warehouse Pacific. Second is a series of videos highlighting export services that you may want to take advantage of. The videos will feature the Guam Small Business Development Center, Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, Hawaii Pacific Export Council, Sacramento MBDA Business Center, and the U.S. Commercial Services Gold Key Services. So, all right, grab your lunch, watch the videos, and see you back at 1 p.m. You won't want to miss the information shared by our experts in the Japan and South Korea market later this afternoon.
My name is Kenneth Polino, and I'm co-founder, along with my wife, Angel Polino, for our company, Coutura Innovations. What we do at Coutura Innovations is we take the local stories and culture of the Marianas, and we make them into interactive products. Some of those products range from casual mobile games you can find in your phones. Our latest one is the Wendy's Jump. Also, we have interactive products. We have augmented reality apparel and also ebooks. Recently, we've been focusing on 3 products for exporting. The first product is a new bundle that we're putting together. It's part of our interactive augmented reality backpacks, and also 2 trading cards. So this goes around the Duendes Friends IP that we just created. So that one we're looking to export to Japan. Also too, we have just our first book. We're gonna try and get that out too, is exporting. And what's interesting is our third product, we're actually going to do the digital export route. We consider digital exporting. So we're gonna focus on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store in Japan specifically. So that one is for Duendes Jump, and we're going to market that. We're going to translate it and just get it ready for the Japanese market. For our characters, what inspires us is really our culture. Before me and my wife, you know, when mobile phones kind of came out, like really got popular, maybe like in 2005 or 2004 or so, we wanted to share. At the time we had 1 son, now we have 3 sons. But we wanted to, share our culture with them. But we were, searching for apps. We couldn't find any of those things really available. So, with my background being a developer, we wanted to try and create it ourselves. So it was a perfect timing when we moved back here on island, back home, and we met a lot of creative people here, a lot of cultural, people that are passionate, and we started creating all these, expanding the stories that we currently have. So you can reach us at our website at culturainnovations.com. We're on Instagram and also Facebook. You can just jump on your phone, whether if it's in the Google Play or in the App Store, and just type in Cultura Innovations or search for Duendes Jump. So the 2 products we have right now is Duendes Jump. We have GoManet Go, and we have some augmented reality apps. And look forward to connecting with you guys. And thank you.
My name is Ronald Guerrero. I am the owner of Imari Food Stand located at the Chamorro Village.
Hi, my name is Takeko Guerrero. I'm the owner of the Imari Food Stand.
We opened our doors in 2018 of August. In the beginning, we actually started as a food stand. Takoyaki is our first main dish that we're doing, and we're still doing it till now. And pretty much we expanded with our food menu, including with bento boxes. We also have poke bowls. That's one of our most popular things that we do here at Imari. One of their main ingredients that we use here is mainly our doni de Nancy. Me and my wife wanted to do something a little bit different and try to expand a sauce that we can actually give to the world. What we're trying to do is basically bring it out to the world and introduce this new product that we have. For our de Nancy, we wanted to try to stay away from the coconut taste, where I know there's a lot of de Nancys out there that have that taste. But for us, we just wanted to kind of stay away from it. But there is coconut milk in there. We just didn't want that same flavor that everyone had. We all have different styles of how we make it. And this is our style, and this is how we want to do it, and to show the world that Imari Doni de Nancy is it's a flavorful pepper paste sauce.
All the local dishes good with our Doni de Nancy, and Japanese food too, like karaage, chicken karaage, and yakitori, pasta, pizza.
The peppers, pretty much, I know peppers is one of the hardest to get with here in Guam. So what we do with our peppers, we kind of mix up the peppers, but we do support the local farmers as much as we can. And wherever we get like our products with the peppers, and also the eggplant, because we use eggplant into our ingredients. And so we want to make sure that we are supporting that as much as, really 100% to a lot of the local farmers here, as much as we can help them too, as they're helping us too as well, to get the products that we need and the ingredients. Our Doni de Nancy preparation, pretty much we do it right here in our small kitchen. The processing is pretty, we're kind of used to it now with the processing, with how we make the de Nancy. In the beginning, it was pretty rough. It was pretty tough too as well. Just trying to get things that we really needed, especially the ingredients, is one of the hardest, is bringing back the peppers. But when everything we got, we just started to make everything here at the shop. We bottle everything here, we sticker everything here. We also air seal it here pretty much as well. Follow us on social media on Facebook and Instagram, or you can email us at imari.guam@gmail.com for any questions you guys might want to ask us about our product. And pretty much we will get back to you as soon as we can. Here is our product. If you guys are willing to get a bottle, come down to our shop right here located at the Chamorro Village. Man, we have a lot of bottles ready to go, boxes ready to go. Again, this is the only place you can get it exclusively right here at the Imari food stand located at the Chamorro Village. You can email me at imari.guam@gmail.com for more information.
Hafide, my name is Marie Guerrero and I'm the Managing Director for Everything Guam LLC. We are a local company incorporated in 2014. We manufacture shortbread cookies, home gourmet chocolate chip cookies, and our Slingstone cookies. Our mission and our vision at Everything Guam is to perpetuate our culture, which is why we picked the icon, the Laddystone cookie. Laddystone is very important to our culture, and as a part of our mission, we wanted to highlight the Laddystone as a foundation, and it's pretty much what we are here. We showcase local artists, we showcase local chefs, and we try to perpetuate our culture through the food, and it comes out in our gourmet cookies. Being a stakeholder here on Guam and in the tourism business and hospitality in general, we've always seen tourists come to the island and pick up items that may not have been necessarily representing our culture, our heritage, or who the people we are. So through great chefs that I have been with and a great team of people, we decided to feature the Laddystone cookie. Knowing that the tourists can come to Guam, take a piece of our culture and the icon, and take it home to share with their family and friends. So hence, that's how we came up with the Laddystone cookie. All of our cookies are individually wrapped, so when they got to their home places, they were able to share the cookie easily. Part of our vision is to feature local artists and feature local chefs. And through that, we have a collaboration with one of the young and up-and-coming local artists, Lisa Nicholas. He created a oil painting for us, kind of showed land and sea, a little bit of our landscape. We took that picture and we put it on a specialty box, a giftable box, so you can have the painting on top of the box. It's a Laddystone shape, and it's great because we are able to feature him and see the culture, and the boxes we did are limited edition. So we're hoping to feature other artists in that same respect, and hopefully you can get more people out there understanding how talented Guam is. Being on the shelves here on Guam for the past few years, we've been very blessed and very fortunate. So we moved from giftable items that you find in our Laddystone and our classic boxes. Now you can find us in snack packs. So we're in local grocery stores here on the island and convenience stores. So we're very excited about that. So with that said, going out into export is just the next step for us. So we're ready to give the rest of the world a taste of Guam through our gourmet cookies, and we really feel that by showcasing these items, our chefs, our artists, we're ready to share this with the rest of the world. Everything Guam is located in the heart of Tamuning in 3 Squares Restaurant. If you'd like to get in touch with us, you can see our stuff at laddystonecookies.com. That's L-A-T-T-E stonecookies.com. And if you want to reach out, you can reach us at sales@laddystonecookies.com.
Hafide, my name is Calvin Holloway. I'm the co-owner of Warehouse Pacific here on Guam.
And my name is Lynette Holloway. I'm also co-owner of the Warehouse Pacific here in Guam.
We started our company back in 2007. We have been basically distributing here on Guam to various outlets, supermarkets, stores, hotel shops, duty-free areas. Our main target has always been the travel retail industry, and we're retailers as well, wholesalers, manufacturers, and distributors here on the island of Guam. We indirectly export, and we do some direct exporting. When it comes to direct export, we actually do some military things in Japan, as well as here on Guam. We export clothing products and some food. But when it comes to indirect exporting, people that actually come here to Guam to shop, to buy omiyage or gifts to take back, the countries that actually come here to Guam that shop are Japan, Korea, Taiwan. There's some Russians that come here. And so the products that we sell to the indirect market for exporting are actually beef jerky, Hawaiian popcorn, mango cake, to t-shirts. Then we do the clothing also that we indirectly export to Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Russia. Both of us combined probably have over 35 years in this industry that ranges from working with some of the biggest travel retailers on Guam and throughout the world. When we decided to get into this industry, we knew that there's a big market, a growing market here on Guam. I remember in the past, Guam probably received around about 50 or 70,000 tourists a month. And then Guam actually grew that business to where we're doing over, I think, 1 million tourists here. So it was a big market for us to go after. We have successfully done that, and we look to grow that market. And again, we're doing indirect marketing, selling to exporting. Now we want to do direct marketing to places like Hong Kong, Japan, and Korea. If people are interested in our products, they can reach us at gm@warehousepacific.com, and then our website, www.warehousepacific.com.
Hafaday, I'm Pika, and this is my husband Lenny, and together we own the Nancy brand.
So the Nancy brand came from obviously Doni de Nancy, which on Guam is a local favorite in the form of hot pepper paste. And the Nancy brand is actually a spicy condiment. The hot pepper drizzle is our original product. It's a straight hot sauce from my dreams, basically from my childhood. I've always wanted a hot sauce that was in line with the local palate, that didn't overpower the food, but instead enhanced the flavors. You really taste the local pepper. And in this case, we use a strain called guafi, and that makes up most of the Nancy hot pepper drizzle.
Our hot pepper drizzle, there's no oil, no vinegar, no sugar, no MSG. It's in a very convenient 6-ounce squeeze bottle. It's a vegan food, it's keto friendly, 0% fat, and we really like it with all kinds of different food, cocktails, desserts, so.
We tried it on pretty much everything.
Yeah, we have. You know, Lenny and I are restaurant owners here on Guam, and 11 years in the restaurant industry really taught us a lot about what people are looking for and how our sauce can really fit in with any kind of cooking. So,
and we've also had every restaurant we've had was different in characteristic and personality, and especially in food style. So we just want to create a sauce that was universal, that can go with any type of food, whether it's what we cook or whether we're having a taco or a pizza or a burger or even Korean or Indian food that night. We want to be able to add the heat without removing the intended flavor of the chef or the cook who prepared the food for you.
Our hot pepper drizzle is made out of 100% local hot peppers that are grown here on the island of Guam. They are naturally ripened by our tropical sun. They are hand-picked by our local farmers. We're so excited to have farmers on board that have hot peppers that it's an heirloom strain. It's called the guapi strain. It's not found anywhere else on earth. After our farmers pick the hot peppers, they bring them on down to the Denancy kitchen and hand them off to Lenny. If you're here on Guam, you can visit mom and pop stores throughout the island. All major supermarkets carry the Denancy hot pepper drizzle.
For bulk buyers such as restaurants or food establishments, you can just send us a message directly. It's easy to find us through our website or through social media, and we can provide a wholesale price for bulk.
Please give us a follow. We're on Instagram and Facebook. Our handle is denancy.brand.
And online at denancy.com. So we thank you for all your support. We are a true local business, and it's so important for us to try to keep the dollars here on our island, supporting the economy and keeping our economy going strong. So please continue to buy local, support local businesses, especially the startups like us, because we really need your support. And thank you so much for giving us the opportunity.
My name is Dong Ho Jiang. I'm the Managing Director for Core Seed Aquaculture Guam Corporations. This company was founded in 2019. In 2020, we established public-private partnership with University of Guam to make full utilize of the Fadian hatchery. Fadian hatchery has been the oldest and the largest aquaculture hatchery in the Western Pacific. We have been producing white Pacific shrimp and the tilapia, including both freshwater Nile tilapia and saltwater red tilapia. For export, we primarily focus on the broodstock of specific pathogen-free white shrimp. Now, in the past 2 years, we have exported a total of nearly 10 batches of broodstock to Asian market. Primarily goes through Hong Kong, Vietnam, China, and we are establishing connections in Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines as well. We're hoping we continue to establish a well-known brand in the market so that we can expand our export market. Here in the hatchery, we're producing 3 types of products. We're producing the seed, which is including the post-larvae for white shrimp, and the fry for tilapia, including both the black tilapia and the red tilapia. The second product, we produce fresh seafood to supply the local market, including the Nile tilapia on the free market, and the saltwater red tilapia to the restaurant, and the fresh jumbo shrimp to the local market. Here we have a lot of high-end hotels, including the Setani Hyatt. They are using our product. And we also sell to the wholesale market, including the grocery store and the fisherman co-op down Hagane. And for export, we continue to look into the Southeast Asian market and also look into the market beyond that, including the South Americas and South Korea and Japan. And also we are looking to India, which is the territory we have not exported before. We are established contact now, and hopefully in the near future we can open the market to that. And here we are open for people to make appointment to visit, and we have quite a few farmers purchase the fry from us to do the bag farming on their own, in their backyard or in their own earthen pond. And people contact with our office at number 671-483-1616 or through email corsiaqua@gmail.com.
Hafa day, everyone. My name is John Holman, and I serve as the Director of the Pacific for the United States Commercial Service, U.S. Department of Commerce. I'm based in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I run an office here that helps companies from across the Pacific, including those on Guam, to sell their products and services internationally. Now, my agency, the U.S. Commercial Service, has offices in 80 countries around the world, most often at the U.S. embassies. And what we do is we help companies of all sizes, from mom and pops and startups, all the way up to Fortune 500 companies, to sell their products and services that are made in the U.S. in international markets. Now, one of our core services that we utilize to help companies connect internationally is called the Gold Key service. And that's where you tell us what type of companies or partners you would like to connect with in the market you're targeting. We tell them about your product or service, and then my colleagues in that country, let's say South Korea, would then contact companies that meet your criteria, tell them about you and your business, and if there's interest on the foreign side, then we'll introduce you to all those pre-screened partners. And because we're the US government, tends to shake out less legitimate partners on the foreign side and give your business immediate credibility in their eyes. And so that's called the Gold Key service. And for small businesses, the cost is $950, and that's to arrange a number of matchmaking meetings with pre-screened, pre-qualified partners. Now, you can do a partial Gold Key, which is where you get interest from prospective partners, and that's called an initial market check, and that costs just $350. Congress requires we charge a little something to cover our costs of setting up these meetings and doing this legwork, but it's a tremendous value for small companies in finding qualified partners. And I also must mention that if your company makes a food or beverage product, then we have to defer to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They have offices in 25 countries, and where we overlap, they handle matchmaking. So many of the major markets in Asia, such as Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, China, Australia, all those markets have a foreign ag service office. So if your product is food or beverage, and you're interested in the gold key in any of those key markets, and we have to defer to USDA. Otherwise, we can support your business, whether it's in architecture and engineering services or apparel products or other consumer goods that you'd be interested in exporting. I hope that helps. And with that, I'll say half a day.
To help agribusinesses learn, connect, and compete in the global market. Through our Global Connect and Fund Match programs, as well as educational resources, our sole purpose is to help people and their businesses in our 13 member states export. We don't have subscribers, dues, or memberships. We have partners. In fact, there are many ways that WUSADA can help you assist current members, offer benefits to allow your organization to access information, and offer outside services to help support your members who have an agribusiness. We can help you shine. If one of your members wants to partner with WUSADA, don't worry. They don't leave your organization to work with us. In fact, that would be to their detriment. In truth, we should all work together. Think of us as a complement to what you do best. We partner with chambers of commerce, farmers market associations, World Trade Centers, and many other member-based organizations. You don't have to have an agricultural mission to benefit from what WUSADA has to offer. Through seminars, speakers that come meet with your organization, outreach materials, networking opportunities, and information, we provide value to any food and agricultural company looking to make connections in international markets. Our program is your tax dollars at work. We can help your members gain access to valuable market research and timely consumer insights, offer them options and opportunities to explore various export markets, and participate and connect with international buyers. And through our Fund Match program, we help qualifying companies compete overseas by providing 50% cost reimbursement for eligible international marketing and promotional activities. We're a tool when you're ready to use us. We educate, we inform, and when you're ready, we can be a great service. We share a common ambition. Get in touch with WUSADA today so you can learn how we can assist you in providing another great tool for your members. We look forward to beginning our relationship and helping you shine. Go to WUSADA.org to find out more.
As a food and agriculture business in the Western United States, your goals are simple: to succeed, to grow, to thrive. But in this changing economic landscape, it's not easy. In order to truly meet your goals, you need to reach out, broaden your horizons, look at new markets. And the best way to do that is through exporting. Maybe you've already considered it, or maybe not. Either way, you probably have questions like, what country would want my products? How would I contact buyers or develop a working relationship? And what about things like packaging, competition, international laws and requirements, language barriers? At first blush, it can seem a little overwhelming, but you're not in it alone. In fact, there's an organization specifically designed to make the exporting process simple, straightforward, and affordable to help you gain new business overseas and, in the end, make you more profitable. That organization, the Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. With more than 35 years of experience, our goal at WUSADA is simple: to take the complications out of exporting, all while creating opportunities, connecting you with the international buyers, and dramatically increasing your reach and revenue. We do it in partnership with the Western State Departments of Agriculture through 3 cost-effective programs. With Fund Match, we provide 50% cost reimbursement on eligible international marketing expenses, increasing your reach while stretching your dollars further. In fact, participants regularly see an ROI of more than 200 to 1 or greater. Global Connect provides companies the opportunity to participate in international trade activities, all totally turnkey and designed for a maximum return. We help connect you with buyers, give you in-country market intelligence, even provide interpreter assistance, all for a minimal cost. And with education resources like market trend webinars and program seminars, we provide valuable market research and timely market insights, keeping you in the know while driving your long-term success. Whether you participate in one of these programs or all 3, you'll start to see the results right away. At WUSADA, we do more than make a promise. We make a difference. You can see it in our results. On average, our participants have reported nearly $1 billion in total export sales yearly. Exporting made easy, made affordable, made profitable. The Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. We can make the world your customer. Exporting is a new way to help you succeed, grow, and thrive. Contact us today to find out exactly how you could benefit from our programs. Sign up for our newsletter to learn more. Like the message? Be sure and share this with others in your industry. Thank you. Do you have an agricultural or food product you'd like to export globally? If you're based in the Western U.S., then you should know about Fund Match, a federally funded program that provides a 50% reimbursement for eligible marketing and promotional activities done internationally. It's designed to help you successfully capitalize on new markets around the world. It doesn't require any outside assistance. You can do it on your own. In fact, completing this application and filing claims for reimbursement is easier and more valuable than you probably think. That's why WUSADA created this short message to make sure you have all the facts. Let's address some of the common questions. WUSADA is the exclusive federally appointed administrator of the program for businesses headquartered in the Western United States. Applying to and participating in Fund Match is simple by design. WUSADA's experts will guide you through the entire application process. Other than a small application and administrative fee, there are no additional costs for approved participants. You can keep your money and leverage taxpayer dollars to tap into new growth opportunities in other countries. Fund Match provides matching funds for a wide range of expenses, including trade shows, marketing materials, in-store displays, advertising, and freight charges, among other things. WUSADA connects you with informed experts who can help you navigate barriers to trade and capitalize on all of your international marketing efforts. The results are outstanding. Over the years, WUSADA has helped an average of 230 American companies each year achieve nearly $1 billion in total export sales, with a return on investment of almost 258 to 1. WUSADA and FundMatch. We can make the world your customer.
And welcome back. I'm sure some of those Guam Step videos looping for the past hour made you wish you had some of their products for lunch. Our next panel features companies from Guam and from our neighboring villages in the Sinamai and Hawaii to talk story about how they are going from local to global. Mel, take it away.
Hafa and good afternoon. I want to thank our panelists for joining us today, and let me go ahead and introduce them. I also want to thank Jamie Lum from Hawaii Step and Kiyoshi Cody from Sinamai Step for helping us secure companies they work with to participate in the panel. All right, so joining us, Hafa Day, Roman De La Cruz, owner of Whakai Guam. Hafa Day, bro, how are you doing? We have Brooke Grumman, owner of Lanikai Bath and Body, located in Hawaii. We have Maggie Lee. Aloha, Maggie. Brooke. And we have Aloha, Maggie from Hawaii as well. Maggie Lee, Sales and Marketing Director from Diamond Bakery Company. And then we have, last but not least, we have Jill Aronofsky, owner of Saipan Snaps in the Sinamai. Welcome, Jill. Hafa Day. All right. Again, I want to thank you all for joining us today. The purpose of this panel is to take a look at how your companies are taking your products from local to global. All right, so let's go ahead and if I can get, let's go ahead and kick off the way we kicked off some of our other panels with a little bit of background on your business and your products. So why don't we go ahead and start with our local boy, Roman De La Cruz. Rome?
Hey, Hafa Day, everybody, and aloha. Nice to see you. Thank you for having me. Basically, with Whakai Industries, we are overseen by the parent company, Grasshopper Inc., and we are primarily a local clothing company.
Okay, and Rome, where do you? I know that you sell your products locally, but you also engage in export. How do you do that? Do you distribute to stores off island, or do you do it through e-commerce?
You know, right now we're doing it through e-commerce, but just throughout the past, you know, right now we're happy to have been around for 23 years. Is like there's been like a whole lot of change, not just in our customer base, but also the mechanism of how to get that product out there. You know, technology's really evolved. So even though it is online commerce right now, we've gone through different strategies of trying to distribute.
Okay, great. We look forward. Great. We look forward to hearing about some of that today. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. How about you, Brooke? So Brooke, you also have some Guam roots, don't you?
Yes, I do. I feel like I'm from Guam. I moved to Guam when I was in 6th grade, And I went to Dido Junior High. I lived in Dido. After that, I went to JFK and I graduated from JFK High School, and then went to a year of college at UOG and met my husband there, who was in the Navy, and we eventually moved back to Hawaii in about 1980. But I have all of my best friends and everything are from Guam, and I still know how to make finadeni and kelaguen and red rice and pancit and all of those things, which we all love. But I am back in Hawaii now, and I'm a partner in Lani Kai Bath and Body, and we were established in 2005 in Kailua on the island of Oahu. We do bath and body and health and wellness products in small batches so that they're always fresh and they're natural. We created Lani Kai Bath and Body in 2005. And before that, my partner and I were had a consultancy for about 20 years in brand strategy. So we worked with a lot of companies here, everywhere. One of them being the Department of Agriculture and the Made in Hawaii seal. I was listing a little bit earlier about the Made in Guam seal, so it's very similar. Let's see. We have a retail. So we started off with a retail store. We now have wholesale, e-commerce, private label, and that's about it.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. All right, and Maggie, why don't we hear from you next, Maggie, with Diamond Bakery Company?
Sure. Everybody knows Diamond Bakeries. You know, we make crackers, cookies. I'm sure somebody eat that as a breakfast this morning. The company has been around for almost 100 years. It is a family-owned business. We're located at Oahu. Our primary business is wholesale. We're pretty much everywhere. If you come to Hawaii, we're in all the supermarket, all the club stores, and then we also do extensively with food service. You know, if you go to a restaurant like Zippy's, you're gonna see our crackers too. And the last 10, 15 years, we started doing the e-commerce. With the pandemic, just e-commerce, you know, has been booming in the last couple of years.
Great, thank you very much and welcome, Maggie. And lastly, we have Jill Aronofsky from Saipan Snaps. Welcome, Jill.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'm really the newbie here. I started my company just 3 years ago in September 2018. Immediately 1 month later, had Super Typhoon U2 hit our tiny island and set everything back. And you know, now the pandemic, so I haven't had the best of an easy roll to get started. I have a ginger snap company. We're wholesale, and I have 3 different types of ginger snaps. These are an old family recipe that we've had. We have original, and we have spiced sweet heat, which is a bit of local hot pepper in them. Gives you a bite at the end, and coffee craze. So we have coffee in the 3rd flavor. So it's been fun, and I'm very persistent, and I really love working for myself.
You know what that means when you start with Typhoon U2 and then you have the pandemic? That means after you get through this, nothing's gonna, I mean, you're gonna be the most resilient cookie business that ever was ever built.
Well, I've been in the Marianas for 30 years, so I pretty much know how to roll with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Got to be flexible, right? Okay, now let's go ahead and start with one question I have. Why don't we start with Rowan? How successful were you locally, domestically, before you decided to start sending your products off? Like, what motivated you to start sending your products off via retail, via wholesale, or even e-commerce?
I think honestly, what motivated us to sell our stuff globally is, I think, you know, I don't know if it's, for the most part, our work is not really so profit driven. I think if anything, we're more purpose driven. So outside of, beyond just advocating Guam as a good nucleus for producing quality designs and quality merchandise, is we also felt that you know, community service was at the root of it. So when we started to see that not only were Off Island Chamorros creating a demand for our product, but people that they would relate to, because tomorrow's left to talk a lot, and we connect with a lot of people. Is that we started to see a need of some of the stuff that we were doing here to cultivate the label and cultivate the understanding of the label. We could see how it could be beneficial to the communities out there that we were looking to open in. So for the most part, it wasn't really more so. It wasn't chasing a dollar. It was changing. It was changing a purpose, chasing a purpose. So when we got to see that there was a place for us out there, that's when we started to activate our satellites and our satellite representatives, and then just start moving with that.
All right, great. Thank you, Roman. Now let me go ahead and ask the next question to Brooke. So how would you, and especially with your background in branding, how did you go about developing a global brand?
Well, we looked at intentionally. When we started our business, we looked at, we did everything that we would do for a client of ours, for ourselves, which was very difficult. It's really difficult actually holding yourself to a discipline that you hold others to. So so we looked at building our brand around the idea of the experience of, I live in Kailua, my business partner lives in Kailua. I grew up in Kailua other than in Guam. So we crafted our brand on the experience of Lanikai Beach, which was a favorite beach of ours and is now known worldwide. So our brand, and when we started our company, Kailua was not so much a visitor destination. It was just us locals. Now it's changed dramatically. We have, right now we don't have any Japanese, but it's a big visitor destination. Obama is building his house down the street and came out. So Kailua got a lot of exposure. But back in 2005, we created our brand based on the experience of Lanikai Beach, the experience of relaxation and spa. And so just starting with a retail store, we had a retail store for about 8 years. Just starting with a retail store, we focused on quality and packaging and excellence and a good staff. And that just, the brand grew over time. And then when the visitors started coming, especially the Japanese, but also westbound, they wanted to take home a little bit of not just Hawaii, but Kailua and Lanikai. And so that helped us out a lot. And then it just grew over time, just through reputation and through having a quality product.
Were you concerned at all that, I mean, your product wasn't called Hawaii products. It was, I mean, Hawaii, the name Hawaii isn't in your brand, it's Lanikai.
Right.
And so how did you go about telling your story about, how did you go about telling your story and building your brand and transmitting the message to the public?
One of our brand messages is made in Hawaii naturally. And so we were able to make the link to natural, to Hawaii and to Lanikai Beach and Kailua Beach that way, and just through consistency. We also were intent on not taking like the Hawaii that everybody, kind of like the stereotypical coconut trees and pineapples and hula girls, but creating packaging that was more contemporary, more of a contemporary aesthetic. And so that kind of differentiated us from the very beginning.
So
Did
not
that
a
answer your
tiki,
question?
absolutely. So it's less of a tiki Hawaii and more of a Martha Stewart Hawaii.
Kind of, that exactly right.
All right, I was just thinking, I said circa 2005, I feel like Martha Stewart was,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right, and so Maggie, you mentioned e-commerce blowing up for Diamond. So how can you just tell us a little bit about that? What do you do? What do you sell via e-commerce? Do you sell direct to consumer? Do you sell business to business?
We started with B2C, meaning, selling to consumers. Our primary target really was the expat, meaning the local resident that moved away from Hawaii. They're scattered all over, California and Oregon, just all the West Coast, Texas, now all the way up to New York. So we started with that, and our website actually growth was really, really slow in the beginning. We started a website back in 2005, which, not a lot of people were actually doing the e-commerce, but we have that foundation. We just keep grinding, and over the time you start building awareness, word of mouth, and we use traditional media to promote the website. And then with the pandemic, people cannot travel, people cannot come back to home, and tourists cannot come back. So the opportunity came, and we were ready, and it took off.
Now, what international markets do you currently export to?
Primarily, we sell to Japan.
Okay. And okay, I'm going to come back to you because there's been some discussion about Japan today. So now over to Jill in beautiful Saipan. What were some of you discussed briefly? You started up, U2 happened, the pandemic has happened. Can you just talk us through how those challenges have shaped building your business?
Well, I've been here a long time. We know the importance of being flexible. I started out in a temporary kitchen, which worked out great for me. It was low cost and everything was provided. It didn't go back together after the typhoon. And then construction was crazy and you couldn't get a contractor. We just lucked out, and I built a commercial kitchen on my residential property, which limits me in some ways zoning wise. But I have commercial equipment, so I have the capacity to do a large amount in a small amount of time with few people. So somehow, part of it's luck and just finding a way to push through with what you want to go for, what the next step is. And I'm always thinking about the next step. You mentioned Japan, the STEP grant. I was one of the few lucky people that got to go to the trade show in Japan. And that was a great experience for the 5 of us that went there. But there are challenges with Japan, and my food product in particular is, all food products. They are very protective of their own companies. So, this is all that we've heard, and things that you have to overcome, and you need to be creative and find your way around these things and keep pushing forward and really believe in your product.
Thank you. Let's go back to Maggie. So you said that your number one international destination is Japan. So if maybe the two of you can discuss what that was like. Maggie, so exporting to Japan, how is that different than selling locally in Hawaii?
Oh, very different. I mean, we kind of catch the wave of Japanese. They love Hawaii, everything made in Hawaii. So, for us being around for so long, not tapping into the markets, naturally it's a loss. But with the whole state have the grant, the STEP program you guys just mentioned, we actually had opportunity. We were one of the lucky ones too, to get a grant and had opportunity to travel to Japan, to actually have in-person meeting with our exporter, which we've been working with them for a couple of years, but we never had a face-to-face meeting just because the money restraints are there. We're not gonna travel there like a couple times a year. But because of the grant, I was able to personally go there, talk to the customers, talk to the exporters, just learn firsthand information of what they're looking for and what their needs are. Like Jill mentioned, the product, especially food items. I mean, domestically, they're very competitive. There's like a lot of choices. I mean, they're not just getting product from US, from Hawaii. They're getting a lot of European products. They're very international. So food items alone is very competitive. So learning from your exporters, from your customers, what they're really looking for, and then be confident with your own product, make modifications to somehow meet in the middle with them. I think that would be a way to go for us. So we expanded our product from 1 to now we're selling over 40 items in Japan.
Wow, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Now, what was some of the feedback, Jill, that you learned when you went to the trade show in Japan?
Well, it's new for Saipan. Saipan is just so much smaller, and it's just quite so different from Guam. I've lived in both islands. I originally started in Guam when I moved out here. It's just very different. it was most of what we heard and experienced was afterwards. People, you know, I handed out samples everywhere I go. I hand out samples of my cookie because once people taste it, they're hooked. So that's easy for me. And the Japanese, they love Saipan. They love to come here. They loved seeing us there. You know, we had one of the guys that was just really hamming it up and getting people in our booth, and it was 5 different businesses. It was just really great. But then we also heard afterwards that if you don't go consistently to the trade show, they have to see you. They have to know you're not a flash in the pan. They, you know, that it takes a while to build relationships, I think, more with Japan than it does with some other countries, you know, that it's a little harder to get into. But, you know, I think the work is worth it. And yeah,
Thank you.
So.
Great. Now, Brooke, can you talk to us a little bit about maybe the investment in scaling up your business? Can you talk to us about maybe an investment you made that you were like, oh my God, like, let me hold my breath now and hope this works. So when you're going and looking for a customer, now the customer gives you a giant order and you don't want to disappoint them. Like, can you just talk to us about the balance of scaling up, making investments while you're waiting for the revenue to come in, and how that's worked for you over the years?
Mm-hmm. One of our larger customers before the pandemic hit was duty-free shoppers. And prior to that, because we had just started wholesaling about maybe 8 years ago or so, 7 years ago, they ordered a lot of product, more than we have been able to, would have been able to supply at one time, you know, of a whole bunch of different products, because we make all of our items, actually we fill by hand, we label by hand. We've changed a couple of things because of the demand for hand sanitizers. So we're trying to automate a little bit of that. But, you know, I had to make an investment in labels. Our biggest costs are, other than labor, labels, fragrances, because we have all of our own signature fragrances, and so they've been developed specifically for us. So I had to make an investment in that, and the Japanese market, they really, really love one of our fragrances, Orchid Vanilla, and that happens to be the most expensive fragrance we have. And you know, duty-free shoppers at that point, you know, Japanese was one of their biggest customers here, and at the Honolulu International Airport and in Waikiki. So I had to make some investments there in labels, fragrances, containers, which we did. We did it with our line of credit and with, you know, some of our own money, and kind of like held our breath, but it went really well. And then, you know, that was about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and it's been going really well. And then of course the pandemic hit and everything changed, and that has made a big difference in the way we actually, we've had to make a lot of changes in our retail store. Our wholesale shut down pretty much immediately when the pandemic hit. So we had to focus on e-commerce and our retail sales, and we went through like several shutdowns here in Hawaii. So, you know, that was a holding your breath moment, but it worked out fine. It's just, you know, like Jill said, it's just thinking about the next thing and paying attention all the time. That doesn't stop.
Absolutely. I believe it. I believe it. Now, I know that this is, maybe I'll move it over to Roman. Rome, so I know that Fukai has had a couple different iterations where, you know, you've tried different product mixes of apparel, you know, shorts, t-shirts. T-shirts were kind of your core. And then you started to branch out making gis and other type, you know, even some technical gear. So can you just talk us through some of the growing pains of figuring out the right product mix for sales domestically or for export?
Well, I think the growing pains were, I think, like when we had first started the label, we wanted to really elevate the mindset of and elevate the standard of what was good for Guam, not just in terms of product quality, but also in terms of brand ethos standard, you know, like what we, so we thought that was really valuable. So what do you call that? Sorry, I got my dog here. It's just acting a little bit funny here. Could you repeat that
Well,
again?
one thing I was going to say, Rome, and it's funny what you just said. It's the minute you said that, I said, yeah, I remember, because before Fuck Guy, it was Guam t-shirts at Kmart.
Yes,
And that was just about it.
And that brings me, what do you call that? Yeah, so we wanted to pay attention to, of course, our daily needs. What makes a shirt, besides what makes it fashionable, is also what makes it functional. And then also paying attention to these images or designs that we choose. What impact could that have, not just for a short-term value, but for a longer-term value. So I think adjusting to figuring out, because in terms of what we thought we might need to specify per different market, that was a challenge. But instead of looking at what we might need to specify, what sets people apart, is trying to go towards items that merchandise that keep people together. That, like even it being cold in Europe, for some reason they like jerseys still, and it even being warm in Guam, sometimes people like zip hoodies or whatever. So I think really not just paying attention is, with the ambition to be globally branded, we figured out that paying attention to all with too much focus, we didn't have the team that could pay proper attention to all the details. So we said, okay, let's go just pay attention to like the larger truths that exist between these different communities. And so that way it'd be understanding what we were limited to. So we said we want to work with that reality and then see, how we can best water our plants in that atmosphere.
Yeah, so you keeping it simple.
Yes. Basically keeping it simple with a very complicated response.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, now Diamond Bakery is a family-owned company, is it not, Maggie?
Yes, it is.
All right, and so how did I know that you also, being a local company, you got some help from the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, DBET, which is basically like GEDA in Hawaii. Okay, yes. Can you tell us a little bit about how they helped you? In the state of Hawaii get your products to Japan?
Of course. I mean, as a small local company, we're all probably facing the same problem, which is financial constraints. Sometimes you gotta take risks, sometimes you gotta make an investment. With DBET's high step program, we were able to get extra money. Kind of elevate a little bit of risk from what we have to invest into getting into a new market. So with that money coming in, we were able to take, steps to go further. Like I mentioned earlier, we get a chance to go to Japan to learn firsthand. We did a market visit. We spent the whole week in Tokyo, just walking down the street, looking at all the supermarkets, all the shopping malls, just to learn like what they have, what kind of crackers and cookies they eating, talking to the locals to see what they're looking for. That's just very helpful. It's just valuable information. Help us start with our direction. We have to make adjustment to our existing formulas, existing packaging. Like Hawaii, I'm sure like Guam probably similar. People like large size, with it's a good value, for $10 you can get a lot of crackers, cookies. People like them, but in Japan it's totally different. They don't have the space. So everything has to be smaller, has to look nice. The label has to clean, those kind of things, you don't know until you go there and you learn. Then you say, okay, wow, that's a big difference. We have to come back, take all the information we learn, make adjustment, and then go back again. So the way we did that, the program helped us to learn that kind of information.
Great. What about ingredients for Japan? Did you have to modify any of your recipes?
Oh, totally. We have to reformulate all of our products that we export to Japan. Their standard for food item is much, much higher. Almost all natural ingredients, and very clean, like minimal chemicals. We will learn like, okay, we should do that domestic too for our customers, improve our formulas, provide healthier product for locals as well. So instead of just do 2 formulas, one for Japan, one for local, we made an improvement across the board. So we can have a healthy, higher standard product for both local and international.
So let's, I would imagine, so the Japan market is less preservative?
Less preservative, and then no artificial coloring, no artificial flavors. That's just bare minimum. And then there's certain ingredients, it's banned in Japan, but we're okay here, which we can eliminate too.
Wow, that's wonderful. That's amazing to what a learning experience that must have been.
Definitely.
So there's a question in the chat box for Brooke. Do you have any tips regarding shipping heat sensitive items like soap from Hoy?
Yes, I do. It has to be, first of all, you have to make sure that whoever is shipping it is curing it for 8 weeks or so that it's completely dry. That way there's no leakage or, melting. We actually have shipped a lot of soaps to Guam for duty-free shoppers. And we also, before the pandemic, supplied a store in the plaza, and we will again once the visitors come back. So we ship it by sea, and you just have to pack it carefully. You don't want to put too many in one box, and make sure that they're fully cured and they're not, not too soft and moist. I wanted to say something about the, I just forgot what it was about the, it was something about Japan. I forgot what it was. You can come back to me. Something that Maggie was saying, but I forgot what it was. It just left my head.
Can you put artificial colors in the soaps for Japan export?
Yes, actually you can, but there's a limit. The interesting thing about Japan is that we've had a couple of distributors. They're very, very strict. Food items, cosmetics, just everything. We actually have a distributor taking our items into Japan. And each time, if I were to change a distributor, that new distributor would have to have all of our items checked again. Even if they're the same items, the ingredients have to be approved through that distributor. And it's not an easy process. We have had to, like Diamond Bakery, we have had to change lots of things, and they're not necessarily chemicals. It was either like comfrey or chamomile or something like that, an herb that was not allowed in Japan. And so we had to adjust, and we're still actually adjusting a liquid hand soap, which is in demand there because of COVID. We're having to adjust an ingredient in that. So it's a process, getting items that are cosmetics, Bath and Body soap, food items into Japan.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, it sounds like it. So one of the earlier panels said that if you want to ship to, or if you want to export to Hong Kong, you basically just show up.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. It's
simple, right?
It's easy. I know it looks easy, right?
Wow. I don't know if there's any exporting being done to Korea in this panel. Anybody?
No, not right now.
Yeah,
no?
we're trying. We're working on a couple of things. Hopefully, something will come up.
We do have a segment, I think, not the next one, but the one right after, about Korea, in fact. And so that's something I think that would be very interesting. Maybe Korea is like a happy medium between Hong Kong and Japan. Who knows? That's kind of.
I know what I wanted to say. Earlier, I was watching. I've been online watching this conference, and there was some discussion about shipping. Which we were also lucky enough to get the grant here and we used it to assist us with e-commerce for a Japanese website, because there's pent-up demand for our product because Japanese are not coming here right now, and we had wanted to do one anyway. So and we have been offering our products to Japan on our US website, and then are developing a Japanese website. We just launched it. But shipping, when we were going through and looking at the Japan website, on our US website, shipping is so restrictive. It's so expensive. You go through the US, you go through USPS, flat rate boxes. So many times our Japanese customer would spend $50 for a product, and I'm not kidding, $50 or $60 for a product or a couple of products and spend $125 on shipping. I mean, that's an example. They're paying at least 100% more. And what we were able to do is there's a company called Yamato Shipping, which is actually very well known in and a trusted brand in Japan. And so we were able to partner with them and cut our shipping costs in half or more in shipping our products out to Japan. So there are options out there other than the USPS or DHL or FedEx for e-commerce sites to Japan.
And Yamato Shipping is business to consumer, or is it business to
both.
business?
It's both.
Does both. Okay. Okay, great. That's a great tip. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. All right, Rome, kind of shift a little bit and talk about working with artists. So when Fuck-Guy started, long time ago, you were doing all the artwork yourself, right?
Primarily, I was doing like a lot of the creative sessions with John Cobble, who was a co-founder and partner of the company at that time. And he was the guy who actually had the digital know-how. But we both were kind of had our own different kind of artistic background. So I think getting it together and then translating that through John's hands was that was the start of it.
And have you worked with artists? Have you been working with artists over the last couple decades? I mean, have you worked with artists other than yourself and John?
Yes,
Now,
completely.
now talk to us about that. How do you translate your vision?
I think it's really, a lot of it is just paying attention. And then a lot of the designs that have come around have been very inspired by the time of the situation. So I think just constantly staying engaged with the community and with the artists, and then being able to, to see who we're posting with at that time. It's just been, that's really just been the core of it all, just paying attention and communication.
There's a question actually in the chat box, an additional question for Roman. How do you navigate relationships with your manufacturers to ensure your product quality is satisfactory with every production run?
Even this long, we still run into issues, but really, again, it comes down with communication and taking advantage of technology right now. Whereas before, where you would have to ship products back and forth and wait for the shipping, and if there's any kind of hiccups there, it just slows things down further. Now we can get into stuff like Zoom conference calls, video conference calls, and once you already have a great idea of what you're looking for, so that's just really just basically constantly trying to improve your relationship with your manufacturer, a relationship and establishing trust. So even though we want to keep things business, I think it's always good to inject that side of a humane side of it. Like, okay, it's not just about it's not just about sending. It's not just about the math of it all. Sometimes you want to, every now and then, like we have manufacturers in Bali, and we'll exchange photos of sunsets and photos of natural landscapes. So I think it's maintaining that human side of it all, because understanding that everybody's going through stress is that you don't want to trying to find a way you're a part of the light in their day instead of a part of like the burden,
Right. I understand.
Yes.
Thank you. Jill, so we haven't heard from you in a few minutes here. So in producing your product, are you Ginger Snaps? Do you have any supplier issues in Saipan, or I mean, I know cookies have certain ingredients that are very readily available, but do you have any unique supply challenges that you've had to overcome in producing your product over the last several years?
Not so much. A little bit more. We use local ginger in the cookies as well as the local hot peppers. So I always make sure that I have a plentiful supply. I don't ever want to be caught out. I've been here a long time. I know that this is the way it is. So I make sure I have a lot of product to go ahead forward with. So.
Great, thank you, Jill. So now back to Brooke, you talked a bit about hand sanitizer. So was hand sanitizer in your product line prior to the pandemic?
Luckily, yes. When we opened our business in 2005, and I can't even remember why we did this, but we started with a natural hand sanitizer, a gel sanitizer. We opened with 5 fragrances, 2-ounce gel sanitizer bottles, and 5 fragrances. They're gel sanitizers, and that was 16 years ago. And well, we sold them. Japanese, everybody bought them, and they were just part of our product line. And then the pandemic hit, and we were one of the in Hawaii, and actually in a lot of places, we had a lot of orders. Our e-commerce site exploded. We were one of the only companies here with hand sanitizers in stock because we had already made it, and not just that, but bottles and caps. Bottles and caps were so difficult to get a hold of. They still are now. I mean, there's a shortage of resin or something, which goes into making plastic or bottles. So when the distilleries started making sanitizers, I mean, everybody was trying to get to sanitizers. We donated bottles and caps, and we were very lucky. Like what Roman was saying too is, we're all about the community, our immediate community, our neighborhood, our staff, and then the outside community in Hawaii and even outside of Hawaii. And so we donated whatever we could as far as like keeping up with labor, our materials. We donated sanitizers to the Postal Service, to grocery warehouse stores. And then, what we did was we saw what was happening, and we, one of the things about being in business on your own is constantly, watching things and innovating. And so what we did is we saw that, okay, we have gel sanitizers. Why don't we do mist sanitizers, spray sanitizers? So we developed 2-ounce spray sanitizers in a variety. We have all these fragrances. So why don't we, and bottles, and alcohol was also very difficult to get. So why don't we develop, spray mist sanitizers? And from then it went, and the pandemic continued. And then we created holiday sanitizers. We had 3 holiday sanitizers, and those went really well. Joy, Noel, and Mele, which were Christmassy type fragrances. So we were really lucky. And the sales have not really, I mean, they leveled off a little bit, but sales have still been pretty good with the sanitizers. And we continue to innovate with that.
Thank you very much. So Rome, I know that a lot of the Whakai products, I remember when I was in college, and these were the early days of Whakai, I used to get the shirts to take back to college to give to friends and stuff, because they were, these are, you make cool shirts. Have you noticed anything as a result of the pandemic as far as pent-up demand? I mean, residents aren't coming home as often as they used to. Are you seeing more activity on your e-commerce site?
Yes, definitely seeing a lot more commerce on our e-commerce site, and that's actually been the saving grace throughout the whole pandemic, in terms of the business side of it.
And is it e-commerce from like Chamorros living abroad or locals living abroad, or is it e-commerce from former visitors who are familiar with the brand when they visited Guam?
Well, it's actually where we get a lot of, I think, for some reason, the majority of our customers are buying stuff for gifts rather than from ourselves. And that's always been just the nature of the business. So, so we've actually had like a lot of locals from abroad, and then also a lot of stateside from abroad. We got into several different ventures. We had a store in California from 2005 to 2010. So, the ripple effect of that is still alive. And then just now, everybody more people being forced indoors, it's just kind of increased more on the online, more online conversation. So, it's been, and then aside from that, we also have people that are in just shopping for curbside pickup, so.
Nice.
Thankful.
Yeah, no, I see. I think there's a whole new, people are buying things online that they would have never bought before, or people are buying things curbside that they would have never thought that they would have bought before without walking into a store, a brick and mortar establishment. I think we're seeing that more and more now. Now, go ahead.
I was going to say that's good on the logistical side of things, because it's nice, fast, it can move. But for businesses like that might be like ours, where a lot of that transaction is more the experience rather than just the a cash exchange, so I mean, as convenient as curbside pickup and online delivery can be, we do miss the 100%, the frequent of foot traffic, and so like a lot of what we do here, a lot of goes into developing an atmosphere. So we're trying, not just trying to make that whole, like everybody else is, you're not just selling an item, you're also kind of selling an experience. There's so much that goes into that. So even though you can get that sale online, we are anxious for the days of more connection,
the touch and feel and the showroom experience and that atmosphere, I think is definitely something that's missed right now, for sure.
Yeah, and that instant customer reply, you could get a letter or a well-typed letter online, but when it's accentuated with emotion and body language and gestures, all of that, and you can feel that up front, if anything, you really learn. I mean, no matter how functional and effective this whole isolation and online service can be, it's really nice just to have that person-to-person thing. I think that's really key. That had so much more benefits than just the mathematics of it all.
And the click and ship, right? And then click and ship.
Yeah, click and ship, and that's great, but yeah, we're living, we're learning, right?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so a question from Maggie, Jill, and Brooke. Okay, so maybe we'll start with Maggie on this. Does Diamond do private label production, especially if the company supplies the packaging?
It depends. It depends on the volume, because we are, mass production set up. So if you're talking about some people, we do get phone calls often. People say, "Oh, do you make this? Do you make that?" We do, but there's the minimum quantity that's required. We cannot just make 30, 50 cases and be done with it. It's got to be a minimum.
Got it. Okay, great. Brooke, how about you? Private label?
We do. It also, we look at who the company might be and all of the factors that you might look at who you're doing business with. But we do private label for several companies right now in Hawaii.
Okay, very good. And Jill, private label production of baked goods.
Yeah, we do those things. It does depend on the customer and the amount, but I do custom orders all the time. I do party giveaways. I've combined my longtime love of paper crafting with the cookie business. So on my Facebook page, we have lots of samples of custom orders that are done for special occasions, weddings and parties.
Thank you very much. I would imagine in Saipan, just like in Guam, you have to really adapt to you have to adapt and kind of be accommodating to really get the customer share, or just because the number of people, there just isn't that sort of volume of customers that there are in other places. You were the former executive director for the Saipan Chamber of Commerce. Yes,
I was.
Jill? Nice.
Oh, boy.
Can you give your current sense of the business climate in Saipan?
It's really rough. We've been lucky because the governor has basically, closed our borders and people quarantine when they come in here. So our island has been relatively safe, but we all mask and we all distance. We follow all the rules to make ourselves safe, but things are closed. There is so little business to go around. Weirdly, people have started new businesses. There's a lot of nail salons and restaurants popping up, but there aren't customers to go to them. So the business community is definitely struggling here. The economy is no tourists coming in. It's very rough, and that's why you start a business and you don't know what you're going to get into. You just have to be prepared to suck it up and roll along until things come back. We in the islands, we have typhoons and natural disasters all the time, and there is nothing to be done about those things except persevere.
Most definitely. I think that's something all three of the economies represented here today with the Northern Marianas, Guam and Hawaii. All tourism is a major industry, and tourism is taking a major hit as a result of the pandemic. And despite that, all of these businesses are persevering on. Okay, now turning it back to, so everybody's interested in Japan. Everybody wants to know about Japan. So the question is, for Japan food products, what is the process for getting our products approved? Do they take a sample and test it? And I think a better way to kind of, another way to frame this question might be, how much support do you find the distributor first, and does the distributor help you through these processes? Or do you go through processes before identifying a distributor? Maybe Maggie, can you answer that question for us or help us answer?
Going to Japan, actually, you need to find an exporter first. So in Japan, the typical structures you get an exporter, that's like your exclusive representative. And from exporter, they handle all the documents to get item review, ingredient list approved, everything checked out. Then the exporter actually working with their distributors, which is a little bit different from Hawaii or even Guam or Saipan, I believe. Like traditionally in the US, you can work with like a brokers, and broker help you with the distributors, or you can go direct with the distributors, or even go direct to the customers. But in Japan, at least for the food industry, because it's sensitivity of the item that needs to be approved, it's always best to get an exporter first. And then
how do you find an exporter? How does one shop for an exporter?
That's why you gotta go to trade shows.
Okay.
All the business trade shows. Like Jill mentioned earlier, you have to be persistent. You have to be there all the time. Like us, first year, we don't know anybody. Then we go 3-4 times a year with the grant's help. Different trade shows, but they're all people from food industry. Some are food service, some are institute, some are retailers. And then you learn to know people. And then they see Diamond Bakery, okay, here they are. And then they see like 3, 4, 5 times. That's like a reputation you're building. Now they know, okay, this is a reputable company. Then they like to work with you. And then they'll approach you. Typically, it take a couple years to build a trust. You go once, twice, most likely you're not gonna get anything. Nobody probably gonna even talk to you or approach you, but you go a couple times. And trust is a big thing in Japan. They have to make sure you are a legitimate company with the capacity to supply them.
Right. No messing around in Japan.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Get it. It's not a laid back island like Guam. Roman, doesn't Fukai actually have a presence in Japan as well? A storefront?
Yes. We are at the Higashiyama station, and we are 18 years in Japan now.
Wow. And what do you sell there? What are the products that sell there?
They sell like t-shirts, same apparel, but Nachi, our guy who runs a company out there, he's really embedded with the surf and skate community there, so we're very like-minded, very consistent with communication, and we share the same ethos for community service. So it's great to see them still going. Japan has had like a lot of economic struggles the last few years, and I know they've taken a lot of hits. Their economy's taken some hits just like the world, you know. So fortunate, you know, to be hanging in there right now.
Now, Rome, just a technical question. Is this a part, do they have a license to sell Fuckeye stuff there, or is it a licensed type of arrangement, or are you an owner, or how do you work that business?
We're a brotherhood of trust.
Robin, that tells us nothing. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, that's really what it is. We allowed Nachi to take full reins here, and then we just try to align our efforts. We've been aligning our efforts with Japan ever since, and so they've become like a one thing that's very common between our companies is we are hospitality, you know. So they've become our hospitality on the ground in Japan. We're the hospitality for their friends and family over here.
Excellent, excellent. I love it. You know, Roman, next time I'm going to ask you to join the call with your brother Carlo, so he can give us
he knows all the stuff actually
of the business arrangement. But thank you so much. Okay, now we're starting to wrap up on time here, so I'm going to go ahead and ask all of you one question to kind of end today's panel. And I thank you all again for all the information that you shared. It was just a terrific amount of information for all of our conference attendees. This conference is airing on the Guam Legislature channel, kind of looping forever. I mean, this is going to go till Christmas, so you're all going to be famous in Guam. Okay, you should know this. So just some final advice. Let's go with this. Something you do differently if you had to do it all over again. And when it comes to getting your business off, taking the leap of getting your business off the ground, or getting your business out of your local borders and globally, or taking your business global. Jill, something you do different in taking your business global?
I really don't think there's anything that I regret doing, or an avenue that I didn't think I needed to pursue. I think the funniest thing to me was, you know, I'd always worked fixing other people's businesses. I worked in admin and managerial, and I worked for a multitude of different types of companies. And I'm like, oh, I can just run my own company. It is so different when you're making every decision yourself. But I love it. I love everything about it, and I wouldn't change a thing.
Great. That's wonderful. All right, Maggie, what about you? Something you do differently in taking the product to Japan?
Yeah, I feel the same way. All the things you did or happened, you can learn from it. So nothing to regret about it. There are always things to improve, like Japan, you know, we've been around for so long. If I would do it again, if I joined the company early, I would have done Japan sooner than later. But nothing to regret. Just keep grinding. Don't regret everything, even if it doesn't work out. There's something you learn from it.
Sooner versus later. Don't delay.
Yeah.
Just do it. Take the leap.
Yeah. Just take the leap. Yes, exactly.
All right. Excellent. How about you, Brooke? What would you do differently?
I feel the same way, that, you know, I learned from all of mistakes. But one of the things that I might do differently is I tend to want to do everything myself. I probably would, you know, be in the beginning, you want to save money, right? Or you want to control everything. Probably would have let go of the reins a little bit more, and also maybe focused a little bit more. When we had our branding company, we always used to tell our clients that just because you could doesn't mean you should. And you know, you just want to do everything. You can make money here, you can make money there, you can do. So I think just maybe focus a little bit more in the very beginning, but it all turned out okay.
All right. We all end up where it all ends up where it's meant to be. Most definitely. And Roman, what about you? If you could do something differently over the last 20 years of Fuckeye, what would it be?
I would have built a business plan.
You would have built
never built a, you know, didn't realize how key that was until about like 3 years ago. And then now, I would have definitely built a business plan. I think, you know, it's weird because, you know, of course, life can teach you a lot, and life is the best teacher, but you know, that doesn't mean that you should disregard. I understand now that shouldn't mean that you should disregard what college and academics offers. Academics gives you that foundation, and realizing if you where they're emphasizing these, you know, all of this structure, with that structure in place, we wouldn't have had to deal with all these hurdles and unnecessary headaches that could have been there. So I think really, you know, for that working formula, because I believe that you could succeed in both ways. But I think that if you have a healthy marriage of the academics and what life teaches you, that I think it's just that would be, I mean, if you could re-navigate that and say, what kind of weapons would I put into my pocket to deal with this thing right now? Because I'll tell you, even with the new business structure that we have brought to the table right now, we still feel the stress of those little gaps that we left in the beginning.
I understand. So it's like, what is it? It's like getting into the mixed martial arts octagon ring and doing heavy duty jujitsu, but never doing Muay Thai in your life. And then all of a sudden it comes to bite you.
Yes, it comes in fighters. Or actually it's more like stepping into the mixed martial arts ring, thinking you're going into a jiu-jitsu workshop, you know. So yes, because it's a different thing. You don't really understand. You get caught, you know, you get so ambitious and you want to see your idea come to life. You want to serve the people that you want, and then really you get so caught up in it, you don't realize that your years in the game, and it's become much more than a creative. It's become much more than a creative art piece now. It's become an actual business, a service. You know what I mean? A sustainable business in some cases. You know, right. So like, yeah, it's just been like, you know, it's a long learning process and still learning down the road. So when I look at the businesses that have been around like yours for 100 years on October 12th, right? 100 years on October 12th, I believe, is your 100th year anniversary. Yes. So that's, boy, I can only imagine right now, because that business is, you've gone through so many changes. Right. I mean, right now, fortunate enough, 20 years ago, we knew guerrilla marketing. We didn't know this. We didn't have social media. We didn't have, back then, geez. Right. I don't even, when was the car invented? I'm not, no, well, you know. But amazing, right? And, you know, I just wanted to say also, I've learned a lot just from listening to all of you guys, you know, so it's like really stoked to hear. I understand, can really, what I digested is I could see a lot of strong business confidence in what you guys are doing. And I can also have learned to see how important it is to know the lay of the land. So thank you for sharing all of that.
Same here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think all of you are very modest about all that you've brought to the table. I mean, your businesses have been in, you've all been in business or accomplished you're all accomplished in your own right. Roman, you may not have an MBA, but it takes it takes grit, it takes talent to stay in the market as long as Fuckeye has, in a market as small as Guam, and to now take it abroad is even better. And I think all of you are very, very highly impressive, and you make the islands proud. All right. So with that, we thank you all very much for today's panel, and I think we thank you all for sharing your stories. I think that Melvin put up on the chat box all of the links to your different respective companies, but of course, should anyone wish to reach you for questions or anything like that, we'll go ahead and connect you. GEDA will go ahead and connect all of you. But thank you very much. And I think Norman's out of the office at the moment, and so I'm going to be taking over for Norman. So next, I'd like to bring up John Hayato Branderhorst for our next session, exporting to Guam. Exporting from Guam? Exporting to Japan. Sorry about that. Exporting to, I was going to say, we're really good at importing in Guam. Exporting to Japan to provide an overview of the Japan market and potential e-commerce opportunities there. John, thank you for joining us at such a late time. I think you're over in California is what I've heard, and it's 9 p.m. or so. So just to give you guys a little bit of background, John is He spent the last 15 years or more helping global clients expand into the Japanese market with a focus on understanding how value propositions can change from one market to another. He's consulted for Japanese government agencies on their foreign direct investment initiatives, worked with organizations on business development strategies, US market entry, and marketing strategies. He's currently a senior strategist for Beatrax Inc., although the coolest thing about John is that he co-founded a ramen noodle business in San Francisco. Yokoso, welcome, and half a day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. Actually, every time I hear Hafade, it makes me think of, so I'm actually from Okinawa. That's where I grew up. And in Okinawa, the way we say hello is haisai. So every time I see that, it reminds me of that. But I digress. Great panel before this. And I'm excited to go a little deeper into kind of the Japanese market, what consumers expect, and kind of some of the different opportunities in selling. So let me share my screen. I'm going to do an advance so you don't see everything. Here we go. All right. I believe you all see my screen and hear me okay. I don't want to start before that is not. All right, so perfect. I see the thumbs up. Thank you very much. So today we'll be spending the next almost an hour kind of discussing the Japanese consumer market and different opportunities around that. As was mentioned, my name is John Hayato Brenhorst. One of my main roles right now is senior strategist with Beatrax, which is an agency that's based in SF and Tokyo, providing market research, strategy, design, development, localization, a whole slew of services around helping companies enter the Japanese market. Also, Global Sake, I co-founded a collective cross-border kind of cross-culture community, and we do events, virtual events right now on leaders sharing insights and driving international expansion. So that's me. And let's jump right in and talk a little bit about Japan. So today's focus, talk a little bit about Japan, sharing some insights, talk about social media, brand discovery, brand reach, and the pandemic effect, and also some details on what it takes to sell in Japan, a case study, and then some final thoughts along with Q&A. I always like to, whenever I give kind of conversations, I always like to know what the size difference is, or what kind of like what we're looking at here. And I'll be honest, I did not know Guam was that small compared to Japan. But there's plenty of opportunities in Japan, and so I'm excited to kind of discuss a little bit more. All right. So in terms of demographics, you probably know this, but Japan is an aging population. Basically, by 2036, the number of people over 65 will make up 1/3 of the population. And this kind of insight will give you an understanding of some of the habits of how people engage with different e-commerce platforms, different social media platforms, and things like that. So just to be clear, though, while there's a large percentage of older people in Japan, it doesn't mean they aren't tech forward and active online. So if your target persona, target user is an older demographic, Japan could be the right place for you. All right, one thing, oops, let me move this out a little bit. There we go. Make sure you can see all of that. All right. One thing to know is that internet penetration, what's interesting about this for me, especially in the last couple of years, is Japan is aging and also shrinking society in terms of population. So with that, obviously, what's interesting is the internet penetration is going down. I do believe I recently saw some statistics around it actually going up during COVID, but I didn't have time to dig deeper into that. So in the end, what you see, over 90% of people are using the internet in Japan. And it's a mobile first society. So if you're looking to sell products in Japan and you're going to create some sort of website or something like that, make sure it's mobile friendly. And if you're using one of the kind of like platforms like Shopify, you should be able to pretty easily do that. So, it's pretty impressive, the smartphone adoption in Japan, with it being 85% of people in their 40s, 72% in 50s, and that continues. It's even in their 60s, it's pretty good adoption. All right, something else that is interesting about the Japanese market is the sales on e-commerce that comes from the smartphones continues to grow. And I'll go a little bit into this in a future slide, but it's partially continuing to grow because what we're going to see in a little bit is that the older generation doesn't necessarily do as much, I would say, via smartphones. And well, as the population gets older, they're getting used to it, but there's also more tools available to help. Why e-commerce? So if you are looking to sell in Japan, one of the things to understand is that first of all, Japan is a fast-growing B2C e-commerce market. It's one of the biggest e-commerce markets in the world. But when you ask a Japanese person about kind of what their expectation with shopping online is, it's typically going to be that they expect the product to be less expensive than purchasing products at a brick and mortar store, which is pretty impressive when you think about it. So when you in this slide, you see they either think it's going to be cheaper or they think it's going to be the same, which I will be honest, can make it hard when you have to take into account the additional costs associated with exporting a product into Japan. And I've seen this both for global companies entering the Japanese market, but also I've worked with Japanese companies who are exporting globally and wanting to set up a presence in the US. And the struggle was to make sure that their profit margins were still there even after all the costs. So I did a quick search. If you can read Japanese, that says Guam. So I wanted to kind of understand what people were thinking or what kind of results I would find when I searched Guam. Just to this gives you an idea. This could be like a signal of, okay, my business could be popular in Japan or something along those lines. Well, the interesting thing is there was a couple of blog posts about like the top 20 things to get in Guam. And so some of this may not be a surprise, but a lot of them are not necessarily originally Guam-based products, right? So what a lot of these blog posts were talking about was when you visit Guam, that you can get affordable cosmetic products. You can buy cheaper in Guam because of the tax. Sweets, local stuff with some cute logos, such as Red Mama, hot pepper, or also, in the previous panel, we also had somebody selling soaps. And so soaps is also something that actually I believe it was Brooks' company, Lanikai. So there we are. That was one of the kind of like social media posts or included in the blog post. All right. Also, sometimes, basically something like organic or natural ingredients people are looking for from like Guam or Hawaii or some of the other islands. All right. So now we're going to dig a little deeper into social media. Just to kind of give you an idea and understanding of how Japanese utilize different platforms. And it may be a little surprise of like comparing how you would expect or how you use it in wherever you happen to be also. So the most used social media platform is YouTube in Japan, and then Line. So, when I've worked with some clients, a lot of them have created videos that they would for YouTube to build some of that brand awareness piece. But as you may see, Facebook is pretty far down, and the growth, I'll go a little bit more into the growth there, is pretty stagnant. Instagram and Twitter has pretty much soon after launching in Japan, they've been very popular. But the demographics you'll find are different for each. So if you're looking to kind of build brand awareness, I'll go a little bit more into that detail too, around where to spend your money, whether to create just organic content, where to spend on social ads and things like that. But Line and YouTube typically are going to be the apps that you'll see people using. So as you can see, in terms of Facebook's audience reach, it's about 18 million people in Japan. And the interesting thing about Facebook in Japan is while it is a social network in some ways, like the way we use it, for many Japanese people, it's also a business network. So LinkedIn is a very, has very low traction in Japan. And so whenever I have events with Japanese people, typically I'll get a Facebook friend request. And so if that happens to you, don't be surprised. And you kind of have to kind of come to terms on whether or not you're going to make it partially a professional network for yourself or try and keep it more of the personal aspect. So also you'll see it's more male. And I think that's kind of comes back to the professional use case. Instagram has been growing, and when I do talk, a lot of the younger generation also are using Instagram. It's heavier with the female demographic, and the reach for ads is continuing to grow. So it was one of the more downloaded apps in the last couple of years. But the use case is different. So what you're seeing in the yellow is basically how the Japanese use it. What you're seeing in the red, and the numbers may be a little bit hard to see, but you can kind of see how the difference is. Japanese tend to use it for two things, filling spare time. So I guess they're just bored, or keeping in touch with friends and family. But even so, that's only 26.5% of the people. So overall, I think the values are not there with social media like you would expect from most countries in the world. All right. But there has been an uptick over the years in people buying products through an SNS post. And so that doesn't necessarily mean Facebook. Usually lately, I feel like it means more Instagram. It doesn't happen super often, but it is a good sign to see that roughly 63% of people that were asked did say that they've at least done it before, right? So they do it sometimes. And so jump in. All right. So a big question I like to ask when I talk to brands, companies, people who are interested in expanding to Japan is, do you know why or on what channels your customers will buy your products in Japan? Also, I like to know if there's any signals, right? So if you have a lot of Japanese tourists checking out your products, buying your products, or even, or you're getting traffic online from Japan, even though you haven't translated or localized your website, those are good signals, right? So this slide kind of snuck in there, but basically we're going to be jumping into like the e-commerce side of things. And so half of the market share in Japan around e-commerce is around retail, and then service, and then digital. And that is shifting a little bit more, mostly as Japanese business owners who are in the service industry get more accustomed to doing online reservations, things like that, or there's more adoption. But so brand discovery, this is a hard one, yeah, right? Like when you are going after the Japanese market, if you are working with an exporter or a distributor, depending on what your product category is, hopefully they'll help you with that, right? And they will bring hopefully that legitimacy or that understanding of how to get your products in front of the right people. But if you're looking to just sell on one of the marketplaces, if you're looking to kind of dip your toes in the water a little bit by selling in Japan through maybe Amazon Japan and just translating a lot of the content and things like that, it helps to understand, how do people find products? How do people find brands, right? And a lot of it is search engines, organic, right? Or ads on televisions, and that's expensive. So there are other ways, but it's pretty much overwhelmingly those two channels. Retail websites, obviously branded products. We'll go a little bit more into some of the details of these things, but product comparison websites, I've been reading more and more about, and obviously TV shows or films. I think part of the TV shows or films part too has to do with, in Japan, there's a lot of TV shows where they visit somewhere, whether it's Hawaii, whether it's Guam, whether anywhere, and they check out the local products and things like that. There's a lot of travel related shows in Japan. And so if you're able to get on for something like that, amazing. It is fairly hard. We did look, I looked into it. One of my brands that we worked with many years ago, we were looking to get more brand discovery through that channel, but it was a harder thing to pull off. Partially it had to align with kind of what they were looking for and things like that. So, and that was actually specifically for a company in Hawaii. So we were looking to increase their Japanese visitors. So this was it was actually the Polynesian Cultural Center, where we did a marketing campaign, redid their website, and kind of updated the packaging and things like that. All right. So what you just saw was about brand discovery. Now we're going to be talking about a little bit more about brand research. So, you know, Japanese want to trust your brand, but they're going to want to know as much. Like, if any of you have ever looked at a Japanese website, you may have thought, wow, there's just so much going on. And that's even the case for usually with Rakuten, the one of Japan's main marketplaces. Typically, it's going to be very busy. They're going to try and show you as much information to answer all the questions you may have. So it's not going to be typically more of that minimalist look. It'll be something along the lines of lot of images, a lot of text, and whatnot. But when they do this brand research, they're going to probably, you know, put your company name or your product name or brand in the search engine. That product comparison, you know, price comparison websites are a big one also. The brand websites. One thing that I have noticed though is they're going to do that research. They'll find your website, and this is hopefully your website is in Japanese if you're selling into Japan. But in the end, they may still go back to that Rakuten site or that Amazon site or whatever site has like a loyalty points. You know, there may be something on top of that, but they're going to do their research and try and learn more about what people are saying about your product or your brand. Consumer reviews are big in Japan. Japanese tend to leave reviews. All right. The top forms of brand interaction. So, you know, like we said earlier, like they're going to search for your brand and then they're going to visit your brand site. They may read an email or click on an ad or something like that. But in the end, most of that interaction will happen through visiting your brand's website. All right. Pandemic effect. So this has been interesting for me to kind of like do these presentations over the last couple of years and see the trend of certain activities that are happening. And it's also affected the types of companies I've even worked with. But I believe that some of the effects that have happened because of the pandemic some of them were on the way and were only sped up. And I think they're going to be around to stay for a little while in terms of consumer behavior. So this is going to be, the next few slides will be kind of in order of somewhat chronological order of research. So this one was done, I believe, in April of 2020. So, you know, it was still fairly early days of COVID. And it was actually right about the time when Japan entered their first countrywide lockdown in April of 2020. So what's interesting is, you know, while Japan was one of the last countries to go into soft lockdown, consumers overwhelmingly thought that the worst was yet to come. So they kind of knew. And so maybe that's part of the reason why they were still very careful, wearing masks, things like that, kind of doing more of, well, what you would expect in Japan, actually. There was no arguments around masks. And then, so what we've seen is there has been an increase in online shopping. At the time, I wasn't sure how long it would last for, but I also thought that by now I wouldn't be having this conversation necessarily around the pandemic effect while we're still in the pandemic. So I think if you're targeting some of the older demographics, some of these online habits definitely may stick as they kind of, you know, see the efficiency, the comfort that's associated with being able to just buy things online. But we're going to have to look. We're also looking at how the experience of delivery is changing, even because when you think about delivery in Japan, not only the whole customer experience should be amazing, is how they see it. And historically, when a package is being delivered in Japan, they don't just drop it off at your door, right? They they will give it to a person. So that whole experience has had to change because they've had to deal with contactless. And so there are companies working on that from a technology or product standpoint. But so contactless delivery is becoming more of a thing. So let me see. All right, moving on to the next one. Oops. Food delivery service has, for obvious reasons, has really increased. Not only thinking about food delivery from restaurants, but also even grocery. So that's something that I wasn't quite sure would be something that would kind of become a thing as much, because Japanese tend to shop more often during the week. It's easily accessible for the most part. There's shopping markets very close by, or convenience stores. Convenience stores in Japan are known for having good food, good, healthy food. And so I wasn't sure, but I do think that as of recently, there's been more focus on food delivery from even grocery sites. So partnering with convenience stores like Lawson's and things like that. And basically, it's grown rapidly across all age groups. Both the e-commerce shopping malls continue to grow, brands, C2C service also. So, all right. So what's interesting about this, and this is kind of like, we call this with Corona. With Corona basically means during COVID, during the pandemic. Marketplaces like Rakuten and Amazon did see that 30% of people said that they've increased their online shopping habits, right? That being said, at the time of this, this was, I believe, this was in June 2020. At the time, though, still over 60% were saying that nothing's changed, and 7% said that it had decreased. So while a fair amount of people are shopping more on those online, and food delivery services are on the rise, even a small increase in P2P marketplaces like Mercari. But overall, you didn't really see a big change. And I think since this survey has been done, there has been a change. People are becoming more and more comfortable. All right, one of the things to consider is if your target user or target customer is between 15 to 29, they may not be doing as much shopping. It was seen that basically there was 41% of them had their income drop. And I think this is probably something not just Japan specific, right? This is global, and it'll be interesting to see how it affects each age group. But overall, they've had to do less shopping, or kind of be a little bit more careful. All right, so this one is from this came out in January 2021. This is one of my favorite kind of resources in We Are Social by Hootsuite. But as you can see, over the last month, and this is actually launched in January 2021, but it was from Q3 of 2020. But even then, there was a huge uptick in people searching online for products and services, visiting an online retail site or store, using a shopping app, purchasing a product online via mobile phone is 32%, and we'll cover that in a sec. Like right now. So what's interesting to me, and this is why I was talking about like maybe that age group that had the income cut, a much smaller number of 16 to 24-year-olds in 2020 had made a product purchase online in that past month compared to the other age groups, right? And this doesn't matter what device. This isn't mobile or laptop or desktop. All right, so online search behaviors. So basically, when you look at what the top URLs in Japan are, it's going to be Google or Yahoo for the most part. In terms of voice search, things like that, it hasn't been a huge uptick. Social media slowly is gaining traction as a source for researching brands, but in the end, I think what you're looking at is either the marketplace or the websites. What is interesting, and I was actually asking my team about this one because I was a little surprised by this. Like from the side on the left is January 2020, and the side on the right is January 2021. The share of web traffic by mobile increased by 10% from year over year during COVID, and laptops and desktops went down. And I initially had thought that maybe more laptops and desktops would have increased just because people were not traveling as much, public transportation. Like whenever you go on a Japanese train, people are always on their phone. But that's not the case. So maybe people are just, still using their phones a lot more as the years have gone. All right, so no surprise here in terms of the huge drop in travel, mobility, accommodation. So in terms of e-commerce, so sales, right? But everything else, food and personal care, fairly large jump. Digital music, basically across the board, everything but travel has increased in terms of e-commerce categories. All right, selling in Japan. So one of the things that I cannot impress upon enough for entering the Japanese market is that you want to localize, and I'm not talking about putting your content into Google Translate and then putting that on your website. That's not going to, that actually may create a pretty bad experience for a Japanese person. And Japanese are known as being a very discerning group of consumers, and getting that first impression right is key. So obviously, if you've been to Japan, you probably know that the level of English is fairly low, just in general. And so they're going to want to buy the products in their native language. They will not, or rarely will, buy from an English-only site. And so in terms of navigation, content, all of that, you'll want to make sure that you have Japanese ability, and they prefer to shop and make purchases on sites that price in their local currency. And this was actually something that I ran into an issue with Shopify, actually, who's the source of this, when we were working with a Japanese company who had a Shopify site, created a US version, but it was actually to the US, the prices kept coming out in yen. And that created for me even, that created kind of like an awkward feeling of like, well, what am I, how much is this going to cost? Is this right? And I didn't abandon the purchase. But if you are doing selling into Japan, if you're in US dollars only, there's a likelihood that they may not continue with the purchase. All right. So exporting to Japan. Depending on your the source you look at, Rakuten may be bigger, Amazon may be bigger. It doesn't really matter because they're both huge in Japan. So the thing that you'll see here is when we look at traffic share by device, age, gender, Rakuten, Amazon, it's really quite, they're top four. So, according to one of the sources, but it's really interesting to see that for Rakuten, almost 70% is from mobile, while Amazon is under 50, right? And then if you kind of like start looking a little bit deeper into some of the demographics, it's interesting for me to see that it's 47% female and 52% male, because whenever we talk about people that are buying on Rakuten, it's typically females between, I would say, 25 and 45 or something like that. People that have grown up with Rakuten, because Rakuten's been around for a very long time. Some of the big differences. So if you're not familiar with Rakuten is like going into a mall, and you go into the mall, and then you see the Nike store, you see the Swatch store, you see the Victoria's Secret store. They all have their own stores, and they're able to customize them to a fair amount. It's a very kind of brand specific, brand driven experience. While Amazon, I'm not sure how many of you are selling on Amazon or have bought, I'm sure quite a few, it's product driven. So a big difference between, another big difference is on Amazon, you're going to find Amazon products. In Japan, on Rakuten, you don't find Rakuten products. It consists entirely of third-party sellers. They don't sell their own private label products. And like I said, Rakuten gives merchants that full control of the company's storefront. There's not a strict layout that brands have to follow necessarily in terms of where the images are, how the product pages look. So Rakuten does have some pretty big brands like Nike, Champion, Nestle among their merchants. One of the things I did notice is when I've worked with brands selling on to Rakuten, sometimes they'll have their distributors will also be selling, or the retailers will have a page, and then they'll have to adjust their strategy potentially to not conflict with that distributor or that whoever their partners are in Japan. So that's something to think about. If somebody is selling your product in Japan already and they're on Rakuten, one of the reasons would be that you would sell on Rakuten if somebody else is already selling your products is obviously to take market share, but it's to kind of also address some of the gray market where maybe people or companies that shouldn't be selling your product are selling, or it could be to be getting rid of maybe last year's products or things like that. Something maybe your retailer, your partners wouldn't be selling. What's interesting is Rakuten historically has been made it the responsibility of the brand to do fulfillment, shipping orders and all that. Recent years, they have been working on building out more of their fulfillment services for brands, which obviously to compete with Amazon, it's a good call. And they have had a lot of companies apparently using that service. I don't have the numbers exactly. There was something like 9 times growth between 2018 and 2020. And so they've been doing things around delivery service. You can now open up a Rakuten shop with your existing US or non-Japanese entity and receive all your payments in dollars. That being said, let me see, am I going to go? Yeah, okay, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on this one. Rakuten, if you don't have Rakuten, you also have to apply. So there's a whole process around applying to sell on Rakuten. And I believe if you're going to sell on Rakuten, you have to have already been selling on a third party or some sort of marketplace in your country of origin or another country. The rules have been changing a little bit over the years. You cannot be a sole proprietor. So you have to actually be incorporated. Like I said, you have to already have an e-commerce site or sell on a third party platform. So something that, if somebody's looking at Rakuten, but they want to do some research, obviously they'll come to your site, hopefully. You have to be capable of establishing reliable logistics, and also Japanese is almost required, or finding a third-party partner. So they do have partners that will help you kind of sell on Rakuten, but Rakuten takes a lot more technical know-how to create their pages. It's not like drag and drop. It's not just filling in these information and then like Amazon, like you'll have your page. You have to create it. So shipping. I know we in that last panel there was some talk about shipping, and I think for that one I don't have expertise in the different food and beverage or different supplements or different categories. I have talked to a few companies who actually are shipping directly across the border, and instead of opting to warehouse or work with a distributor necessarily in Japan. And I think part of it was they wanted to test that market first. There's pros and cons to each, but a lot of it will depend on the types of products you're shipping. Is this something that the Japanese consumer will expect like within a day or two? Because that is an expectation these days, just like it is in the US. But they also have, Japanese will have an understanding though, that if you're an international brand that's doing fulfillment from outside of Japan, it may not be delivered within a couple of days. And who knows, for some of the clients I've worked with, they were shipping from China. And part of that is to get around some of the regulations, but also, having to deal with some of the logistics of handling the taxes, the customs, and things like that. So, you do have a choice. Just be aware if you are going to ship directly and there is any taxes associated with like any type of customs fees, your customer, I believe, will be subject to those fees. So be careful. And you may, if you're shipping direct, I don't even think you have to necessarily translate the labels. That being said, I highly recommend you translating everything, because you don't want to have any miscommunication. That being, so take that for what it's worth. Hopefully you take the effort to translate all of your marketing collateral, your website, your product and branding and things like that. So I'm just saying that's probably one of the quickest ways to start shopping in Japan. And that's for Rakuten, obviously. For Amazon, Amazon makes it fairly easy. Actually, they do make it quite easy to set up a shop. The only thing that is different is that you can't have the shop be the same. So let's say you're Acme Baby Food, right? That's your Amazon store. For Japan, you can't call it Acme Baby Food. You might have to say Acme Baby Food JP or Acme Baby Food Japan, something along those lines. So this source came from Rakuten. Actually, they've been updating a lot of their content, and they have created kind of a how-to list and some interesting insights on how to work with them. But yeah. So caution: if you are selling any of these, you will not be able to just send them cross-border. You will have to work with an exporter, go through all the regulations and things like that, and make sure you're warehousing and then shipping from in country. So if they're even available, if you're even allowed to. So just take that into consideration. Don't just think, oh, I'm just going to start shipping my products from my home country to Japan. Taxes. My biggest advice: do your research. When you are shipping from cross border, you don't have to pay taxes on that product to a point. So there has been the taxes have gone up in Japan, sales tax to 10%. But when you are shipping across border, up to a point, I believe that point is somewhere between $100 and $150. I've seen it a couple different places. If you are using fulfillment by Amazon, which, by the way, if you do that, that's great. That they make it really easy, but they will not import the product. You cannot write them down as being your importer when you ship it into Japan. So you will have to hire an importer of record or somebody, a customs agent or somebody to help you through all of those processes. But if you are doing FBA and your sales are under roughly $91,000 US for the accounting period, you don't pay sales tax. You will still have to pay that consumption tax and duties potentially, but just keep that in mind. All right, so I thought I'd share an example, kind of like talking about one of the companies that my team worked with a couple of years ago. This example will be interesting. They did not initially sell on any of the marketplaces in Japan. They are, so Koala, as you probably can tell, is a bed in a box company. They are a sleep company, and they're based out of Australia. And they decided to go after Japan because they found that they believed that there was a market opportunity. And so the steps that we took with them are kind of the ideal steps of how we like to work with companies. They were committed to doing the market research. And I know that I believe through STEP or a lot of the government, the US Commercial Service, state agencies provide that initial market research subsidy. I've worked with an agency in Colorado who provided that, and the STEP really made it affordable. But I would highly recommend doing some initial market research to understand a lot of things, right? So what is, habits around the product category? And so in this case, we're talking about sleep, like also, how do people buy things? Like in this case, we wanted to know how people bought beds, but we had to think through everything. So through that market research phase, we had to understand, I believe Maggie talked about it in the last panel, sizing, right? So a typical bed size in Australia is larger than the typical size in Japan. Also, like, how do people discover? How do people make decisions around that? And so after doing a lot of the market research, first of all, we had to address the sizing issue. Like, how quickly could they make beds that were fitting the sizes that would sell in Japan. And then we actually, so I don't actually work on the logistics side. So we partnered with an organization called Kintetsu, who was helping with kind of the logistics, everything from shipping from, at the time they were making them in Australia, to that last mile delivery. Because in this case too, the hard part is so Japanese are not known for returning things. So that's part of the reason why when they start buying your product, they are expecting to get the product that you described, that there's no changes or anything like that, right? So highly recommend understanding that, where we were doing something where they would buy the bed, but in the meantime, they had to store the bed, right? So we had to work through all these different issues. And if they were going to return it, you at least had to have that plan in place. You had to have that customer service plan in place, whether it's email, whether it's chat, whether you're working with a customer service, call agency, all these things we had to think about, and partnering with that last mile delivery and so we did a lot of work to make sure that the website had all of the information that any Japanese person would want to know. And in this case, we did a lot of work with kind of the YouTube, did a lot of videos. We did a lot of user review type experiences, videotaping or having them videotape different consumers opening up the box, their initial impressions. And so they've done a really great job, continue to grow, launch new products. They're actually at a stage where they're doing TV commercials. And the part of it is they saw the Japanese market as prime opportunity where companies like Casper had not entered yet. So we worked with the founding team, did a product solution fit strategy we did design and develop a Japanese website and created the social media channels, created all the messaging, editorial calendar, and then connected different online marketing campaigns. So one of the interesting things is it was a B2C, it was direct to consumer product, but we did some partnerships with large companies to create like nap rooms so that their employees could learn more about it and things like that. So we had to really think through who was the target audience. So most likely at that time, it was salarymen or businessmen who did not get a lot of quality sleep. And so we approached a lot of enterprises, large companies who had the target user. As you can see, we worked on a lot of content and worked to grow their social media page, and then also did videos. Those are fun. So some final thoughts. Basically, Japanese consumers are willing to spend money on products or services they trust, right? They're very discerning, and if they have that poor experiences, you may have lost a customer. They will not give you a second chance. Understanding your value proposition. So one of the things is if you have Japanese, you can test this in a lot of different ways, right? So if you have Japanese tourists, well, pre-COVID, obviously, if you have Japanese tourists trying out your products and saying, what they like about it, and understanding where it may be different from what you assume, build that trust and credibility. That's the great thing. If you are able to, or if you're looking to find an exporter or distributor, I would say, make sure that they understand your space, your product, and will give you the proper love. The other thing is if you are going to be selling online or want to open up that channel, learn whether or not this distributor or exporter has that understanding or that strength. I work with a lot of brands whose distributors did a great job of getting them into storefronts or getting them in actual shops, but have done very little in terms of supporting them on online sales, e-commerce, whether it's a marketplace like Rakuten or Amazon, or even helping them with having an opportunity for people to buy that product online, localized. It's worth it, y'all, to spend the money so that it reads in a way that's going to connect with your target user. It's not going to offend them, and they're going to see that you've really put in the effort to make sure that they understand what you're selling. And why would somebody buy your product? If you have good signals, great. Kind of follow those signals, see where they lead. So, obviously there's lots of content out there. If you are interested in Rakuten, Rakuten has some great resources, Amazon also. Amazon has all kinds of videos, resources, and that's probably the low-hanging fruit for selling into Japan if you're already selling online. Shopify recently started a partnership with Rakuten. I'll be honest, I don't know exactly what that means yet because Rakuten's experience is so different than setting up a shop on Shopify, but at least they're connecting the dots, and hopefully it creates a better experience for not only the sellers and merchants, but also the end user. Thank you. And yeah, I would love to kind of, I think I left a few minutes for questions, and I've seen the chat coming through, but I'll be honest, I haven't had a chance to look through them yet. But I'm going to stop and then see if anybody has any questions. Hi, Melanie.
Hi, Hafide. Thank you again for your discussion. One question that came up was, can you share with us a little bit more about your company as far as the clients that fit might be able to afford what you do, and to hire somebody like you to help them out. So is there sort of a profile of business that where a business should be prior to kind of working, utilizing your services or gaining the most value out of your services?
Yeah, so I'm a consultant with BTrax, so I can put on my freelancer hat if I want to. BTrax is an agency that does work with a whole range of brands and companies. We don't just handle direct to consumer. We don't just handle B2C. We work with large brands, small brands. A lot of times, depending on how much support you need or how much you know about the Japanese market, kind of gives me an idea of where we can fit in, where we can support you. If you are looking to export food and beverages or supplements and things like that, and looking to just have that initial Amazon experience as opposed to finding a distributor, I can connect you with people who will know the right distributors, exporters, in your product category, hopefully. I think I shared earlier during the last panel, Gourmet Pro's website. So they focus 100% on kind of the food and beverage space. So I'm more than happy to be like, hey, you guys should talk to them. And they have consultants that they work with who might be a good fit depending on your price range budget. We are working with a startup out of Japan right now. So it's kind of the other way. We're working with a fashion startup out of Japan to try and grow their direct and consumer business. And we're actually doing product design for them. So, BTrax is doing kind of a lot of different things around it. We also done crowdfunding. So that's something else that's a great way to test the market without having to invest in that whole shop. Obviously, you want to make sure you have a landing page or content that's in Japanese. But yeah, the hard part about crowdfunding is it's really hard to know if you're going to get it right. It's really hard to know if it's going to connect. Obviously, there's things you can do that will set you up for a better chance of success, like doing a really quality video and making sure you've done the research, you have that list of people who are interested in your product before you launch it. So I think I answered that question.
Thank you. What about supporting companies that are selling services cross borders, not necessarily a tangible product? So a service such as, English language education type of service.
Great question. So I've talked to quite a few English language freelance companies, startups. I'll be honest, Japan is a great place for it. I actually spent 5 years teaching in Japan after college, so I know the education space there. I've also worked and talked to some education companies globally that were looking to grow in Japan. In terms of services, you really are going to have to dial in your messaging and your value proposition, because you're entering, one thing to understand is, are you entering a really crowded market or not, right? And how does your price point compete? Are you going to have, if you're going to do something where you're trying to do English, you're still going to have a really well done Japanese website, the whole experience, because unless you're trying to target Japanese speakers who do understand English, they just want to improve it, That's a little bit different. Then you have to create a site and a messaging for that. But services, just understand how you're going to compete with local. I think, that's something to consider.
Okay, great. We have a question in the chat box from a Darlene Sanchez. First, she says, amazing information. And then Japan market leans more toward animation. Does that spill over to marketing for export also?
Yes and no. So I've worked with brands that have been like, no, we're not going to go there. Like, we're not going to do the animation. We're not going to do the cutesy. We're going to try and keep our brand consistent globally. And so that's one thing to consider, right? Like, how much are you willing to change how your brand looks and feels for the Japanese market? If Japan is literally your target market and that's it, or if you find them to be like bigger than other markets and you want to kind of create content for that, then yeah, I would say for marketing, but in terms of animation, marketing historically, when I've worked in Japan, has not been as, from a digital marketing perspective, has not been as creative in some ways as what I see like in the US, I would say. So, and lingo, yeah, lingo is different from English. So you're going to have to, learn about how to, if you have a tagline, how do you translate that, or how do you recreate that kind of messaging into a Japanese experience? And part of it may honestly be your target market may be totally different in Japan. And so that changes everything, right? Like, that's something to consider.
So one of the areas when it comes to tourism, I know that the Guam Visitors Bureau does work sometimes with influencers. Mm-hmm. And so I was wondering if you could discuss the role of influencers as far as product endorsement and things along those lines.
Yeah, so we've done a couple of ones, one that was fairly large and included like celebrities and things like that. But historically, when I work with especially smaller brands, the micro influencer in Japan is the way to go. It just feels more authentic. And that comes back to that piece about that building that trust and credibility. You want to have that authentic kind of communication coming from the influencers. I'm seeing bloggers also. Yes, Japan is all about like, when they research, it's content, right? So like one of the slides talked about how blogs are one of the areas that they go. And a lot of times it'll be some sort of comparison or explanation. But yeah, influencers may be more expensive than you expect though. A lot of influencers in Japan, even more micro influencers, still work through an agency. And it may be harder to find them. So the right ones at least. But if you already know, if you see somebody posting about your product, like, I showed a couple of examples of Japanese people who had posted on Instagram about, I think Mama Red and Lanikai, that there's an opportunity to try and grow that relationship. The other thing to consider is, this is something I just learned actually, so I didn't include in the slide, but while search is one of the top ways of brand discovery and brand research, there has been a trend during COVID of hashtags. So searching on different social platforms via hashtags as opposed to more of the traditional search. And I think it's actually called Google Yori Tagu, which means tagging over Google, something like that. So something else to think about.
Okay, wonderful. And then lastly, so just to kind of close, as we're closing in on time, I guess piece of advice you'd give to a lot of the businesses in Guam and the Northern Marianas and possibly even in Hawaii are still in this sort of in their infancy stages, still growing. Where do they need? What would you, for the next steps? What are the things that they should be doing to get to the next step as far as getting into the Japan market?
So in terms of getting in the Japan market and being a smaller business, I would say, understanding your resource availability and think through the whole customer journey of how somebody from Japan would find your website and how would you want them to interact? How would it be different? Creating you can do things like creating landing pages and watching the traffic, or trying to do that engagement with some of those influencers that you may find. But just to be clear, it's hard to sell into Japan, right? So it's good to have a signal that will showcase, all right, Japan is a market I should be going after, you know.
Okay.
So that's definitely, I don't want to like bring anybody down, but it's, you know, we all know running a business is hard, and doing it cross-border in a different language with different nuances and, you know, different types of searching and things like that. It can be a hard nut to crack.
Most definitely, most definitely. It's a totally different culture. Here in Guam, we were just a few hours away, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be an incredible challenge, but something that I think a lot of our small businesses might be willing to take on. So
it's worth it. It's worth it if you can make it happen. Definitely.
And we can call you if we need help, right?
Yes, yes. Just let's talk earlier in the evening though.
All right.
That
All right.
works.
Sounds good. Thank you for taking the time. Have a good night and please be safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you, Mel. For our last session, before we have Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio close the conference, I'd like to bring up Gerald Ho to talk about selling on Coupang Global Marketplace. Gerald leads the growth of Coupang's rapidly expanding global seller business, focusing on sellers outside the Greater China region. He drives seller acquisition to expand Coupang's global selection and design solutions to enable global sellers to sell more effectively. Prior to Coupang, Gerald has worked with some of the brightest and most talented individuals in fintech, mobile technology, banking, and consulting industries. Gerald.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Let me first share my screen. Did you guys all see it? Okay. All right. Hello, everyone, and thank you to Invest Guam for providing this wonderful opportunity to speak to you about Coupang and Korea. A very fun fact, our name Coupang derives from the word coupon and bang, which is the Korean sound for hitting the jackpot. Coupang was founded with a mission to create a world in which customers ask, how did we ever live without a coupon? We're proud to say that one of the cornerstones of our success and the reason we have been able to grow such a robust user base so rapidly is because we obsess with wowing our customers. At Coupang, we go above and beyond to innovate our platform. So we're focused in building the next generation of experience for e-commerce. Historically, online shopping has forced customers to accept various compromises. E-commerce is convenient, but you get long, inconsistent shipping times. You may have faster shipping, but on limited selection, or you got to order before certain cutoff times, or there'll be higher fees involved. Delivery can be seamless, but you have to deal with the hassle of cardboard disposals and cumbersome returns. So we set out to address these trade-offs to transform the customer experience when they shop online. And in doing so, we built an end-to-end integrated system of technology and infrastructure which drive our ability to deliver a superior customer experience, launch new offerings quickly, and offer effective merchant solutions. The systems we built also enable us to control and improve the entire shopping experience from the customer app to the delivery of the order at the customer's door, while increasing efficiency and lowering prices for our customers. But before I start talking about how Coupang can help you with your business in Korea, I'd like to first tell you about why you should care about selling online in Korea, the fourth largest e-commerce marketplace in the world. So I'll talk about Korea's cross-border e-commerce here because that's the main data that you should really look at. It represents the demand of Korean customers buying things from outside of Korea. The cross-border e-commerce market in Korea is significant. It's $4 billion and the second fastest growing in the world. Most importantly, the US comprises 45% of Koreans' online overseas spending and growing at 21% over the past 3 years. So what do Korean consumers typically buy online from the US? Food. It's the largest category at 44%. It also continues to grow well, 21% year on year. And we'll dive deeper into this category in the next slide. The second category is fashion, apparel, sporting apparels, especially Nikes, Adidas, Lululemons. Koreans typically are into a well-branded products when they shop overseas. Going deeper into the food category, you see that the US dominates this category for cross-border e-commerce, right? It's 73% of the entire cross-border food category market. And the key drivers are basically health supplements, drinks, and snacks. Now, specific to Guam, we noticed that there is demand from Korean customers for chocolates and coffees and other snacks in Guam. I think Koreans are generally very familiar with Guam because they do travel there regularly for vacations. And so this is something that to keep in mind when you start thinking of what you can sell in Korea. Hopefully that got you a bit excited about the Korean market. And so we'll now share more about Coupang and how you can sell in Korea on a platform. Now, there are many reasons why sellers chose Coupang when they plan to sell in Korea, but we've boiled it down to 3 very important value propositions: our scalable growth, significant customer base, and sophisticated data-driven platform. We'll talk more about that now. At Coupang, we do things fast and we do it big, and our growth as a company has mirrored that attitude. While our competitors have remained stagnant, Coupang has seen revenue growth of 470% since 2018 to 2021. Our customer-first, tech-driven mentality has earned us a loyal user base of 31.4% coverage of the entire Korean population, and that user base has been growing 25% year on year. This is proof that Coupang is drawing closer to our mission of a world which customers can't imagine having lived without our services. Not only has our active user base rapidly expanded, the spend generated by each customer cohort has grown year on year, which is a true testament to our belief in wowing the customers and serving a greater role in their lives. Just as there are multiple reasons for sellers to join Coupang, there are many factors for our customers too. At Coupang, we obsess on wowing the customers. When it comes to online shopping, it's no secret that customers prioritize speed, right? Well, there's a reason why one of our main brand image is the rocket, the Coupang rocket, right? We pioneered fast delivery in Korea, and we're synonymous with speed. Like we said, we also go above and beyond. And for our Rocket Wow customers, which is our paid membership program, they get exclusive promotions, more cash back, no minimum thresholds when they order, and promotions on other Coupang services like Coupang Eats, which is our food delivery, and Coupang Live, which Coupang Plays, right, which is our video streaming service. Convenience is another major point for Coupang. With Coupay, we made it paying for things on mobile and PC super easy and secure, from one-click payments to allowing a variety of payment methods. Customers get a seamless experience when paying. And combining convenience with eco-friendliness, we innovated our packaging by re-engineering the fulfillment process to eliminate cardboard boxes in over 75% of the parcels we package. Our latest innovation, the zero packaging, eliminates almost all disposable packaging by delivering in neat, sturdy eco bags that are collected for reuse after each delivery. So no more throwing out countless of boxes every time you do your groceries, right? And we also make sure we clean every reusable bag before it's used again. On top of that, Coupang delivers even during the holidays, right? And wide selection is another foundation of the Coupang experience, so that customers have everything at their fingertips. We offer groceries, food delivery, and a vast array of products from all around the world. And now we also offer streaming video services with Coupang Play. So let's dive in and let me tell you more about how you can get started selling in Korea with Coupang. The Coupang Global Marketplace is our cross-border business where you can sell and manage your own store and ship directly to customers. On the other hand, we have consumers who want quality products at an affordable price and quick delivery. And on the other hand, we have sellers who want to expand their business into Korea but need advice and support to sell into this new market. We're here for those global sellers to onboard them to our platform and help them sell effectively. We're also here to make sure that the products are reliable and we can help them price competitively and deliver quickly. Now, one of the questions we're often asked is, what can be sold on Coupang? And the answer is almost anything, except those products that I've listed here. We have zero tolerance for counterfeit items, and we also don't allow alcohol or any medicine to be sold. If you have further questions about what can be sold, please feel free to reach out to me and the Global Seller team. Setting up a coupon seller account is easy and free. You can sign up at the link indicated here, and we can provide this again to participants after the webinar. An important thing to note is that Coupang does not require you to have a Korean business license or even a Korean bank account. Right, once you submit the required documents, it takes 4 to 5 business days for us to review the application, and then you can start listing your products on Wing. Wing is our Coupang seller management portal where sellers can manage their stores and orders. Once you start listing, you're ready to sell. You don't need to advertise, as we have a unique item winner system that allows customers to easily find your products. The item winner system is a product sold by a seller who offers the best price and best customer experience out of many sellers selling the same product. Coupang presents the item winner on the top of the search result page, which will result in rapid sales growth. Now, setting up a business in a new market can be quite daunting, and that's why we have Wing. And with the Wing portal, it used to be only in Korean, but we recently launched an English and Chinese version earlier this year. So you can definitely benefit that. You don't need to know Korean in order to sell into Korea. And on top of Wing, depending on your business size, your business goal, we have different solutions that can help you sell on Coupang. So if you are a large organization and you want to use your own systems to list your products on Coupang, you can use our open APIs, right, which you can integrate into your systems and then list your products on Coupang. If you're not familiar with Coupang, with Korea, you need help with translations, we have a Coupang service provider network that can recommend partners to you to get help, to help you on different things from delivering to Korea, getting your content translated in Korean, and also understanding what potentially could be the certifications required to sell your products. And we also partner with marketplace aggregators. These are service providers who help one seller connect to multiple marketplaces through a single platform. Now, in addition to the item winner system, we also have numerous options for promoting your products and your brand. For global sellers, we have a global selection-based promotion called Global Day, which we have once every month. We also have a promotional event, or I would say real estate on our app, which is called Gold Box, which features highly discounted products to our customers. And we also have advertising options such as product ads that you can set up through Wing, and it will show your products to customers who have a high likelihood of purchasing and connecting to a conversion. And recently, we also added live commerce for our beauty section. And live commerce is basically where we provide an influencer who will stream to our customers video footage of them using your products. So I want to introduce some global sellers who have seen their business flourish with Coupang. On the bottom right, we have Hunger Trade, who is a US-based seller who started their business in 2019. They started by selling an assortment of items from PC accessories to children products and supplements. They're our #1 US seller, and much of their success has been derived from making good use of the item winner system. You know, they didn't even have to use any advertising products, just the item winner system. And we also have KY Trading, another successful US-based seller who's focused mainly on health products and supplements. They've seen their business soar through Coupang, and I think the founder Elijah basically credited our impressive market penetration and seller support for her growth. We also have quite a number of successful Japanese sellers, including YY Trading. They focus on camping and sporting goods, and they're quite surprised to see how quickly their sales increase just through our item winner system. And these are just some of the global sellers who have seen their sales soar after joining Coupang. So at Coupang, we're working ferociously to shape the future of e-commerce so that our platform gives you the best chance of creating the e-commerce business of your dreams. We hope that you'll join us for this journey. Thank you.
Hi, Gerald. Thank you for your presentation. We do have a few questions.
Sure.
So you did talk to us about how easy it is to get on Coupang as a seller. Can you speak to sellers from the US or Guam about shipping to Korea?
Okay. So typically our US sellers, they can ship their products by using UPS, FedEx, DHL. There are also carriers that specialize between the US to Korean corridors. We have a couple of partners that we do like to work with, like ACI Express and KT Express. These service providers, these logistics partners, I think one thing good about them is because they are Korean owned, so they're very familiar with the entire process, and they can help sellers navigate through the customs as well when there are issues, right?
Okay.
And so what happens is we would introduce. So if you don't know where to start, we would introduce these guys to a seller, and then you can set up your account with them. You can get consulting advice on how you can ship your items from US or Guam to Korea through them.
Great, thank you. Now, with regard to small businesses, so there are many many of the attendees today have small businesses that are relatively new and definitely new to the export market. At what level of volume should they be? Do you have a kind of a sweet spot when it comes to volume as far as getting set up as a Coupang seller? Should they have a brick and mortar already, maybe, or at least be used to fulfilling at a certain volume of sales?
I think for sellers in Guam, I think, and basically any seller who wants to get on Coupang Marketplace, you have to be, number one, familiar with selling and shipping overseas. I think that will make the journey easier, right? If you've never done shipping, if you've never sold anything internationally before, cross-border before, then the learning curve will be steeper, right? But again, you don't need to have a brick and mortar store. We have small sellers who would literally go to the outlet store, buy something there, and sell it on Coupang, right? Because they do price arbitrage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's as I said, our platform makes it very easy for anyone to join. It's free. You don't even need to have a Korean business entity, and we also accept sole proprietors as well to sign up. So getting started on Coupang is easy. But then the next question, as you said earlier, is how can you get once you get an order from a customer, how can you get that item to that customer, right?
Okay, we have one question from Calvin Holloway. Does Coupang have an app that works with Shopify or Groove funnels that make product listing easy and transparent, similar to eBay and Amazon?
No, we don't have one right now, but it's something that we're planning to as part of our market aggregator expansion support.
All right. And actually, when it comes to receiving payment, so you mentioned you don't have to have a Korean bank account. So do you still just do you set up do you tie an account on Coupang with your local bank account wherever you are?
Yes. You just give us, you enter your local bank account details in the application form, and we would remit the money to you.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
That sounds easy. Okay, now changing direction, we have one question about product demand. Are there any, what are you noticing as far as trends with regard to product demand? Are there certain products that are that Korean consumers are looking abroad for? Food products, beauty, health and wellness, anything in particular?
Yes, so when it comes to, what we notice is that Korean customers, when it comes to shopping for consumer electronics, on basic apparel, they tend to buy them from Chinese sellers. For U.S. sellers, as I mentioned before, the focus is overwhelmingly on F&B, on food, specifically on health supplements, vitamins, protein shakes, and so forth. Koreans are generally very health conscious, and they prefer to buy food brands from US and European sellers rather than from Chinese sellers, as you can imagine from the past scandals that that has plagued the Chinese food sellers. So they do like to buy those food brands from US and European sellers and also Australian sellers.
Okay, great, wonderful. Is there any, the last presentation touched on influencers, and can you briefly touched on the role of influencers. Can you speak a little bit more about their role within the website, within the site, promoting different featured products?
Yeah, so we have this video streaming advertising program called Coupon Live, and it was launched maybe about 3 months ago. It started off in the beauty category, where we provide influencers to brands and sellers to promote their products. So they would be filmed at our offices, at our studios, using the products, and the brands and sellers would be offering significant discounts during that period when that footage that video is being streamed and shown to our customers, right? And the success rate has been quite good. The results were really great. We see a lot of GMV or sales go up as a result of this activity during that period, and it also really helps to get sellers, brands to be more exposed to the Korean customers. And from beauty, I think we've also recently expanded to food as well. So now we've got influencers eating, tasting, trying out coffees and chocolates and snacks like that while we film them. Yeah.
Does BTS use Coupang?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they do. Everyone in Korea uses Coupang. I mean, to buy something at some point in their lives. Yeah.
I would imagine they do. Okay. How has here's a more academic question. How has the US-Korea Free Trade Agreement affected exports to Korea? Guam is not explicitly included in the Free Trade Agreement, but we'd like to try to utilize and take advantage of the Free Trade Agreement.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I won't be able to. Yeah.
I was going to say, have you experienced any changes, I don't know, in an uptick in volume from the US, maybe not attributed just to increasing demand from the US, but maybe somehow tied to the Free Trade Agreement?
I don't know if the Free Trade Agreement has specifically driven the increased volumes that we are seeing. But year on year, our U.S. sales has been going up. Partly also due to the COVID pandemic, and so I think that definitely that there's definitely potentially some benefits that some of the more sophisticated sellers are taking advantage of when they sell into Korea. But I think for the marketplace business, the business model is slightly different, right? It's not B2B per se, right? We have a different team in Coupang called Global Sourcing, where they buy directly from international brands or international distributors, right? And that's where Coupang is the importer of those items. The Coupang Global Seller Marketplace is more B2C. The Korean customer is the importer of record here. So they would basically buy, so if it's a Guam seller, it's basically a Korean customer buying directly from a Guam seller through our platform. So I think from that aspect, maybe the trade, the free trade agreement may not have that much an impact, right? Because it's more on the B2C level.
In a previous presentation, we heard quite a bit about Japan's product standards when it comes to ingredients, specifically in food products. no artificial colors, etc., preservative, or the level of preservatives. Does Korea have similar standards when it comes to food products and beauty products, for that matter?
Yeah, yes, they do. They have in Korea. There's a certification called KC, which literally stands for Korean certification. And depending on what you sell, your product may be subjected to, may be required for KC certification. And there are certain things that a global seller cannot sell, but if you're a local seller in Korea, you can sell on our platform. It's simply because, like for example, you cannot sell canned meat from overseas. So like no spam, right? Unfortunately, spam is pretty big in Korea, but if you want to buy, only local sellers can sell spam. And I think so. Sellers need to be careful. Like if they want to sell beauty products or food products or consumer electronics, like or children products, for example, they need to first check whether those products require certification or not. And we also have agencies that can provide this advice. Right, we partner with several certification agencies around the world, provide this advice to global sellers.
Does Coupang offer fulfillment center type services?
Yes, we actually do, but we launched it for our Chinese sellers about a month ago. So we call it Coupang Global Fulfillment. If you guys are familiar with Amazon, it's very similar to the Fulfilled by Amazon, the FBA model, where our Chinese sellers can deliver their products to our warehouse in China, and then we will then deliver their products from China to Korea through our own logistics network.
Okay, very good. Let me see. There's one more question I have. It's how best to export to Korea outside of through e-commerce?
Outside of e-commerce, how do you export to Korea? I can't answer that. I mean, typical route would be you have to find I guess a traditional way would be you find a local distributor, a Korean distributor willing to buy your products, right? And help you import your products in and then sell locally. But that's a traditional route where I think our platform, what it does is we expedite the entire process by selling on Coupang. With Coupang, you get access to 16 million customers, and you don't really have to spend anything on advertising, right? All you have to do is figure out what you want to sell, figure out how you get your products to Korea, and that's it, right? And we were set up so that we will help you guys figure out as well through that process. We can either, if we know the answer, we will tell you directly. If we don't, we will point you to our partners who can help you with that, right?
Excellent. All right, and I have no other questions in my chat box. And this is your last chance to ask any questions, Mr. Gerald. Before we close,
more BTS questions.
You can ask more BTS questions. His answers are smooth like butter. Oh my God. Anyway, okay. So it's Friday afternoon. Where are you located right now, Gerald?
I'm in Seoul.
Okay, so what time is it over there? Is it 1:30?
It's an hour behind, so like 2:25 right now.
2:30?
Yeah.
All right, wonderful. And have you been to Guam?
No, I need to.
We invite you to come to Guam when the flights are back up. We are here at the Guam, the Guam Economic Development Authority. We can certainly host Coupang, and yourself and your family. If you'd like to come visit us, we'd love to welcome you to Guam. We think you'll enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so Norm, do you want to go ahead and close us out?
Yeah, hey Mel, my button was stuck there for a moment. But anyways, we want to thank you, Gerald, for being a part of our conversation this afternoon. And Mel, you're going to introduce the Lieutenant Governor for his closing remarks.
Now, to provide closing remarks, it's my honor to bring up our Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Josh Tenorio. Interestingly enough, at last year's Taking the Leap, I believe he also closed us out. It was the governor who kicked us off and the Lieutenant Governor closed us out, or vice versa. but we're very honored to have the governor and lieutenant governor opening and closing both last year and this year's Taking the Leap conference. All right, so we can go ahead and cue up the video from the lieutenant governor.
Thank you for attending GEDA's Taking the Leap Beyond Guam, Exporting for Businesses conference. Attending the conference is a great step in our efforts to lift up our economy. I want to encourage all small businesses to take that leap and bridge the gap to our neighboring Pacific communities and the Guam diaspora by entering the export market. Developing and expanding an export market is a critical part of diversifying our economy. Before we close the conference, I want to share a little about our administration's small business priorities, vision, and commitment as we continue to maneuver through the pandemic. Last March, we reopened the Business Licensing and Permitting Center, and on the eve of the pandemic, we're refining the business licensing and building permit criteria to speed up the process, facilitate development, and help small business establish themselves more quickly. Although some time has passed, during the pandemic, we continue to push forward, getting a lot of groundwork complete. We are embracing technology and moving to digitize our processes with fillable online forms and an online system that will enable concurrent review by all relevant regulatory agencies. This will bring transparency into the process and should result in applications being reviewed in better time than what has already been experienced. At the core of our vision for the island is a belief that our residents can pursue and attain prosperity. A prosperous business environment means job creation, investments in business and infrastructure, and more made in Guam items being shipped off island. We will continue supporting GEDA and small business development and support programs that foster the spirit of entrepreneurship, such as GUMA, Guam Unique Merchandise and Arts, and the Small Business Development Center. Earlier this week, we have authorized $5 million in additional spending to fund new business growth, incubator programs, and additional economic recovery initiatives. But we also have to provide aid and attention to our businesses that have struggled through the ups and downs of the pandemic. Earlier this week, we established the Guam Small Business Pandemic Assistance Grant Program 2021 to provide $20 million in aid. Another $1.8 million is set aside for businesses that qualified for but did not receive the Small Business Rent Assistance Grant Program last year. We all learned a lot about ourselves in this past year, and also witnessed how businesses changed when faced with a catastrophe. Unfortunately, we did lose many businesses, but we also saw creativity in how to sustain business. We all tried the latest ghost kitchens, food trucks, and the special trays that different restaurants offered. Delivery and curbside businesses opened up a new vein of revenue. We saw businesses that specialize in clothing and accessories doing meetups, and we saw an increase in online offerings to create buzz around their brands. I see educational products and toys that are capitalizing on school children being at home and teaching language and culture. I'm truly amazed at the many great products I've seen, and I'm sure the export potential is there. We are also looking at having a more village-centric network of producers and small businesses that will encourage more local business outreach and support. It will strengthen community ties and perpetuate the island spirit and pride among the villages. I also encourage all businesses to take advantage of the Guam Product Seal program and become a registered vendor. It has been an exciting time to support business rooted in sustainability and ecology that seek to maximize the use of resources normally lost to the landfill. I am proud to help support the UOG Makerspace at the Chamorro Village that will help entrepreneurs develop products from materials in the waste stream and turn them into useful products that could also be exported. With limited natural resources, it is imperative that we revisit our customs of self-sufficiency and seriously evaluate sustainability opportunities because of our geographic location. I want to thank all of our speakers who provided the resources and expertise in exporting, and including the Guam SBDC, Hawaii Pacific Export Council, Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, the U.S. Department of Commerce's U.S. Commercial Services and Minority Businesses Development Agency. I also want to acknowledge GEDA for putting this event together. GEDA continues to find ways to advocate for and support small businesses, and they are a great resource for our growing base of entrepreneurs. They have been up to the challenge of being a fighter for small businesses, and throughout the pandemic have been instrumental in rolling out programs to help struggling businesses make it through the toughest time most business owners have ever been through. Again, on behalf of our Governor Lulian Guerrero and myself, thank you for joining GEDA's Taking the Leap Beyond Guam virtual conference. Stay safe, stay strong. Biba GEDA, Biba Guahan. Si Diyos maasi.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Before we close out, we do have a special request, and that is to take a photo of everybody that's participating this afternoon. So Luigi, who is behind the scenes, is going to set up the screens for a photo. So we'd like you to please turn on your screens if you can, and we'll take that photo in just a couple of seconds. So Luigi, go ahead.
All right, we'll just wait for a few more people to turn their cameras on. And then we'll take a few takes, okay? Because we have a few, we have 2 pages that we need to go through. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheese. And next page. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you, everybody. Go ahead, Norm.
All right, thanks a bunch, Luigi. Well, I want to thank all of you for attending today's conference and for staying with me till the end. I'm really glad to have been part of this and look forward to the stories that come out of today's conversations. Let me now hand it back to GEDA CEO and Administrator Melanie Mendiola to formally close out today's event. Stay safe.
Thank you, Norm, once again for being our MC. Norm was our MC last year, and he has graciously agreed to MC for us this year. We'd again like to thank our partners and co-sponsors in putting this on, the Guam Chamber of Commerce, Guam Unique Merchandise and Art, GUMA, the University of Guam Global Learning and Engagement Center, SBDC, the Small Business Development Center, and our partners at Hawaii STEP and CNMI STEP. To all of our speakers, thank you for sharing your stories and your expertise, and to all of our attendees, both locally and elsewhere, thank you for joining. We look forward to seeing you again. And don't be afraid to take the leap. Si Diyos maasi, and have a wonderful weekend.